Hello, hello. How are we, beautiful people? Right, let's get through the chat. Oh, hang on. I need to put Rumble live. I need to just put Rumble live, and then we will be ready to go, guys. Rumble. I think I've got everything sorted today. I think we're ready to go, guys. I think we're ready to go. Go live, Rumble. I forgot about Rumble. Sorry, guys. Uh, let's put that in. Done. Right. So here we are. Trial time. We got trial today. Yes. Shauna, good morning. Got to try and pop in. No worries, Shauna. See you later on. Hi, Dylan, popping in. I will be in and out, shake it all about. Out this one, legal advice is covering Melly. Yeah, he's covering Melly, isn't he? So that's all good. Don't worry, it's all good. You pop in there. I think by the time he finishes, probably we'll be gone. We'll be starting. I did want to stop in and say I noticed on the docket that they managed to see 16 jurors. They did 9 men, 7 female. So we're getting there. You said they had a goal of 30, so hopefully it won't take much longer. No, they're ready. They're done. So they went down to 30 and then selected from there. They're done. We're done. We're seated. The trial's beginning. The trial's actually beginning in probably 45 minutes. Um, Now that I say that, I'm not sure if they have next the 30-person pool. Yes, they've managed to do it. Managed to do it, Katie. So we're a go, guys. We're watching the trial today. Hi, Christine. They're having open statements today. Yes, this afternoon they're having open statements, but they've got a hearing this morning as well. Open statements in the afternoon? Question mark. Yes, but there is a hearing this morning. So, Nisi, good morning, Nisi. Welcome. Hello. I'm not sure if you popped in yesterday or not. If you did, apologies. If you didn't, welcome to the channel. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. There's me with my spiel. Uh, Tuddy Pip. Hello, Tuddy Pip. Good morning, Sylvia. How are you? Alex Baldwin may be charged again. New evidence. Ooh, keep an eye out on that. Hey, Josie. Josie's now. Uh-oh. Does this mean I've got two mods in a bad mood today? Uh-oh. So I'll whisper. San Francisco 49ers lost last night. For people that don't know, and obviously two of the mods support San Francisco 49ers. So this could be a long day today. So thank goodness. Yeah, I'm here, but I have another doctor's appointment. Oh yeah, no worries, Jonathan. I hope it all goes well. I hope all goes well for you today with that lymph node, Jonathan. Um, got everything crossed for you, sir. Fingers crossed for you, my man. And just join when you can. We know when you're not here, we miss you. Um, oh, I didn't know you were on Rumble too. Yeah, I'm on Rumble too. I'm on Rumble. It's a bit slower on Rumble, obviously, but I am on Rumble. Hey, Chris. Hello, Chris. Hey, Chris. Oh, Vices do Melly. But Vices do Melly, yeah. But my view on Melly is if you watch the first trial, you basically watch it, it's the same thing. Do you know what I mean? Um, so yeah, I watched that on highlights and stuff. Melly. Hi, Josie. Morning all. Better put right. So I got one grumpy mod, Sarah P, and then I got one mod going, oh, it's only a game. That's what losers say, Josie. That's what losers say. It's only a game, wasn't Super Bowl. Hi, Sarah P, Flea Pip, Free Zachary Anderson. Hello, Emma. Hello, So I know that you guys probably want to know what's going on. I was watching football over the weekend. I forgot which team you support. I'm a Niners fan too. Are you a Niners fan? Are you? Jesus, I haven't got a team. I haven't got Colts if you ask me, but I don't really got. Obviously, I root for the Niners now because of Josie and Sarah P. But that's about it. And you now, Jonathan. Hope all goes well. Okay, I'm back. Not as interested in what Vices is covering as I expected. um, hey, Chris. Will this try to be televised? Yes, Julie. It's been televised. Stay here. It's been televised. So that's a good question. So what's happening, right? Is um, the jury has been sat. There's 9 men, 7 women. So I believe it's 12 jurors, 4 alternates, but they haven't decided who the alternates are yet. So there's 16 of them, but they don't know who's alternates, which is quite normal. Do you know what I mean? So at 9 o'clock Central, which is 10 o'clock Eastern, which is 3 o'clock UK, 4 o'clock European, and if we want to go down our 7 o'clock Pacific, there's a hearing being held in the trial. Now, I don't actually know what the hearing is about. I've just been told about it. So we should be going live to the hearing in 40 minutes. But open statements is starting or scheduled to start at 12 o'clock Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock UK time, 7 o'clock European. And again, I forget them all the time, 10 o'clock Pacific. So yeah, so we do have a hearing, and I believe it has been televised. I got a couple of links, but we'll see. So it's definitely happening. It's happening, guys. We got it. Yeah, baby, we got it. Hey, Chris. Hi, Emma. Julie just wants to hear you. Oh, Jesus, wants you to hear you pronounce Waukesha, Waukesha, Waukesha. You did tell me that. Waukesha, Waukesha. We'll go with Waukesha. Waukesha. So, cock-a-doodle-doo. Morning, morning, Terry. Morning, Terry. Sylvia, these doctors lied to me about the safety of aspects of the coof shot. Oh, no. Jonathan, morning. I did say morning to you, Shauna. Morning to you. Um, I do not trust them at all. Hi, Shauna. Hi, Christine. I did say hi to you earlier on. Um, Wa Waukesha. Close, Julie says. Walk ashore. Walk ashore. Oh, I got it. Walk ashore. What did Jonathan say? Waukesha. Walk ashore. Hey to the pit. Walk ashore. Here we go, Julie. I got it. I got it, Julie. Let's go. Waukesha too. No, I don't. I've got to forget it, so you don't have to correct me all the time. Way better, lol. Yeah, just correct me when I mispronounce stuff. When I was going through the docket and stuff, I was mispronouncing. Well, her name, Kurkowski, Kurkowski. Jesus, Jessy. We'll just call her Jessy, or defendant. Jonathan, I want to hear. I won't ever go to the doctor again. Not never had a poison test shot. No. What time does it start? The trial. So, Christy, the open statements start at 12 o'clock Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, but there is a hearing beforehand. So, we're doing the hearing beforehand. I believe it's been televised, but I don't know what the hearing is for. So, I've not been told that. I have got a little bit of a source, but so I will be ahead of pretty much every other streamer of what's going on. But I've not asked what the hearing's about. It was a bit of a rush job. Once I knew that there was a jury sat, I was like, crap, let's go. So hopefully this is going to be fine. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Um, so yeah, looking at that. Kaszewski, Kaszewski. Katie, I think you just need to be sat next to me going through all these things. Do you know what I mean? Walk ashore, Kaszewski, walk ashore, Kaszewski, Kaszewski, trial in Waukesha. That's a that's a mouthful. That's a mouthful. Lol, I'm about to ask them if they research through the FDA for university hospitals would explain why they is such crap. Oof. No idea, Christine. No idea. We don't we are our own people, Christine. So we do our thing. You got it. Yeah, baby, I got it. Let's go, people. Right. Why have I got more viewers than I have likes, guys? What's going on? Can we get some more likes here? Is that our language lesson for today? I know, I know, I know. Sorry. Good. Let's do it, Shauna. Happy days. Happy days. Happy days are here again. Now I know some people are gonna leave, but that's fine. Um, Horsepower's under the bonnet. Hey, I loved your bagel. It's probably squidgy, Jonathan, but I liked it. Last time I was sick, it was for one day, 1999. I don't have a doctor of my own. Meds is weed. Jeez. Well done, Sylvia. I love it. Right, I need to get this prepped here now. Right, is anybody in Rumble? The three watching. Say hello. Hello, Rumble people. If you're in Rumble, just remember I cannot chat to you. Rumble. Please like, follow. So put that message in there. Yeah, it's trying to multitask is hard, so I can't do two things at once. But we've got some people in Rumble as well watching, so thank you, people Rumble. Wow, we drastically have just lost pretty much all my viewers. What's going on? Why is everyone gone? I don't get it. How did that happen? How did you just drop all your viewers? I don't get it. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Um, the last time, yeah, you've done that. So, well, why do people in the UK call a car hood a bonnet? Irish ladies wear bonnets. What? Yeah, a car bonnet, yeah. What do you call it then? Hood. A hood is a hood, man. A hood is what you wear when you got a coat on, or put your hood on. So you put your hood on. So it's the same thing. Amish ladies wear bonnets. Never heard of that. But now you said it, I can. But yeah, hood, your hoodie. Put your hood of your hoodie on. Put your hood of your coat on. Are we gonna go down this weird route today or route today? And the boot is a trunk for, yeah, no, I know. Boot. Put it in the boot. The bonnet and the boot. Do you need any stream hours viewership? Nah, I'm only doing it there to the pip just because. Do you know what I mean? If I ever get if I ever get eated on YouTube, I got like 53 followers there, so it's not really my priority in terms of that. I just, I've had it from the start, and I do stream some. I try and stream both. Do you know what I mean? But this is probably my priority because you to get 1,000 viewers on Rumble, you get 1 cent or something ridiculous. Where here you get $1 or something for 1,000 viewers. So here's better. Get to the root of it, lol. Carbonate, Sonic, sweet. They say in the UK, Sonic sweet. All right, that's enough. So this AM. Try to get blood draws and schedule an MRI. Well, get it done. Get it done, Jonathan. We all got you in our thoughts. Got to be alert for a bit. No worries, Sean. It's all good. It's all good. I'll try and listen while I'm waiting on. Yeah, it's all good, Jonathan. I just get it all done so we can get you back in chat. It's in chat they want you because I'll say yesterday, guys, the chat was fantastic by you guys. So thank you for that. I think we gained a lot of new subscribers yesterday. I think we gained about 25 to 30 new subscribers. So and most of that is down to you guys. So thank you. And if you are a new viewer or a new subscriber or something, please chat. Everyone's lovely here, so please chat. And I love the fact that new people actually chatted yesterday. So it's good. Happy days. Hey, Wendy. Wendy, good morning. I'm listening. Yeah, I've not seen Wendy for ages. Talk about ages. Hang on, Sylvia. In Canada, we would think you were talking about clothing, bonnets, and boat. Oh, Jesus, Sylvia. Need to give you lessons. Talking about someone else that I haven't seen for a while. Sam. Oh, hello. How are you, Sam? Good morning to you. Not seen Sam for ages. I messaged you, Sam, on YouTube the other day because if I don't see people for ages, I'm like, oh, are they all right? You know. Um, but yeah, thanks for popping in, Sam. It's nice to see you. Katie, hi, Wendy H. Katie, my love. I learned from David Beckham. documentary, the soccer field is called a pitch. Yeah, football pitch. Football pitch. There's so many things I could teach you probably about proper English, guys. Do you know what I mean? So, hi Dylan, so good to see you. Well, it's good to see you as well, Sam. It's always lovely to see you in chat. I hope all is well with you. I'll say we missed you. We've got a lot more people in chat that's new and stuff. But it's always nice to see people come back. So I appreciate the fact that you come in. And Wendy H, I've not seen Wendy H for ages till yesterday, and she came back in as well. So it's good. Excellent job. Love to hear about new members. Yes. Well, hey guys, if you want to be a member, that's different. You know, um, please become either a Blue Wench or a Taco Club member. You can do that by pressing the join button. You get access to Discord and Jonathan's disgusting food. Um, and also you get some private video, not private videos, that sounds dodgy. Members only videos as well. So press that join button if you fancy it. Or if you've got one already, if you fancy gifting a membership, that's okay as well. Josie definitely didn't. Yeah, it's a football pitch. I say with rugby pitch. What H? Did you get my email from Christine? Dylan, how do you pronounce vehicle? Vehicle. 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 You say something like vehicle. Vehicle. It's vehicle. Not yet, Christine. I checked late this morning. Sam I am. Love that name. It is a great name, isn't it? Sam I am. I've messaged Unicorn, but haven't heard back. It's probably your internet. To be fair, I messaged her back and she didn't come back to me either, so it's all good. Took on board. I gave you my email and my cell number, but the number you gave me it did not work. Soccer field. No, guys. No. Oh, you and your soccer. Same here, Sylvia. Did you watch rugby last? Oh man, Tuddy Pip, I did. I did. For those that don't know, Wales were playing quarterfinals against Argentina. We got not good. Not good. We were not good at all. Um, let me put a banner on here because just to explain what's going on. Jurors have been selected. Jurors have been selected. Been selected. Hearing schedules for 10 a.m. Eastern. Opening statements scheduled for 1 p.m. Eastern for the or in the jungle, the mighty jungle. Don't sing. You people will leave. Don't sing. Right, I'll just call this here. So jurors have been selected. Hearing scheduled 10 a.m. Eastern. Open statement scheduled for 1 p.m. Eastern in the Jessy. Oh no, where's it gone, Katie? Kurczewski eye drops murder trial. So there we are. People that are new here, we will be starting. Katie, hi Wendy H from Josie. I was gutted for England. Well, I mean, I didn't watch the England game to be fair. It's only the Wales game I watched. I didn't watch the England one. I wasn't interested in the World Cup at all until, you know, so I didn't even, I know it was close, but I didn't even know much about it. They did a rugby playing college so hot. The legs on those guys, yeah, I know. Not that I know that. I used to have good legs as well. They're gone now. They're gone. One point at the very last minute, and they were playing. Yeah. Hi to the Pip. Free Zachary Anderson. I started to pick on you today, Jonathan, but I'll wait. You can wait till he's booked his MRI scan, and then we can pick on him. Right. I'm gonna say, let me entertain you. So let me find the streams. Bum, 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 bum. Right, okay. Shall we watch this? As we're waiting, might as well watch some stuff. Um, oh, wrong one. Right, this one. Stop it. This is Core TV from yesterday. We'll just watch it for a second whilst we're waiting. Um, eye drops, because sadly can't trust it. So close to you. Yeah, I know it is. It's depressing when you think about it like that. Eye drops. Here we go. Share. Right, this is from yesterday.
Happening up in Wisconsin, just north of Adam there in the great state of Illinois, and it is the eye drop murder trial. And
It's Jonathan in watching on my wife's phone. Well, these are public info anyway, so might as well dox my last name. Jonathan Clark. Happy days. Welcome, Jonathan / Sherry.
and this is another interesting one. Jessy Kurczewski, accused of killing her friend Lynn Hernan by giving her a fatal dose of eye drops. Investigators say that Kurczewski then staged the scene to look like a suicide, but the deceit did not stop there. It's kind of another one of these complicated alleged murder stories. So let's turn to our Matt Johnson to bring us up to date.
Jessy Kurczewski is facing murder and theft charges that could send her to prison for the rest of her life.
The state believes this defendant has evidenced her capacity to take advantage of at-risk individuals and poses a risk to the public, both through her financial victimization and ultimately violent behavior toward victim A in this case.
Kurczewski called 911 in October 2018 to report her friend was unconscious and not breathing. According to a court document, first responders arrived to the scene to find Lynn Hernan in a recliner in the living room and a large amount of crushed medication on her chest and a plate directly to the left of her with a large amount of what appeared to be crushed up medication still on the plate. First responders initially suspected Hernan died of a drug overdose. Kurczewski allegedly told police that Hernan was suffering from health issues and was suicidal. But when her friend died, Kurczewski became sole heir to her estate, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Just 8 days after Hernan's death, Kurczewski advertised a rummage sale on her Facebook page, offering up all of Hernan's personal belongings, including furniture, clothes. Even her one-bedroom condo was for sale at a big discount. Kurczewski's behavior raised some red flags with Hernan's relatives, who, according to police, did their own checking and discovered...
Right, first of all, not ignoring you, Erin. Where have you messaged? I've not seen any of your messages. I've not seen any of your messages. So, hello, Erin. I'm not ignoring you. I've not seen your messages. But hello. Hi, Katie. Good morning, Jennifer. Good morning. Welcome back. Do people think they can actually get away with I know. Meds, I was snorting morning classes. Jesus.
She allegedly had a history of forgery and fraud. But it was the medical examiner who performed Hernan's autopsy who raised police suspicions about her death. Toxicology results indicated something potentially sinister.
Tetrahydrozine, which is the active ingredient in most of the leading eye drops that are out there, is very lethal.
The pathologist ruled that Hernan died from a fatal dose of tetrahydrozoline. The ME concluded that the amount found in her blood was impossible to achieve by simply using it in the eyes, and ruled her death a homicide.
It is a horrible, languishing way to die.
When police confronted Kurczewski about Hernan's poisoning death, she allegedly made several conflicting statements before finally telling detectives that Hernan bought Visine in bulk and wanted her to put it in her water bottle. Prosecutors allege Kurczewski murdered Hernan to take over her assets so that she could pay off gambling debts that she racked up in area casinos. Kurczewski maintains her innocence and on her Facebook page denied any wrongdoing. She states in part this: "You cannot take suicide and turn it into a homicide, nor can you say money that was
Hi, Nancy. Hi, Nancy. Wisconsin, Nancy. Let's go.
given was then taken." It has been 1,278 days since she passed. When will they get it right? This is not a game. This is my life.
All right, this case, again, starting up this week as well with jury selection. Judge Jennifer Duro is the presiding judge in this case. We remember her from the Gerald Brooks case. Adam Syed is still with us. And Adam, this is a story that we're going to hear likely in the openings, and it is an old one, but it sure does ring true with jurors. If you follow this case through, it always comes back to the money, and that is motive, and it's in motives for so many cases. Is that what you're expecting the prosecution to really latch on to here?
Well, I think that motive is going to be there, and there's a circumstantial evidence component of things.
I see this one, but your last one was the first one I saw, and now this one. I haven't seen anything apart from that. Sorry. No lie either.
Defendant is in a situation where she inherited the bulk of the estate. It's a very strange death, and allegedly the defendant also potentially knew about suicidal intent. So the defendant knew about suicidal intent, was going to inherit all the money, and then didn't say anything about it. That is, I think that's a lot of circumstantial evidence, and I think that I do expect them to talk about motive. I also expect them to talk about how unusual it would be for a suicide victim to take their own life by way of this torturous death of consuming 6 bottles of Visine. Now, that sounds like somebody who wanted to do something clandestinely.
Yeah, absolutely. The idea that I'm going to research this, yes, it's lethal, very painful and torturous. That sounds like a great way to go. It just doesn't ring true. It'll be a fascinating case to see play out. Wonder if the defendant's going to take the stand in this one. It'll be interesting. Likely not, if you consider all the questions that would be coming her way about her gambling issues, et cetera, that are alleged by the state. But we'll see. That one in Wisconsin, the other one in Florida.
Oops. Yeah, he was doing one with Mighty Meat, I believe, wasn't he? I don't watch it though, Eric, because I don't want to spoil any of my coverage. And not by my coverage, I mean, if I know he's answered a question somewhere else, I won't ask the same question. So I'd rather ask the questions I want to ask him. If that makes sense. But after it's all done, I'll definitely watch a lot. I'll watch Dateline after it's done. I'll watch Talk with Sally. I'll watch Mighty Meat as well. Just if I watch them now, I just spoiled my experience. So, but I will watch it. They gave you a shout. Oh, that's nice of them. That's awesome. Oh, thanks for letting us know that, Erin. Honestly, I will watch it, but I'm not this second. That's all. That's amazing. Though.
Thank
Thanks, Erin.
Adam Zayed for your time and expertise. Really appreciate you having you on today. Enjoy the rest of your Monday.
This reminds me of the Korean, I think, where she poisoned a friend, coffee. Oh, I know. Yeah, I know this one. There's 3 of them, wasn't there? She poisoned it in the coffee shop. I remember that one. I do remember that one. Rosebud. Hello, welcome back, Rosebud. Rosebud, you were here yesterday. Welcome back, Rosebud. It's lovely to see you. Thanks for coming back. Really appreciate that. Hope you enjoy. The chat will get going now. Oh, good chat. Erin, I don't know what happened to your chats though. Genuinely, I'm glad Sarah P didn't see them either. So right, it does, but it's a hearing. There's a hearing for something at 9 o'clock Central. The open statements start at midday to 12 o'clock Central. So I believe we're seeing the hearing anyway, and yeah, the open statement start at midday. Because I'm getting confused on midday and Central and stuff like that. No worries. So, oh yeah, Erin's Vikings, the slow cup. Skull. No worries, Rosebud. No worries at all. Actually, let's have a look to see if I now know what this hearing is about. Let's have a look. What? Um, let's have a look here now. Then. Hang on with me for a second. Just need to go on Twitter for a second here. No, it doesn't. Still doesn't say what the hearing is about. But it doesn't matter. Stay, guys. Just stay here. You get to see everything anyway. Erin, I'm sure it did. We were screaming, but weren't screaming anything good. What if she'll change the plea? I don't think she will. I don't think she will. Oh, okay. Well, I read the state made an offer. She turned down. Okay, I didn't even know that. So thank you, Katie. Thanks you, Rosebud, as well. You're informing us of stuff. I'm learning stuff here. Learning, gurning. Let me pause that. Um, 2 seconds. Okay, that's done. All right, I dress up in purple every game and prepare for disappointments just in case. Last night was a nice surprise. Okay, so let me just get the other trial ready. That's what I'm trying to do now. So keep chatting, um, because I need to just distract myself to set this up. Share screen. I need to. Uh, no, I don't want that. Right, walk it. What? Jesus, frigging. Yeah, okay. The trial info court is adjourned at 5:22 p.m. yesterday and to reconvene at 9 o'clock on 24th. 5 jurors at report at noon. So there we are. So the hearing starts at 9 o'clock Central, and well, I imagine, you know, the opening statements will be a bit after midday then. Yeah, do you know what? I need to. Give it to me again. I need to get a pen. I've got paper. Right. What's WAUKESHA again? The pen doesn't work. Jesus. I haven't got a pen. No, do you know what I'm gonna do? Oh, I got a pen. 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 Right. WAUKESHA. Walk a shore. And what's surname? Walk a shore. WAUKESHA. Cer. Shoe. Kurczewski. WAUKESHA Kurczewski. So welcome to the Kurczewski trial, which is held in WAUKESHA. I think I nailed that. Thank you. I got it now. What? Edit that, you bitch. Wisconsin. 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 What? Wisconsin. No, hang on, Sylvia. You've done it differently to Katie. You've gone Kurczewski. And Rose gone WAUKESHA. You girls are confusing me now. Right on, Wisconsin. Wisconsin. I say Wisconsin. That's fine, isn't it? I don't know what's right now. Right, so I got Wisconsin. Wisconsin? It's well, try and get this right. So I go WAUKESHA, Kurczewski, Wisconsin. Wisconsin. So we are watching the Kurczewski trial, which is all the way over in WAUKESHA in Wisconsin. We're going to sin. ACG. I have no idea. I'm just sticking with WAUKESHA, Kurczewski, Wisconsin. Wisconsin. Let's go with that. I mean, this is pretty good for a Welshman. Do you know what I mean? Considering that English is my second language, and that you guys do not speak English. You speak bloody American English. My name is Dylan. Erin, you just made me laugh. Thank you, Erin. That's funny as hell. Oh, I love it. I gotta say, I love it. Right, let me just change this now then. If you don't laugh, you'd cry, wouldn't you? Do you know what I mean? Thank you, Rosebud. Thank you, Rosebud. You see, everyone takes abuse of me, but there's some nice people here. Presents. Brit, hang on. I need to put this on. Here we go. So this is court. Yeah, I speak Cape Bretonzi. I knew Welsh. Cachi. Yes, so Cachi is a Welsh name. You are right there in Hack. Cachi is a Welsh phrase, shall we say. Right, let me just get this right as well now then. Updates, layout. Do I need to make myself a little bit smaller, guys, in this box, or am I all right? Or do I make myself a little? I'll make myself a little bit bigger. Then I can always make myself smaller again, can't I? Can you imagine people speaking it? Do you know what I mean? I think you do so. Thank you, Rosebud. You see, Rosebud's one of my favourites already. She's nice to me. You find don't go too small. Happy days. I will go a little bit smaller once the trial starts, but you're fine. Don't go too small, and then crop it. Crop what? Crop what? What do I have to crop? Oh, they're sitting that way, right? Yeah. I gotta sit here because I gotta hide the logo, you see, Thierry. But I can make myself smaller. You know, definitely can make myself smaller. So this is this the same courtroom as Brooks was in? Too bad no sailing. I know, Katie, I know. But if there's sailing, I can't do the chats. I wonder if she changed her plea. Powering those, but no. I don't believe she has. Going from what Katie said. I'll be back later, Dillon. Dillon! Cape Breton case. That unlike Chinese, Japanese, Cape Bretonese. Cape Bretonese. Oh! Cape Bretonese. Got it. Nailed it. Rosebud, I doubt it. Loy's daughter. Hello, Loy's daughter. Welcome back. Having to watch on my phone as iPad power drains so quickly when watching live. Oh no, does it? There's nothing worse than that. Does look like it's setting it up some way as Brooks' trial. So I'm just wondering if this is the same courtroom as Brooks. So I've never watched Brooks. Oh, thank you, Jennifer. So it looks like the same one. Okay, that's interesting then. That's fine then. Because I know a week and a half ago they were fussing about the tables. They were worried what defense wanted interactive table, but it's too small. It can only fit like 2 people. But the state wanted a bigger table for like 3, 4 people, and then the interactive table would be behind them or in front of them. I I've no idea. I think this could get a bit cheap. I think the um the 2 female lawyers on both sides could get a little bit. Wow! We saw that in the selection of juries or jury questionnaire. They were, woohoo! They were going back and forward. Hey, Laura's daughter, and away from Laura's daughter. Happy days. So we're 4 minutes away. As always, we never start on time, but we're here, guys. You know, when no one else was covering this yesterday, who was you? You know, always got your back. Always got your backs. Is a bit different than Leslie and Sue and Zach. Oh, I don't know who. So I know the prosecutor here is the deputy district attorney. We went through her resume um, last week when I was doing a deep dive on this. But the other side, then the defense attorney, she's on it as well. But she's been through like 6 attorneys. I don't know what's going on. Hence for y'all. Oh, hang on. What did I click KT for? Hey, hey y'all. Hey hens. How you doing, y'all? Hope y'all doing well. I love y'all. Hope you're well, hens. Hope you're well. See you with Sue Upper. I heard the name, but I'm not sure who that is. I've heard the name though. Forget Leslie and Zach's last names. Uh, those are the prosecutors. Ah, okay, yeah. Because I've not watched DC Rosebud. That's why I'm a little bit lost. Happy days! Happy days are here again. Here again. Happy days. Fonz. Hens for y'all. Hiya. Hey, hens. I wonder if we see some of the same police officers. Oh, you have to point them out, guys, if you do. Because I don't obviously know them. So this is the prosecution table, I believe. And just saying, hello, everyone. So I don't know what we're doing. Hopefully we get a good turnout like yesterday. But if not, it doesn't matter. As long as you guys are here, then we are here. I'll be streaming straight through, no breaks. Because I'm good like that. She was my favorite prosecutor along with Grant Hubner. Grant Hubner from Milwaukee. This is a Milwaukee, that's fine, isn't it? Milwaukee. Jesus, what are they going? If Jonathan's watching now, he'd be going, oh, that's a something. Detective Casey retired. Ah, okay. That was a quick Voidaya. For yesterday. Yeah, I mean, so what happened yesterday was they got 50 in. They must have agreed on 30 straight away, and they got it down to 16. So there's 9 men, 7 women on the jury. So there's 12 jurors, 4 alternates. And yesterday, only 48 of the 50 turned up. So the judge sent the sheriff's office to go to their houses at the other two to get them up and get them to court. Wow, can you imagine that? She just said, go and arrest them and bring them in. So because 2 people didn't turn in, she sent police to go and arrest them to bring them into court. Can you imagine that? Here we go again. Dylan. Dear. What's now, dear? Dear. Oh, sorry. Fine. Sorry. Dear. Fine. Dear. Dear. It's any now. That's a big word for me. It's any enunciated. It's enunciated differently because it's spelled that way. Do you know what? I didn't know what enunciated. I've never seen that spelled like that way before. Jesus, hands, I'm learning stuff here today. Voidea. There we are. We'll just say voidea. I'm on it. I'll write it down. Voidea. So yesterday they did a voidea in the Kurczewski trial, which is all the way in Waukesha, and in Waukesha it's in Wisconsin. In Wisconsin. We like your accent. Thank you, Lois' daughter. Yes, got it. So you see, now I got. It was a very quick voidea yesterday in the Kurczewski trial, based in Waukesha in Wisconsin. If I had an accent, I would never shut up. Hey, Nisi, I did say hello to you at the start, and you must have been here. So welcome back, Nisi. I'm not sure if you were here yesterday or not. If you weren't, then welcome to the channel. If you were, then welcome back. I wonder if the male prosecutor, Mike Thurston, he's good in running for DA. Oh, okay, didn't know that. Good enough. I don't want good enough. I want perfection. We're always here for you, Dylan. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we got Merlin Temple. Hello, Merlin. Welcome to the channel. Hi there. My husband was in the jury pool. Oh, was in the jury pool for this case, but he's not requested a report, and now his jury service is over. Done. Done. I mean, I bet you're gutted though. I bet you gutted, Merlin. Because let's be honest, he'd be coming home every night and he'd be like, "Tell me the goss. What's going on?" So, oh, but that's good. That's wonderful. What? Yeah. Did he enjoy the experience then? Oh, he's not requested a sport report. Sorry, fine. So he didn't actually have to go in. But yeah, so he wasn't one of the 2 that got arrested then. Oh, she is. Oh, Latin, yeah. Oh, whoa. French. Oh, yeah. Follow here then, Merlin. I'd love
Is
your.
there more than one document?
We've got Nancy.
Yeah, print them for me, please.
Wisconsin. Everyone's trying to teach me the lingo. Wisconsin. Wisconsin. What? You live in Waukesha, Wisconsin. No, he didn't get arrested. I was surprised to hear that. Yeah, 48 turned up, and 2 of them. Well, I'm not saying they got arrested. 2 of them, the judge sent. They sent the sheriff office over to get him to bring him to court. So, oof. So I'm not saying they got arrested, but they did. Well, they did technically get arrested to be brought back into court. I like this judge. She did the Brooks trial. Yes, I've never seen it though, Chris. Yeah, we live in WAUKESHA County. Rosebud, WAUKESHA. Merlin fellow WAUKESHA here. WAUKESHA fellow WAUKESHA here. We had to speak Latin to graduate middle school. Oh no, not a WAUKESHA proper, but we lived here for 2.5 years now. Happy days. So, but welcome anyway, Merlin. We're a little bit different on this channel than most. So, you know, we're not like law and crime. We
All right, good
you
morning,
can have any opinion
everyone.
you
The
want.
court will call State of Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczewski, 21 CF 885. May I have the appearances, please?
Good morning, Judge Abby Nicolai, Randy Sitzberger, and JJ Crawford appearing on behalf of the state.
Morning, Your Honor, Donna Kukler, Pablo Galaviz is here with Ms. Kurczewski. Good morning.
All right. Do you want me to put the audio up, guys? Do I need to put the audio up? Just let me know if you want me to put the audio up.
Court set aside this morning to go through the outstanding issues. There are a number of motions
Kurczewski.
and requests that have been filed with the court. The defense had filed a number of requests last week, one of which I already dealt with. Then that was the jail attire or the attire issue we took up last week. Then there was the motion for a witness to appear by Zoom, motion for leave to amend the witness list. Motion to preclude references to suspicious transactions. There was a letter request from the state that I did not address. Following that, there was, though, a motion from the state related to precluding specific televised testimony. Then there's some documents in opposition to the defense requests. One other motion that we somewhat addressed last week as well, and the jail was here, and that was motion regarding access to discovery. So I'm not addressing that one. I'm just sort of referencing what has been filed. And then I have some defense responses to the.
She ran for it, Merlin, I believe it's Marilyn, but apparently she got outed for her son selling drugs. So that's where she lost a lot of voters, apparently.
Motion to preclude specific testimony.
I can go up if you need to, guys. Audio.
I guess late yesterday, a request from the state related to motion in limine number 12 by the defense. This had to do with prior convictions for witnesses. So thank you for catching that. Obviously, we didn't address that back in February because of the adjournment. And so that is an issue we'll have to address as well. I did not see any opposition to the request to amend the witness list. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, then that motion is granted without further argument from either party. Madam Clerk, that's document 240 that's been granted. I'll hand you that.
Do you say Merlin? Merlin. Because I thought that was kind of a silly reason for not to win it. Yes, 100% it is.
Other
100%. Merlin. Are you Merlin?
Motions, I can either have you argue them all one at the same time or one at a time, and we can go back and forth. Doesn't matter to me. Do you have a preference, Attorney Kukler? And will you be handling them?
I will.
Okay.
We could do them one at a time.
Sure. All right. Let's start with the request to preclude reference to suspicious transactions.
Lynn.
Now, I'm going to guess there might be some police reports that have this phrase in them. Is that why this motion has been brought?
Yes, there's police reports that have that phrase in it, and also possibly a ledger sheet that was prepared as an exhibit by the state that I anticipate that they're going to introduce at trial. And it's full, page after page after page of references to suspicious transactions. And it's our position that whether a transaction is suspicious or not is an ultimate decision for this jury to make, and not for the state to comment on again and again and again and again, page after page after page of talking about things being suspicious.
Don't we allow, though, for example, in an OWI trial, a police officer to say, I suspected that the driver was impaired for a variety of reasons, even in a trial, and have them testify about that and the ultimate issue being whether the driver was impaired. And by analogy here, the question for the jury is whether any of these transactions are thefts. That's the charges related to those transactions.
I think that you're right. In OWIs, that's sure the case, but we're not in an OWI trial here. And this is a situation where the state has prepared ledgers that's filled page after page after page with the biggest part of every line says suspicious transaction on it. And so it's just the quantity of references. It's one thing for an officer in an OWI to say, oh, I found something suspicious, and he moves on then to the particular observations that he makes. And the observations are, of course, the officers can talk about the observations on these transactions, but to call them one after one after one suspicious and to put up big charts with these words on it, we feel is an ultimate question of fact and improper.
Are there any, lay witnesses or maybe someone from a bank or even a family member who noticed these things?
Oh, Rosebud. I didn't see that. Thank you so much, Rosebud. Thank you. You didn't have to, but thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Really do appreciate it. Thank you. Make yourself a member next time, though. You should have made yourself a member. But thank you, Rosebud.
Requesting this, or just
yes, I can.
Really the investigators?
I can't turn the volume up. Hang on.
The state in asking the questions.
Well, the state's the one that's going to be introducing all.
So I put it up to halfway now, guys. Let me know if you need any more. The volume. I can go up another 200%. So let me know. But again, Rosebud, thank you so much. Hooch. 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 Hello, Hooch.
All of, for the most part, that anyone from a bank or a credit card about particular transactions that they're wanting to show here that are improper or illegal. So I don't really know how many of those sorts of witnesses are going to be talking about it. I really don't.
I guess that really didn't answer my question, though. I mean, it's one thing if there's a family member that says, I'm concerned about this. They go to the bank, or even a bank representative saying to law enforcement, we consider these to be concerning or suspicious or even fraud. None of those things would be the ultimate issue, because frankly, the ultimate issue is whether a theft occurred. So I just want to make sure that I understand the request.
I think there are some lay people. I think the state will be introducing a couple witnesses, that one in particular who was potentially going to inherit in the case, and relatives of that person that will talk about things being suspicious.
And you're not asking that that be curtailed. That's why I'm trying to get at. As I understand your request, it's really the investigators looking into this, and if there is a chart during the evidentiary phase.
I'm asking that everyone be precluded from saying suspicious transactions.
Then what's your recommendation, or how do they convey to the jury that they had a concern? Is it thought they were illegal. I thought it was fraud. I thought it was suspicious. I mean, from my perspective, fraud would be a lot harsher than suspicious. I mean, a lot of things can be suspicious for a variety of things that wouldn't rise to the level of being a theft. For example, you know, if any one of us has probably traveled to another state, and if you start using your debit or credit card, you're going to get that call from the fraud department of your banking institution. They're doing their due diligence, say, we're a little concerned. These are suspicious. We're concerned they're fraudulent. You say, nope, I made all of these. So, I mean, this is some common vernacular. I think that's just part of our everyday life nowadays. So how do I balance that out? And if I preclude anyone from saying suspicious, what do they say?
I think that, you know, that's a good point that the court makes. I would say that the biggest concern we have really is with this massive chart that's going to be produced and shown in court that has got line after line, and the biggest part of every line is suspicious transaction. So, you know, at a minimum that we would ask that be blacked out. They can talk about, these are the transactions we reviewed. These were ones we were concerned about. We looked into them, but the word suspicious again and again and again
Might be prejudicial.
I think it's overly prejudicial, yes.
I presume once we get to closings, if they want to use a chart and if that's what they want to label it and argue to the jury, there would be no objection to that.
That's true.
All right, what's the state's response then?
Yeah, I think you've hit it on the head, a lot of the terms that we're talking about here. I think suspicious as laid out.
Yeah, there's a lot of streamers streaming it. But if you want a best stream, you come here. How about questionable? I like that.
On our motion opposing this, it's a relatively tame version of events to describe these transactions. As we noted, we could have labeled these as criminal or fraudulent. And as you noted correctly, in our opinion, all of these transactions, it's whether they amount to theft, not whether or not they're suspicious in nature. So that I don't think that goes to the ultimate question here. Additionally, frankly, the state I'd be asking the defense what exhibit she's actually talking about that lists all these suspicious transactions that we're talking about, because we're trying to rack our brains about that and we don't have anything off the top of our head.
You don't have some type of compilation or summary exhibit or chart that you plan to use?
Not with the word suspicious transaction.
Not with suspicious transactions labeled and everything. And if we do, I think that's something going forward we can address at the time of introducing that exhibit, not a blanket statement for all these witnesses.
So obviously, I don't know all the evidence, right? Haven't heard it, haven't seen it yet. The parties are intimately familiar with it. I can envision a number of scenarios where a witness might use the word suspicious transaction. I am concerned about getting to the point where it's over and over and over again. I think when we get to that repetition, there is a concern and whether it's unfairly prejudicial. And Attorney Kukler corrected me because she said, well, I think it's unfairly prejudicial because that's the standard. I mean, all sorts of evidence can be prejudicial. We know that. It's whether there's unfair prejudice to the defendant. So just give me just a very brief offer of proof as to how many witnesses you think we're talking about, and whether there's, you know, my concern for cumulative reference to suspicious is founded at all.
Judge, just because they're mostly my witnesses, I'll give the offer of proof, even though Attorney Crawford is arguing this, if that's okay with everyone.
Sure, go ahead.
So I believe Anthony Poza will reference that he asked Ms. Kurczewski at some point for receipts related to the probate, as he's put it to me, because he felt something was off. He's never used the exact term suspicious, but as a means of explaining why he even asked for receipts, he describes it as just feeling something wasn't right or something was off. Attorney Beth Taylor, who's been doing probate work for 25 years, is going to testify that when she looked at the final account statement on that probate account, she saw it as a red flag that a 67-year-old woman would have $100,000 plus of credit card debt. She doesn't see that ever, if not very seldom in her 25-year career. And then it'll be Detective Plennis primarily going through all the financial statements, really talking about the patterns of life between Lynn Hernan and Ms. Kurczewski and how those were fairly different from one another. both geographically spending wise, as well as amount spent and things of that nature and frequency of credit card use. I don't know that he and I will ever really get into a back and forth about this is a suspicious transaction and this is a suspicious. I don't think we're going to belabor any points. I think that may come up organically in terms of why he was paying attention to these types of transactions, but I don't think it's going to be something that's belabored where he and I are just filling the court transcript up with the term suspicious transaction. But I think we should have the freedom to describe primarily through Detective Plennis. This is what he's looking for in his investigation as a detective is for suspicious things. Ms. Kurczewski was a suspect, and so we are looking for suspicious things. Alternatively, I don't know what a detective is supposed to say aside from, I was just looking at numbers and here's what I have.
Were you planning at all in your opening statement to describe these as suspicious transaction? And if so, is it a one or two time reference, or were you going to dig into that?
In my opening, I really talked mostly about how we were going to prove that these are thefts and not simply suspicious transactions, but that we are going to prove that Ms. Kurczewski stole this money from both Lynn Hernan and then later her estate. I'll say right now, just because it might come up, there's several references to the lies that we are going to prove were lies on the part of Ms. Kurczewski. That is, I would say, the bulk of my opening statement. But the word suspicious transaction is not one time in my opening PowerPoint, nor do I intend on, again, belaboring that specific quotation.
Attorney Kukler, because you brought this motion, is there a particular witness, a police report, or some other piece of evidence that this phrase, you reviewed and that's why you filed the motion? Or was it just generally your belief that this was how the state would refer to these transactions?
It was because I believe that Detective Plennis was going to introduce a chart that was in discovery that is filled with a chart that we received from the state, a ledger, a spreadsheet, I guess would be the best word for it. It's a spreadsheet, and it's filled with line after line after line of the word suspicious transaction. If the state's indicating that they don't have any such exhibit that they're planning to introduce, then problem solved. But I assumed it was going to be used.
Understood. All right. Attorney Sitzberger?
Judge, I don't believe any of our exhibits that we turned over to defense yesterday on the flash drive have anything labeled as suspicious transaction. In some of the earliest discovery, there was an Excel spreadsheet with the original detective sort of summary of the accounts very early on that may have said that, but if the defense can point to a specific exhibit number that we've turned over, I'll certainly take a look at it, but conferring with the entire team, we do not believe any of our trial exhibits label anything, quote, a suspicious transaction.
All right, thank you.
Obviously, Judge, the flash drive was turned over yesterday and our motion was filed in advance of yesterday.
Understood. Obviously, review that. I mean, it's the actual exhibits based on what's in discovery, so I understand why the defense raised this issue. But given the offer of proof from the state and the arguments, I'm going to deny the motion. I will say this. I think similar to an OWI case, Detective Plennis, if he, in his review, considers these to be, if he renders an opinion, let's say, no different than an officer in OWI case, that there was a concern, overall for theft, for suspicious transactions, I think that's fine. I will leave it to the defense if it becomes cumulative to raise an objection. That would be my concern as well. But given what I've heard from the state, that would be, I guess, fair game. It's not going to be overly or unfairly prejudicial to have even lay witnesses talk about things, that something was off, there were red flags, there was a concern. I think all of that is fair game. And if for some reason there is this chart and it materializes, or there's a change in game plan to use an Excel spreadsheet that was in discovery, then of course I'll revisit this. But given what has been stated here today and the arguments, I'll deny that request.
Sylvia, about suspicious transactions. The original document had suspicious transactions on it, but apparently the new, they've submitted new ones now. So basically, the new documents, they're saying, the prosecution is saying there's nothing down there as suspicious, but the defense think it's late in the day and it might be deemed as suspicious. So yeah, that's roughly where we're at. To the docket, like Florida. Yeah.
Do you want that document, Madam Clerk?
That'd be, yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
242.
I am missing the box for. You're missing the box fart or fort. I have no idea what you're on about.
Let's take up the
Oh, is that Brooks? I
motion
have no
related
idea.
to the witness and the request that the witness appear by Zoom. Attorney Kukler, will you be handling this one as well?
Yes, I will be. I think that it's self-explanatory, really. We're asking that one witness be allowed to testify by Zoom. I know I've read the state's objection to it. I would comment that there I understand that they object to it. However, I've had certainly many trials, and just had one 3 weeks ago where we had several physicians testify by Zoom. It went very well. We didn't have any problem. It was a courtroom similar to this with new technology where we could share screens.
Is it a civil or criminal case?
It was a criminal case in St. Croix County with Judge Waterman, and he allowed witnesses to testify by Zoom if they needed to, if they had good reasons, like their health or where they were located. He allowed it.
Did he do any type of instruction to the jury, given the technology?
He did. He did tell the jury every time one was testifying that they were to consider their testimony the same as if they were in the room, that they weren't to give it less or more weight, especially because one of the TVs was large. So they weren't to consider that to be more significant than a person that would be in the courtroom. But he did that each time.
Did any of the witnesses need to be questioned about medical records or documents? And if so, how was that addressed?
So yes, they were, everyone. And we were able to, they had the ability in that courtroom to give us the ability to share our screen. So they would release the screen to us. We could share the screen, whichever attorney was doing the questioning. And it worked fine.
We have that ability.
Okay.
I've done that before.
So this doctor has asked for that consideration. I'm making a request on her behalf.
And where would she testify from if I allow this?
She would testify from her office.
I don't see what the big deal is here.
And
Just
have
do
you
it.
been able to confirm if that's private, meaning she can close the door, no one else would have access?
I didn't confirm it, but I can make sure and instruct the witness, as we did in this last trial, that they were to be in a private room with no one else present.
She's not going to deny this.
And
We
who are
can't.
arguing this for the state?
I will, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, as noted in our response here to the defense's motion, I just think that there's too many variables here for this to go forward via Zoom. Mainly, these are a lot of medical records here that are going to be involved. Obviously, we'll be able to pull them up for her potentially, but depending on her location and situation, she could have notes that might be on the side to verify what's actually in front of her could be a problem. I would also note that I think the biggest thing for the state here is the fact that The doctor here is still seeing patients regularly. She's going into work to do this. She's going to church. She's going to the grocery store. She's doing all these things, living a relatively normal life, still wearing a mask and all that. That's no issues. The state would have no issues with that precaution being taken. But it's our position that coming in and testifying, it's not like all these people are going to be coming in here and trying to spread germs to her. There's no different than going to a crowded church or a crowded grocery store. Those are all places that have a lot of people. This is not like the doctor here has ceased going to the outside world or anything like that. So for all the reasons of the complications, I understand that technology is obviously taking a step forward and we're not living in an archaic time here in that regard. But just given the potential for a blow up or something going haywire in that regard, as well as the other issues that I've already addressed, the state would be in opposition here.
Attorney Kukler, as I understand this witness, this is someone who treated the victim at one point.
Correct.
And your direct of that witness, how long do you estimate that will take?
No more than 2 hours.
So fairly detailed in terms of the testimony you hope to elicit.
I'd say no more than 2 hours.
Okay, but what I'm getting at, this isn't just a 5 or 10 minute witness.
No.
Okay, and how long does the state believe their cross will take?
Oh, 5 hours.
Your Honor, at this point, the state can't give you a number.
You reference the medical records on cross-examination. Are these her own? I mean, the medical records this doctor was part of generating through the course of treatment?
Yes.
Or other medical records that you want to confirm maybe that she's not aware of or something like that?
No, it would be the ones that she helped generate.
So presumably she would have all of those because they're electronic, right?
Correct.
So where's the issue here, guys? I mean, just let her do it from home, from her office.
So the statute this court must consider is 807.13. And obviously the defense has made this request. There's an objection by the state. The court can allow such testimony.
No worries.
If I find there is good cause for allowing it. And I think good cause can be based on a variety of, or for a variety of reasons.
Yes.
Certainly the health of an individual is something this court needs to be mindful of. A person's compromised immunity would fall underneath that. I'm not at all concerned about the technology. This courtroom was built for these opportunities. I have done everything from having witnesses. We did motion hearings with experts in this particular case last December. I have routinely taken pleas in very serious felony matters by video. I've had victims afforded the opportunity to appear by video. And I don't think it is necessarily my place to second guess this doctor's comfort level in coming to a public building in a courtroom. While I believe that we operate very safely, I've done many, many trials through the pandemic, during, after, and we have done so safely. We take the utmost care and concern for our jurors, for our witnesses. But the fact remains, there are people who do not feel comfortable coming into a public place where there is high volume of traffic, even though this witness stand is pretty isolated. I'm not within 6 feet. They might be within 6 feet of our court reporter, and our jurors would be more than 6 feet away. And I'm obviously referencing 6 feet because that is something we did during the pandemic, and I think even that bubble, if you will, has reduced a bit over time, but she has raised a request through the defense team, Dr. Sema, that is, and although she's seeing patients, I don't have a lot of information. I don't know what other precautions that she takes. I don't know if she sees them by video or not. But I believe that the defense has sufficiently shown that there's good cause based upon the health concerns and the compromised immunity for Dr. Sema to testify by Zoom. I would ask Attorney Kukler that you forward to this court by way of email the language that Judge Waterman used in his case that you were a part of in St. Croix County. I will make available, since this will be by Zoom, each party should bring a computer that can connect to the Zoom so that if you want to share the screen, that
she is crazy.
Cross-examine based upon medical records. I will do everything in my power prior to the witness taking the stand and outside the presence of the jury, we will do just a brief colloquy. I will do a brief colloquy with her just to assure that she's in a private room. There's a door, that no one will interrupt her. We will ask her what she has in front of her, what she has access to. If there's a request that she not have access to her electronic records, then I'll take that up at that time or shortly before she testifies. And I would ask, though, that and require that she have the ability to share her screen as well, if in fact she does access something and so that the parties can see it. Now, I realize in a normal way of doing things in the courtroom, that's not on the television, right? And so there's been a request, and so we'll have to think about how we protect the privacy of those records as they relate to the victim. No one's really raised that here today. I know that I can turn off the monitors so that for the time being, only the parties would see it and the court, so that the jurors are not. Obviously, if these are records that you all plan on being part of the file in any event,
so, Sandra,
it may be as we get closer to this witness that
it's all good,
it's
though.
more appropriate. I don't know how long her records are, but it might be more appropriate to have them printed off since it's her request to testify by Zoom. Then it may also be appropriate, and I would order this, that she print off and have a printed copy and provide a copy to the state and to the defense. That way, I'm also protecting the privacy of those medical records and they're not being streamed, worldwide. I kind of, as you can tell, this is sort of stream of consciousness, but that just kind of came to me. I thought about it. I'm like, I need to be concerned about that. And so I think what I will do is what I've just outlined is require her to print off all of the records related to Lynn Hernan and to provide copies of that. Yes, do we have them?
We have them, the state has them. They provided them to us.
But there could be something we're not aware of. And so I think in preparation for her testimony, you will need to be in communication with her and confirm that those are the only records she has related to the victim. Okay. And then I guess I can dispense with the, I just want to make sure that what she's reviewing, you all have, because that's important. Again, we'll allow the share screen. That's not a problem. We'll just have to think about, I may have to make some rulings ahead of time to the media about not showing the share screen. Keep in mind, it's the jurors would still see it. And even if it's on here, they can take precautions to keep the camera on me or the attorney who's questioning or something like that. So just be thinking about that, and we'll revisit it as we get closer to her testimony. And I will give an instruction before this witness testifies. I'll trust Attorney Kukler will get me that language. I may reach out to Judge Waterman as well, and just, he may have, I'm hoping he has a Word document, and then I can share it with everyone. So I'll do that. Did he do anything else with final instructions regarding that, or just did it at the time of these witnesses?
No, I don't think
Safety.
it's the final, but if you're reaching out to him, you can.
The doctor feels that she's not safe. She'd rather be taking precautions, and she believes she can do it all through Zoom, so she doesn't need to be there. Essentially, is how I understood it.
Yes. I think only as each one testified.
Any other precautions that he took that I should consider?
No.
Just that brief.
Yeah.
I'll call it a cautionary instruction. That's what we would call it, to the jury ahead of time.
Yes.
And then, of course, already addressed how we'll deal with, we'll utilize the Zoom, we'll utilize the share screen. I'll give access to the parties during cross to do that. And then I will just have to either enter an order or modify my trial administration, or just give them a verbal order to the media who's covering that they not broadcast those records. All right,
That's fine.
Clerk, so that's 246 document number.
It's just,
Okay.
yeah, you don't have to justify everything.
Oh, I was probably looking at the states. Yeah, sorry. Any other requests from the defense?
No, nothing on motions. It was my recollection that we had decided that prior to the jury trial each day that we were going to get a few minutes with Ms. Kurczewski. So do I remember that correctly? That you were going to try to have her brought here a little early, and that
She should be here by 8:15 each day. So if you're here by 8:15, then she will be made available.
okay, great. It did, because she wasn't today.
And today we started at 9, and I know there's other things going on, and I may have thrown them off. It's frankly easier for them, I'm told, the earlier it is than later. So
Also, there's some people that don't like
was
her.
assured that they would do their very best. Obviously, things can be fluid, and sometimes there's situations in the jail that are out of all of our control that might prevent that. But I think that they will do everything that they can to get her here between 8 and 8:15.
Okay, thank you. That's perfect. Nothing else.
Okay. All right, then let's turn to the state's requests.
Just needs to be more short. Just be like,
We'll
this
be
is what's
arguing
happening.
the
Done.
request about the testimony and whether it be televised.
I will as well.
Just a note on that,
Yeah.
it was not filed under seal. And so if I don't have a request, and if
Agreed,
you all
Sarah.
don't take the steps to file it as a sealed document, there's nothing I can do. And so I know it's been reported on in the media already. So just so everyone's clear, that was not filed under seal, and it's not under seal at the moment.
I know we attempted to use the temporary seal function on our end. I don't know what happened in that regard, but understood.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Frankly, Your Honor, I think a lot of our concerns are addressed in our motion here. Ultimately, we're not trying to intervene with Ms. Kurczewski's,
Let's go,
freedom
Chris.
to have a public trial or anything like that. But our doctors here, as evidenced by our meeting with Dr. B late on Thursday last week, so after that Wednesday motion deadline, she continued to raise concerns to us essentially about the nature of this drug, the prevalence of this drug. And I know that the defense is probably going to disagree with this terminology, but essentially creating a how to kill playbook here. As noted in our motion, this drug is odorless, tasteless. There's very discrete means in which this is given. Actually, there are hospitals have issues with they don't even test for this drug. Certain labs across the country don't test for it. It's a very difficult thing to actually test for, and you have to specifically ask for it at a lot of labs. And frankly, the doctors here came to us and brought up their ethical obligation here to ensure that at least we made the request to the court that we don't amplify this testimony here. We understand that they're going to be reported on in the Journal Sentinel, you name it, whatever newspaper outlet. Anyone who wants to, they can come in court and watch and report on it live if they want to. But we don't want to give this out to the masses even more than it possibly can already. And again, we're not interfering with anyone who wants to come in here in an open courtroom and watch it personally, or follow a live blog or what have you. They could, even if they want, they could order the transcripts from the testimony of the doctors. But we just don't want to make this easily accessible that can be gone back to time and time again for somebody that might have nefarious reasons to do so. So that's the basis for our request here, Your Honor.
Have you done any type of search on the internet to see how prevalent information is outside the medical community and the concerns raised by Dr. Bidzricki and Dr. Kacinko?
I think a lot of them have to do with that there are occasional cases that are criminal cases that are now popping up with this drug, and just the.
It's fine, Merlin. I mean, most people work here as well, so sometimes the chat does get quiet. When Jonathan's back, it normally keeps it going. So don't worry if it goes quiet. It's all good. Contribute when you can. Just to reiterate, there's some people that don't like the judge. Some people love the judge. Everyone can have an opinion, guys. I don't care. So just if you love the judge, crack on. I mean, I think she's quite good. Just she talks too much. She speaks too much. That's all.
Context behind that. We don't have any, I guess, independent knowledge or, internet history about this blowing up on certain forums or anything like that.
Aren't you really asking me to limit public access to this trial?
I would disagree with that. We've done trials for hundreds of years at this point in this country with before court TV. Like I said, we're not asking the courts to deny access to anybody who wants to come in person and watch this, or journalists reporting on this. We just don't want the internet, there could be thousands of people watching this at any given moment and getting any ideas for any nefarious reasons.
But everything you've referenced thus far has already been discussed in this courtroom. We had motion hearings, Daubert hearings with these individuals who testified, perhaps not in as much detail, but this is not new information. I mean, poisoning someone by any substance, that's not new information. For God's sakes, you can go out on the internet and Google just about anything. You can learn how to make explosives. It's unfortunate. And I'm sure people follow those plans. And I'm just not so sure the information that you're seeking to protecting isn't already out there. And if you haven't done any search of the internet to even refute that, I think I have to assume that this information is well known and out there. So what says the defense?
Well, it is well known and out there. The state handed me a whole stack of papers yesterday that's new that they want to introduce through Dr. B of her research that she's done on the internet, of articles and newspaper articles, and a homicide in Aurora, Colorado, and one case after another that she's found on the internet that they handed me that they're hoping to be able to introduce. So it is well known out there, not only in their own documents that they handed to me just a day ago, but it's been on Dateline. It's on 2020. They've talked about tetrahydrozoline.
How is it any different, frankly, than the Mark Jensen case? Just a different substance that was televised fully with no restrictions.
No different.
How is it any different than that, Attorney Crawford?
Your Honor, I don't know if that the poison or what have you is necessarily different, or I frankly didn't
Yeah, they
really pay
will.
attention to the Mark Jensen trial. But I can tell you the court, just from our jury selection even yesterday, we only had, 10 hands that actually knew about this drug or had heard of this case or anything like that. So I just don't think that we need to amplify the effect that this could possibly have. And
Yeah.
I want to go back to your point earlier about the previous motion hearings. I wasn't on this case at that time, but it's my understanding that those motion hearings weren't broadcasted on court TV. So
No, they were live streamed.
right, but
Well,
who's
you can't watch them today.
Who's
They were
wa-
live streamed.
who's watching the Wisconsin court access live streams as opposed to court TV? I just think there's a completely different audience that we're addressing here.
I disagree with that because they were live streamed and anyone in the world could watch those. I utilize the court streaming service, what we call Daycast. And so there's not a link to that anymore, but that was available to everyone. I'm going to deny this request. I see no reason to limit public access the way that the state is requesting me to do so. This is a case that's been televised, that's captured media attention really from the beginning. We did have the Daubert hearing for both Dr. Bidzricki and Dr. Kasinko testified. We also had Mr. Spiller testify as well, where again, may not have been in depth because of the nature of those hearings, although they were pretty lengthy. And it may not be, what I'm trying to say is I anticipate that their testimony will be longer and more in depth. There is nothing, I guess, special about tetrahydrozoline poisoning and an allegation of it that would cause this court any concern. I appreciate that the folks in the medical profession feel they have an ethical obligation to, raise the issue. But this court has made a decision that it would be televised based upon the request that I received from Court TV. I would say almost all of the proceedings in this case have been televised, except for jury selection and frankly, the motion hearing we had last week. But most of them have been where all of these things have been discussed. Frankly, the criminal complaint has been reported on in detail. And so all of that is public. The Supreme Court rule that's cited by the state does not apply in this particular situation. The state acknowledges that. So I'm going to deny that request. Madam Clerk, that's document 247. Any other requests other than the letter that was filed regarding the prior convictions of witnesses?
The state does want to address briefly. Defense did provide us a copy of their
John.
exhibits, which we obviously appreciate.
Welcome, John.
In that there are a couple of exhibits that we just want to make sure that are addressed ahead of time.
I'm not going to do that right now. I don't have anything in front of me. I'm not on notice. I don't even know what they are and haven't pulled them out. Let's talk about those since it's not a new issue, even though the letter was filed yesterday. At least I have a question regarding the prior convictions. I know at one point, at least my recollection, that I ordered the parties to meet and confer ahead of the previously scheduled trial. I don't know if that ever happened because it ultimately was adjourned, but have the parties met and conferred regarding prior convictions for witnesses?
Jurors.
No. All right, then before I take that up, I'm going to require the parties to meet and confer. And then you can limit, maybe there's stipulations, but you can limit the issues for the court.
Ross,
I
John.
don't need another filing on that. I'll certainly work off of the October 23 letter. Does the defense know if there's any other? Well, look at this list and make sure you tell me if there's someone not on the list that you believe needs to be addressed.
Welcome to the Blue Wenches, John. You're now a Blue Wench. Let's go.
What I would say is if there's concern about defense exhibits, obviously we have a whole state's case to present first. Please meet and confer. I expect the parties to do that. Even if you can't reach an agreement, sometimes clarification
No
can
worries,
be
John.
found, agreements can be reached. But I think it's important. I'm a big proponent of due process. You all know that. If the last 2 weeks haven't shown that, then no one's paying attention. So notice to the court and to the other side of the issues that you're asking me to address outside the presence of the jury and ahead of time. We need to follow those dictates. I understand that as things come up during the trial and there's objections, that's different, but this is ahead of time. And so I want to be the most prepared that I can be. And I've often found that if you meet and confer, that helps resolve the issues. I don't think there's anything else we need to do just yet this morning, but I'll ask the parties, is there anything else from the state?
No.
From the defense?
No, thank you.
All right, well, you will have lots of time this morning to meet and confer regarding the witnesses. It's 9:53. I'm having the jury report at noon. Oh, that reminds me, I do want to make a record. We were after court, juror number 29 indicated to the civilian jury bailiffs that he was not going to come. I've already taken steps that if he is not here at 12:05, they can go find him. This is an individual based upon the jury questionnaire that indicated they might have a hardship. I asked 4 very pointed questions at the end of jury selection where no one raised their hand. I give them every opportunity to raise an issue. I don't know why that person and juror number 27 didn't as well, but I take these things very seriously. I want you all to be aware of that so you can pay attention and watch these jurors.
Jeez.
And, we'll just keep plugging along and address anything else that comes up. I'm just giving you this information. I'm not taking any steps at this time other than I'll make sure we have all 16 here when we begin. I'm going to bump up our start time to 12:30 so that we can go through the letter and the prior records of people so we can get that out of the way. So I'll be stepping off the bench. Obviously the cameras and the microphones will be off. If you all want to meet and confer and hash this out and have Ms. Kurczewski available for that, please do so. And we'll get that taken care of before we start, okay?
Could I raise an issue?
Sure.
Thank you. Are you going to say anything to jurors 27 and 29 today?
I haven't decided that yet. I am thinking about that. I may bring them in, just the 2 of them, and talk to them about how this is so important. This is their civic duty. They had every opportunity to raise that issue. They did not. I expect them to be here. And if for some reason we do not get a hold of juror number 29, I have some options available at that point. I wanted you all to have that information, and certainly I'm willing to talk to them as well. I want to kind of wait and see how it goes today. I mean, as they say, a day can make a difference, and maybe they just were, it's like their initial reaction, they're upset, but they realize, hey, this is important and I need to be here. So we'll just take a wait and see approach.
All right, thank you. And I wasn't sure whether the court swore in the jury yesterday.
Nope, I have to swear them in when they come in.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Wow.
I'm a little strategic on that. I wanted to make sure, but yeah, Teresa left me a very nice note. Have Teresa swear in jurors. So we have to do the second oath. All right. Thank you, everyone. We are in recess. We'll see you back here at 12:30.
Okay. So, ooh, that's intriguing. That's good. That's a little bit juicy. So it's two jurors, 27 and 29. It's only 29 though that said he wasn't going to turn up today. Oh, juicy. Yes, sir. So just so everyone knows, just in case you missed it, two jurors did not turn up yesterday. There were 50 scheduled to come on yesterday, and only 48 of them turned up. Two did not turn up yesterday, and the judge did the same thing. Told the sheriff's office, go and get those two and bring them here. And I presume they did come. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not sure if it's the same two people or not. I don't know. But two people did not turn up yesterday morning, and sheriff's deputies had to go and get them and bring them to court. So now, you know, it's what she just said. Juror 29 says he's not turning up today, and she then mentioned Juror 27 has an issue hardship or something. But even though she didn't say that he didn't say anything, you know. But what they'll do is, Katie alluded to here, Perry, is they're not jurors, so they'll probably put them as alternates. Do you know what I mean? Or kick them off. Yeah, they'll have a criminal record. Jesus. So welcome to Just Jurors and to Jam P, our new blue wenches. If you don't have them on, switch your gifted memberships on as well. Don't ask me how you do it, but if you know how to do it, switch them on. Because there are people kindly enough that do gift them sometimes. So don't mess with Doro. No, Rose. Took it somewhat serious. I told him I knew what the case was, and he was like, "Don't tell me." I can imagine. I imagine it'd be tough for you though. It'd be tough for you because you obviously want to watch a trial. I can't I don't know you well enough, Merlin, but I don't know if you're able to sit on your hands and be like, I won't ask you any questions. I won't ask any questions. I won't ask. Do you know what I mean? Human nature means you'd be asking him loads of questions. Um, they'll get it straight. Some people have shit come up. Yeah, they'll get it straight. They could be in jail for that, and she's just the judge to do it. They give up. Oh, she's that. She's that like that, is she? Show up at the last minute. Don't start. Yeah, I would imagine that they'd be biased. Yes, potentially. Hence, Dr. Hines, welcome, Dr. Hines. Ba 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 bam. Dr. Hines in the house. People don't know Dr. Hines. Go and subscribe to him. Ba 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 bam. Dr. Hines does a series with me every week for the Matthew Moore, which reminds me, it's not on tomorrow. It's on Saturday, guys. So come and watch Dr. Hines on Saturday. And she is the judge from the Brooks trial. Yes, it was rough. I wasn't going to tell him anything, but it was really hard not to talk. Can you imagine 5 weeks of it though, Merlin? I don't think you can keep quiet for 5 weeks. I don't think I could. I'm not sure what your husband's like, but do you know what I mean? That's hard. Dr. Hines in the house. Maybe being told off by the judge was a plan all along. Maybe. My babe, For example, if your husband was selected, would you have watched it still? Yeah, that's a good question. I'm really you don't have to go at all though. Yes, but would you? That's a good question. But Thierry, would you watched it then? Hello, Dr. Hines. Lol, man. Yo, Dr. Hines. So have they just not turned up? So they're not scheduled to turn up until 12 o'clock today. 12 o'clock Central, Perry. So we don't know yet until 12 o'clock. So they got 2 hours to turn up. Otherwise, she's sending the sheriffs to go pick him up or them up if more than one doesn't turn up. I probably would have just to know what he saw that day, but I'm decent at avoiding topics when I have to. You're more decent than me then. I'd be all over it going, right, what's happening? What are the other jurors? No, I probably won't discuss the case, but I probably want to know everything about the other jurors though. Hey, Sarah P. we have kids, so we would focus on the kids after it was all done for the day. That's fair. That's fair. Good for you, Merlin. Good for you. Yes, you're better than me anyway. Hey, Nunya. Clock's ticking. I mean, they got. I mean, I imagine it's the same person as yesterday. It has to be. You know, he didn't even turn up yesterday. But she said that she asked them all 4 questions about hardship, and they all put their hands up. So, Dr. Hine, after the case, though, oh, we would have had so many conversations. I can imagine it would have been Goss Central. Gossip Central, I can imagine. Yeah, I'm glad you like that. I probably would be the same, to be fair. I say I wouldn't, but I'd like to think that would be the same. Because it's not nice for him, do you know what I mean? But also, it's not nice for any of them to have to go home. So you're a decent human being, but most people, I can imagine, would blab, you know? So it's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us. Right. What are we doing? What are we doing? So we've got 2 hours, or 2.5 hours technically. Oh, Hannah. Hello, Hannah. Hello, Hannah. We'll check in after. No worries, dance class. See you in a bit, Hannah. See you after dance. What's going on in that? Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. It's just a no-win, isn't it? Even afterwards, you know, you don't want to know everything. Drama. Yeah, Josie, drama. We love a bit of drama, though. Can you imagine if he doesn't turn up? If the court doesn't start on time, we'll know. Drama, 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 drama. We love it though. Hang on, I can fast forward. We were a minute and 10 seconds, 11 seconds behind. Hannah. Hey, Dr. Hines. Oh, okay, that's finished. Hi, Nunya. Hey, Katie. Dr. Hines, I searched for you just now. Was go to sub. Can't find. So, Dr. Hines, there's problems with you. I can't even tag you properly in on X now. So I'll get his thingy now. I'll get his thingy for you. But he is very, very hard to tag now in anything. Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Something's come along, gonna burst that bubble. Yeah, yeah, no, no. We're in trouble. Something's come along, gonna burst that bubble. Yeah, yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, ba-da-ba. Let me find. Oh, she's done it. Sarah's done it. Look at Sarah. She's done something today. Well done, Sarah. I'm going to get some housework, cooking, washing. Absolutely, absolutely. Go and do your stuff, guys. I'm going to stay here. I'm going to stay here all the time. I'll probably play a car chase or something now, but I'm going to stay here all the time. I'm not going anywhere. Other streamers, they bugger off. I don't. I'm staying here for you guys. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, he definitely wouldn't have been the person who would report it. He would have been super happy about being on the duty. He wouldn't have been super happy yet, but he just takes that step. You got to. It's the best way, isn't it? It's the best way. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Sarah P. I got it. Yeah, baby, you got it. Yeah, I mean, no one. I don't want to be. I mean, depends. Do you want to be a juror? Depends really on the case, doesn't it? I could definitely be a juror, maybe, but you want to take it seriously, you know. I would get more annoyed about the whole process if you had to be 2, 3 days of going through a process of becoming a juror and then not being a juror. I'd be more annoyed at that. A lot of cars outside. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, it doesn't matter. We got it. Sarah P. Hello, Sarah P. from Dunya. Hope you're having a lovely day. I'll peek in a bit. No worries. And thanks again for the super chat. You're amazing, Rosebud. Thank you so much. See you in a bit. See you in a couple of hours. It will depend on the case, but I'd like to be on the jury. But also, my company gives full. Well, there we are. Happy days. Happy days. So there's no excuse for you then. Do you know what I mean? That's rare. I'll be back now. No worries, Katie. No worries. See you in a bit. Not everyone has that luxury. No. We were talking about yesterday. Jonathan was saying about how he was going to get paid like $20 a day to do it, and that was it. Well, that's not really good. Do you know what I mean, if you want people not to incentivize because you want to do it, but if you've got a family to feed and your company doesn't pay for it, what are you supposed to do? So I can understand why people wouldn't want to be there or anything. If you've got a family, you've got kids to feed and stuff like that, I get it. I get that bit. But at the same time, yeah. Hello, Nunya. Not too bad, thank you. How are you today? Doing well, Sarah P. Thank you for asking. Well done. Hope your hand's doing well as well, Nunya. Like to have a checkup on your hand now and again. Um, Still here. Oh, they've gone offline. They have gone offline, guys. Okay. Doesn't matter. It's all good. I will. Ooh. Which one was it for? Trials, I think it was. Yeah, it was. They're offline. Yeah, it's a very small bottle. Yeah, I think Jonathan said yes, it's $20, I think, all in. It was for the day. You can't really expect people to live off that, do you know what I mean? And to take it seriously as well, because if that was your, if you had no other money coming in, um, and you're on a 4 or 5 week trial, then you're not going to be able to concentrate because you'd be worried about how do I pay the bills, how do I feed my children, how do So it is actually quite bad. A short trial, just a day or two, is one thing, but these long murder trials can be hardship. Yeah, oh, absolutely. I totally agree with Thierry, actually. 1 or 2 days, yeah, just get on with it. But, can you imagine, can you imagine, the OJ trials? What was that? How many months was that? And there's other trials that have been, for months. That's not fair. Hit my knuckle last night, only cried for a minute, then I rubbed dirt on it and walked it off. Aha, rubbed it. Dirt does all the wonders in the world, doesn't it? That's a lot of credit and debit, credit and card debt. Yes, yes, it would be. I didn't, I think in the UK they get your work pays, or you get if you're self-employed you get X amount, but if you're employed, the employers pay it. Is how I believe in the UK it works. I've never been a juror, never been summoned, never been asked, which I'm surprised really that I've never been asked. Um, yeah, sequestered, so they couldn't even. I believe they were able to see their families on one day or something. The families would visit or something. But I mean, wow, that's just so much. But I don't really know too much about the trial. I just know I watched the documentaries. I know the result and stuff like that. So I can't speak too much on it. Where we going here? We're going here, there, everywhere. Right, hang on, just checking. Right, no, so it is out and about. Right, here we go. We're back. The Brooks trial seemed like an eternity. How long was it? Was it like 3 weeks or something, I think? Small businesses can't afford it either. No. Well, for this trial now, someone wrote in that he was running a small business and it would be hardship for him. So I'm not sure what happened with that. But Judge Dorov said, hey, look, let's have a chat with him and see what happens. So, hi, another CG from the year. So, for anyone that's new, welcome to the Kurczewski trial. the Jessy Kurczewski trial. It is based in WAUKESHA, which is in Wisconsin. They've done voir dire yesterday, and today we have 16 jurors, or sorry, a pool of 16 people, 12 of which will be jurors and 4 will be alternates, and I don't think they've decided yet. 9 are men, 7 are women. The presiding judge is Judge Doro from the Brooks trial. And yeah, so we're here. I'm just trying to learn the lingo of Wisconsin. I'm just trying to learn the lingo of it. And Erin Hack, DeLon. Love Erin Hack. Yeah, so it's only about another hour and 3/4, so it's all good. Right, do you want to watch something then? What do you want to watch? If you want to be my lover, you've got to get with my friend, making love forever. Say it never ends. If you want to be my lover, you have got to be. Right, I won't put the hooves thing up there because people are squeamish. I didn't understand how people are squeamish before, but I get it now. So here he is. Here he is. Good news. It doesn't feel like cancer. It feels like a torn tendon to my hip. Yay, Jonathan. Let's go, John. Oop, 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 oop. Jonathan, 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 Jonathan. Let's go, John. I gotta get a ultrasound. That's fine though. Just to double check it. Let's go, Jonathan. Whoop, 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 whoop. We missed you, man. We've been speaking about you. We're talking about stuffing turkeys. Hooch was talking about stuffing a chicken. I thought you were just the man to do that. Heinz is here. Hey, Heinz, I still can't tag you. I did tag you, but I have to write your whole name on Twitter. It won't come up at all. I don't know what's wrong with it, but I can't tag you. Well, I can because I have to put the whole thing, Dr. Heinz official in, but it won't let me tag you otherwise. Usually hard and not squishy, lol. Yes, it is. Yes, a bit like your dick. Do you know what I mean, Jonathan? So yeah, well, that's good news. That is good news. I'm chuffed to bits for you, Jonathan. Chuffed to bits for you. Nurse Sarah P as well, yeah. Let's Jonathan, great news. Dr. Himes, hey, yeah, it took a bunch of stress off me about it. Lol, Sarah P. Right. Yes, the no cancer for our man, Jonathan. Who's the man? Johnny's the man. Right. Let me. Oh, shall I just see what Judge Boyd is doing then? Is she here in court? Judge Boyd, let's have a look at her to see. Everyone, though, go away and do your stuff so you can come back this afternoon. All right, let me put this on then. I'm not sure what she's doing. She's got a morning docket. Share screen. Not really sure what's going on, but let's have a listen to see if she's got. Well, she's not on. She's not online yet, but she's got morning docket. So we'll listen to a bit to morning docket. What's on this afternoon? So this afternoon at they're coming back at 12:30 Central, which is 1:30 Eastern. And opening statements will start, I believe, at 1:00 Central, 2:00 Eastern. So I presume they will be doing opening statements today, and that's it then. Do you know what I mean? And they leave it at that. Hi, Ghost Street. Welcome, Ghost Street. So I presume that's what they're doing. So we just got a little bit of time. Basically 2 hours just to do whatever. So it's fine. I know a lot of people are gonna have to do their washing, do their housework, and come back this afternoon, which is fine. And in the meantime, we'll watch Judge Boyd, the Boyd. I was only because I sprayed a button of Roundup in my day. Oh, wow. Okay, does that? I didn't even know. Oh, 100% District Courts. Let me change the banner here then. Okay, hide that with this. Watching. Judge Boyd for a bit until opening statements from 12:30 CST, 1:30 Eastern. Oh, jeez. Okay. In the Jesus, in the Jessy, fine. Oh, Jonathan, you missed some stuff as well. Hang on, let me save this and let me put it on. I am none here. I'm just. You can leave it open if you need to go. I'm just leaving this open. I'm just leaving this go because why wouldn't I? I'm having fun. Having fun. So some people I know have gone and done their go and do housework, chores, work. Go off and do it, ladies. That's fine. But if you want to just stay around, chill out, I'm here. Um, it's all good. So Jonathan, just so you're aware as well, should the judge announced right that she'd been informed by the bailiffs that Juror 29 had told them that they weren't going to turn up today to the trial, just not going to turn up. So she's informed the sheriff department that if he or she does not turn up at 12:05 Central Time, then they can go to his house or her house and pick them up and bring them to court. So yeah, this is going to be interesting. I do imagine they turn up. I do imagine they turn up. Chicken chores, but listening in. Oh, that's fine. Chicken. Well, now you said about chicken chores. I think it was who said was it Hooch who said about chickens earlier on, and Jonathan's a big chicken guy. Just Jonathan's not a big hoof guy. He doesn't like hoof trimming. He's a scaredy cat when it comes to that. So, but apart from that, we're here for Kurczewski. I said that wrong, but I've got my sheet covered, so there we are. Nothing much I can do with that. 13 chickens, bloody hell. Do you have hens then? Do you mean, as in, do they lay eggs? Do you have anything laying eggs? Do you eat a lot of the eggs then? Do you mean, Jesus, 13. Bloody hell. Do you keep them for the eggs and stuff and the meat, or do you just as pets, like? Do you slaughter them and eat them? All hens. Yeah. I know a lot of people like keep them and then slaughter them, feed them, slaughter them, organic and stuff, innit? You can't have roosters. Oh yeah, no, it'll be shagaloof there, wouldn't it? Pets and eggs, fine, okay. No, I've got some friends that they treat them well. Just when they come a little bit late during their life, they slaughter them. So, but eggs, yeah, okay, good business there. It was nice. It's good though to think that you're doing that. I should do like a veg patch and stuff, grow veg and stuff like that. But it's just so much work, and with no gains basically, depending on the weather and stuff. Well, just Boyd's let me down a little bit here. Judge Boyd is letting me down. Right, you know what? Let's watch. Hey, Jonathan, switch off. I'm gonna watch a bit of Hoof GP because I love this guy. Let me get it. Let me entertain you. Let me entertain you. Bam bam bam. Bow 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 bow. Right. Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. You're doing the right way then. Do you know what I mean? You're doing everything the right way, which is good to hear. Just boys, no, I don't want that. Well, if anyone's squeamish, you might have to switch away. Presents, share screen. I love this because it's like quite therapeutic.
The Hoof GP YouTube channel, and in this video we're pulling all sorts of things out of cows' feet, and at the end I'm going to show you the biggest stone I've ever pulled out of a cow's foot. This is the Hoof GP. If you haven't already subscribed, think about doing it right now. So first up, let's start softly. This is a cow who lives outside, and as you can see, when she came in, she was lame, and she had a huge tooth sticking into that outside claw. The tooth itself was fairly easy to remove. After a little wiggle and a bit of force, it popped right out.
Oh.
These teeth are really sharp on the underside, and it had created a small puncture, so we let the cow go and hope, she's still really lame. Yep, so we got her straight back in the crush and realised that this tooth had done a whole lot more damage than we first thought. So we bonded on a block, dressed her in iodine and let her go again. And just look how much better she walked the second time. This foot was filmed about 2 years ago, and she had had a stone in her foot so long that the concrete had worn the stone completely flat. This little sucker took a bit of moving. And out it pops, just like that. Happy chappy. This cow's foot was also filmed about 2 years ago, and as you can see, she has a screw head sticking out the inside claw. Now, when we get a cow's foot in like this, we have no idea the length of that screw, so it's always a surprise, good or bad, to find out how far into the cow's foot these things are actually sticking.
That is well stuck in there.
Luckily for this cow, it was only the head and the top half-inch of the screw sticking into her foot. But we still needed to make sure that she hadn't had any lasting problems because of that foreign object sticking into her foot. And as you can see, a few swipes of the grinder later, she was good to go.
No, it's not that common.
This cow was a seriously interesting one. As you can see, she has something that you wouldn't normally expect to find in a cow's foot. That's right, it's a nut, a huge nut sticking in the heel of this cow's foot. And unfortunately for this little Jersey, this had caused some damage to the corium. So we trimmed away the loose, detached horn, applied a block, and let her go. Now here was one that was really disappointing. This is a huge Angus bull, and we've been treating him continuously for about 2 months.
You've got to remember, Jonathan, that anything on the floor, and they step on it, it can cause damage. Do you mean? So that's why you can be so careful. The guy just made the cow busted that.
When finally we thought we'd got there, only to have him come in really lame. I wondered what I'd done wrong until I found this. There's some kind of metal spike stuck right into the sole of his foot, and it's proving really difficult to remove. Just look at that. Almost an inch of metal stuck right into the bottom of his foot. Again, we needed to make sure that there was no lasting damage, and luckily, there wasn't. Now this one was one of the biggest surprises we've ever had on the channel. At first, I thought she had some sort of ulcer with some gravel stuck in the hole. How wrong was I?
Right up in there. So the first thing we need to do is get it out. Is it a tooth? So I'm maybe not certain if it's a stone or a tooth, but one thing's for certain, it is well stuck in there.
Ooh.
I've never seen anything stuck in a cow's foot quite like this. The depth of it is staggering. It must have been in there for ages.
Try again. Try closing these in. Round about it. Oh!
And that, my friends, is the biggest cow's tooth I've ever found in a cow's foot.
Cow's tooth.
And hopefully, I'll never find one as big again. Unfortunately for this cow, that wasn't the end of her problems. As you can see, the problems ran deep. But she's well on the way to recovery now. This video is almost 2 years old now, and it was the biggest stone I had ever found in a cow's foot. Actually, we just trimmed this cow 3 weeks before, and she'd gone much better. But the farmer noticed she was lame. It wasn't hard to figure out the cause of that lameness. This one took some shifting.
That's going to be hard to get out.
We think this stone was stuck in the cow's foot for around a week because 2 weeks after we'd visited her, she went really lame all of a sudden. Can you imagine the relief removing that must have had on this little Jersey?
Well, it's safe to say that is one of the biggest stones I've ever seen in a cow's foot.
Next up, this big bull at my home farm, the one that I grew up on. He had some great feet and actually wasn't all that lame. So it came to my surprise when I found this wedged right up between his 2 feet. Can you see it? That's right, much like the last little Jersey, he has a huge stone stuck up in between his feet. But luckily for him, it didn't cause too much of a problem. Having said that, I'm glad we removed it.
That is pain relief.
Onwards and inwards. I said earlier on, we never knew how far these nails or screws sometimes stick into cows' feet. And this is the most extreme thing I've ever removed from a cow's hoof. Just imagine this stuck in your foot. I have to work carefully. I don't want to cause any more damage, but I need to remove this huge screw.
Oh, nice.
Look at the length of that. It must be almost 5 inches long.
Oh, moo.
Just imagine if you held it up beside her hoof, how far into her foot that was actually sticking. It absolutely stank, and it was covered in pus. And that brings us to our final cow, and the largest stone I've ever pulled out of any animal's foot.
Ouch.
This cow's in for a routine trim.
Sorry,
and I've no
Chris.
doubt in my mind that she's probably picked this stone up this morning. And to be honest, it probably would have come out quite easily by itself. Look at the size of that. That's a new record on the Hoof GP. Mental. She still needs a quick trim though, so we'll do that. Look what I just found in this cow's foot. Is that the biggest one you've ever found? Or we've ever found?
Seen bigger. Did
you not got a bigger one in the Jersey? No, I think that's bigger. Anyway, on with the show. There we are. Her foot looks all beautiful again and no damage whatsoever. Like I said, I'm almost certain that would have come out by itself. But if I'd said another day, pretty sure she'll be thankful that it's out right now. On with the video though.
But actually, that's the end of this video. Guys, thanks for watching as always. Comment below on...
Hello and welcome to the Hoof GP YouTube channel. In this video, I'm going to be showing how you should deal with a cow who has a hoof like this, what you really shouldn't be doing, and I'm going to be explaining what the results you should expect to see are.
Oh yeah, Dennis, welcome back to the Blue Wenches club as well. You got gifted one yesterday by my good self, actually, as it comes. I think I gifted you 2 now. Jesus, Dan. I need to stop giving you. People start going to start speaking about you, talking about you and me. Land in the States, a ton of areas has went 10,000 prices more. Jesus.
When I see you dance and the moment comes when I fall and time goes slow, I fall into you.
If you're watching this on replay, jump 2 hours.
So this cow came into the crush extremely lame. I picked her foot up, began trimming, realised there was a major problem, and applied a block to get that glue setting as much as possible. All of that is loose horn, and I decided that this would actually be a really good case to show you guys. So you can
good,
improve
Dan. It's all good.
With this very first swipe of the knife, you can actually see why it is that I applied that block. I removed one big massive piece of overburdening horn that was putting excess pressure on there and doing no use whatsoever because it wasn't attached. All it served to do was trap debris, dirt and slurry underneath it, making the problem even worse. As I progress through this trim, you'll notice that I'm just picking away at all of the loose, cracked and raggedy horn, and that's to ensure that when the new horn goes in, it goes in perfectly well and doesn't continue to crack.
She's in Kentucky, Dennis. Kentucky Fried Chicken, Pizza Hut, McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken. And she likes the 3-way. No, they don't, Jonathan. You'll be all better now.
This type of problem is actually described as a complicated soul ulcer. And it's not complicated because it knows long division mathematics. It's complicated because it's a soul ulcer in the traditional sense, but it's been compromised by digital dermatitis, making it far more complicated to actually heal. As you can see, she's started to bleed there. It's because there's exposed flesh underneath that horn that I removed. I didn't cut into it, but I did touch it with my knife, and that has caused it to bleed. Now I'm applying pressure in order to bruise that lesion, which will allow the blood to clot and stop the bleeding. This is the part of the corium which is being affected or complicated by the digital dermatitis. That's why it's kind of granular, open and raw. And here is the actual ulcer itself. So that little protruding part of flesh is the ulcer itself. And it is really, really tempting for people just to snip that off with a knife. But that's one of the worst things you could actually do. We can heal this up without cutting any of that proud flesh away. And actually, that's the job of a vet, not a hoof trimmer.
Yeah. Try to get some embryonic tape. Craig, everybody keeps asking where we get the paste. What's it called and where's it from?
It's from Embryonics and it's called Hoof Fix. We call it Embryonics Magical Paste though.
I don't think they call it magical paste, but we definitely do. You can buy it at embryonixlimited.co.uk. Embryonics don't pay me money to say that to you, by the way. But it's fantastic. It really is good. So if that's what you want it, to save me replying to the millions of comments I get about it, go and check embryonixlimited.co.uk out.
I have no doubt whatsoever that this cow will make a complete, full recovery. It's just going to take a little bit of time and dedication, but she is well on the road to recovery just from this initial trim. And my plan is to follow this cow over the next few weeks.
So you're going to wrap this really, really tight then, Craig?
No, nice and loose.
Why is it you're just doing it loose and not really, really tight?
Because it cuts off the blood circulation in the cow's foot. So,
Why would that matter?
You want your blood to flow. You can imagine what it's like with your blood stopped.
Yeah.
Like a bandage wrapped that tight around your hand. Your hand's going to go blue and numb.
And what's the job of the bandage, Craig?
Just to hold the patient on.
And what's it not to do?
It's not to keep it clean.
It's going to get dirty. It won't keep it clean.
So from me and Betty, or Cow 157 as she used to be known, it's a goodbye, and I thank you very much for watching. I can't wait to see this cow's progress, and I hope you'll join in watching how she goes too. Cheers, guys.
I didn't know that, Hans. That's weird, isn't it? Let's get a bit of a longer one.
This is the Hoof GP, and we've just dealt with a cow that ended up far more difficult than we ever thought could have been possible when you're just trimming some cow's feet. In this video, we deal with these hugely overgrown feet. She has an abscess on her back right foot, but all of that comes after trying to free her head from these bars. This is the Hoof GP. So this cow has got some seriously bad feet. She's in the top pen and she's done something bloody stupid, for want of a better word. Yep, she's got her head stuck. We're not trying to get her out straight away because she needs to calm down and it takes time anyway. And actually, she's totally fine. She's just got her head stuck between two bars. There's a little gap where something's been installed, and it's just enough space for her to reach her head over and then slide her head down and get her head stuck.
This should be fairly obvious to everyone watching, but really all she needs to do is relax and lift her head up high enough so that it reaches beyond those bars, and she will be completely free without any hassle. Although that is much more easily said than done.
Moo.
Thomas, you're all right. She's pulling back, and that's making it much worse.
Before switching the camera on, she had already been standing like this for 10 or so minutes, so there's little chance, if any, that she'll pull her head out by herself. We can't just leave her here and hope that she does in the next hour or two, because if something goes wrong, she could very easily choke herself or even break a leg.
Right, lift her tail straight up in the air, Craig. Totally straight up. No, don't pull it. No, stand behind her. That's the straight as possible. Like here, and then push forward.
The rope Kevin's attaching around her head is known as a halter, and it's for situations just like this, or for leading cows around a ring. But her head is just too stuck. As she's getting more and more wound up, the situation is just becoming even worse. So we're going to need to try something a bit more radical. Kevin is a way for a loadall, basically a telehandler that we'll be able to put in underneath the body of the cow and lift her up out of these bars to be clear and free. But I'm going to try everything I can before we need to use that.
That's it. Yeah, good girl. Good girl. Good girl. She's pulling right back, and her ears are completely wedged. So weirdly, we need her to relax, but at the same time, we need to force her head up out of here.
Things like this can go from a situation which doesn't seem all that dangerous right now to something that can escalate and elevate very quickly, which is why I may seem a little panicked.
1, 2, 3, go. Oh, girl.
All she needs to do is lean forward and slide her head up out of those bars. Maybe one final push from me and a lever from Craig at the front will do it. Or maybe not. There's nothing else for it. As delicately but as quickly as possible, we're going to do what we can to free her. Finally, she's free, and she walks away as if nothing has happened.
Farming can look rough sometimes, can't it? It's just a pure panic to try and get these cows out of situations that they get themselves into sometimes. We'll leave her to calm down before we trim her.
Yes, Keaton.
None of that was
Keaton.
dramatised for the camera. If a cow breaks a leg in a situation like that, it often and usually is the end of their lives, unfortunately. And now that she's free and walking around, we can all see why she's desperately in need of a bit of attention. Those back feet are extremely overgrown, so much so that it's affecting the way she walks.
So Kevin obviously went and told the farmer about the cow getting stuck and explained which cow it was, and the farmer, this kind of makes more sense now, the farmer told him that he's been trying for months to catch this cow to be able to trim her feet, which is why they're so overgrown. She had a problem a few months ago, and he has tried and tried and tried to catch her with the auto shed gate, and she's been missing it every time. So she's an escape artist.
That makes sense.
Night starts falling. Let my fingers walk over your head. We got nothing to be scared of. I'd rather be with you than by myself.
Sorry, this has just popped in my head. Look, obviously she had her head stuck there and she's just walked into the crush and these have closed round about her. She must be thinking, it's not again. Seriously? Again? Don't worry, love. This is easier. Here's the reason she's in. Just look how flat-footed she is. This is laminitis. When we pick this up, all of this is going to be stretched out. I'm not sure how much we can do about it, but we can definitely fix this angle. Her foot is sitting like this, when it should be sitting like this. It's exactly as I thought. She's got laminitis or coriatis or whatever you want to call it these days. I'm being like that because they keep changing the name of it for some reason. She's had inflammation of the lamina corium. That is the part that holds the inside of the foot to the hoof capsule itself. You see, the hoof capsule is like this. It's kind of like a cup sitting on top of what would be our foot. So the cup or the hoof capsule is your shoe. The foot is your foot inside the shoe, if that makes sense. And the part that connects her foot to her shoe has become inflamed and it's completely blown the whole thing apart and stretched out, which is why her feet have ended up like this. If you look carefully here, you can see lots of little lines. Those lines are the lamina folds. They're like lots of little fingers that interconnecting, like Craig just did in the background.
It's a bit like this.
One hand is the foot, the other hand is the hoof capsule and the interconnect, and that is what has become inflamed here. We can do something about it, but we can't completely rectify it. We definitely won't if we just keep talking. So my hand is a good measure. My hand is about 75 millimeters or about 3 inches wide from here to here. If I put my hand around the front, it should be the same length, but it's definitely not. Look at what needs to come off. Everything below my pinky needs to be removed. So I'm going to take like a wedge from here all the way down here and remove this portion of her foot to get her hoof angle back to where it should be so that she's much more comfortable.
Cow's feet like this require a huge amount more time, patience, and grinder work.
and that is exactly what's going to happen here. If I wanted to remove more hoof horn more quickly, I could apply a greater pressure down through the grinder blade and take off much more hoof horn much faster than I am. But in reality, I'm constantly re-evaluating the hoof as I go.
If I just stop for a second, you can see the stretching of the lamina there. This yellowness has been caused by the inflammation. It's called serum coming out of the blood into the hoof as it's forming and growing. That should not be like that.
Forgetting how awkward it must be for her to walk on these overgrown feet, the inflammation of the lamina corium will in itself be uncomfortable. Imagine if the interior of your foot was swollen with every step that you take. It could be excruciating.
As you can see from all of the slowly progressive grinder work, this is slow, tedious work, but this isn't a normal hoof. I can't just wail on in or charge on in willy-nilly. I need to be careful and constantly reanalyze the foot because her foot is not normal. So I'm doing it to her requirements, not to every other cow's requirements.
That's fair. And that's a sharp blade, that is. That's super sharp.
These feet are extremely wide as well as overgrown, and that's because of the laminitis. It affects the feet in such a way that they spread out. I'm modelling out the sole here, and that is to avoid typical sole ulcers.
He
In
does.
other words, overbearing of this part of
So
the
he was
hoof.
born a farmer.
But these are
on a
not her
farm.
only problems, and I'm hoping
Yeah.
that more than a few of you have spotted what else is wrong. Come on then, in the comments right now, no cheating. Did you spot what else is seriously wrong with this cow's foot? Because I can assure you, it's causing her some real pain. Do you see it now? She has digital dermatitis in between her two claws towards the heel area, but that is something we can fix with this Repiderma pretty darn quickly.
If we come around this side again, you can see now it's the same length as my foot. No. If we come around this side, you can see now it's the same length as my hand. And if we zoom out to the old one, I'm fairly sure you can see a big difference. Or at least I hope you can. So this is the foot that's been sticking up in the air. Look at this curve. She's walking on this part of her foot and here when she should be using this part. But if we quickly flick back now, she's walking after she got her head stuck. Unstuck, unstuck. Out of those poles, you can see exactly that. Hopefully it will get her foot back up on, but to be honest, it will be a struggle.
In itself, getting her foot back to what resembles a normal hoof is a fairly straightforward task. But this cow has stretched her deep flexor tendon. If every one of you who is watching this video right now reaches down behind your kneecap, you'll feel a tendon, a bit like a piece of string right behind your knee. Cows have a very similar tendon known as the deep flexor tendon, and in this cow's case, it has been stretched, so it is no longer holding that outer or near glottis, as we look at it right now, in the correct position. It has overextended, so it's not as tight as it once was, meaning that getting this cow to walk much more comfortably, and as she should, is a real task. Although it's taking its time, we are much closer to where this cow's hoof needs to be. Just a few more swipes of the grinder,
Yes,
and
John.
I'm hoping we'll have made a real difference. From this angle, these cow's feet look far from perfect. But just try to hold on to the end of this video and we'll all see the fruits of our labour when she walks out of the crush.
You see all of this bruising caused by the overburdening of this foot all the way down here. I hope not, because that's not bruising. That is pigmentation. This is bruising. This part here is the actual bruising. This is just the color of her skin, or hoof in this case.
That's her we can all hear in the background starting to protest at being in this crush for an extended amount of time. But I'm sure in an hour or two, she will be very thankful of her time in this little green goddess of a crush.
I think that looks a bit better.
We'll just give both of her front feet a very quick once-over and make sure they're also in tip-top condition. And then it's time for the end result and for her to leave this crush and get back to the green grass of her field that she calls home.
Right, don't crucify me in the comments. Clearly not perfect, far from it in fact. But remember, her feet are not as they should be. They are not, I nearly said normal, but to her she is normal. But they're not standard feet. If we compare this foot to how it was before, I think we can all see a pretty massive difference. She's standing on those grids as well, so that's kind of making it look a bit pants.
Her back right foot is also looking much better, but we won't know the true results until we see her walking.
And unfortunately, there's not much we can do about that. She is being treated for it, but it's still got an infection, so we'll spray it with the antibiotic spray that they have on the farm here already.
Spray, dry, and reapply.
Oh, this has been a long trim.
Right, finally we get to see how she walks. And as we can all see, her foot is much more flatly on the ground, which is exactly what I was hoping for. Although admittedly, because of that abscess in her back right leg, she's clearly still uncomfortable.
This was the Hoof GP. And by the way, if you made it all the way to the end of the video, stands to reason you must have sort of kind of enjoyed it in a weird way. Yeah, make sure you subscribed if you're watching this right now.
Hey mate, I've done it. I've subscribed already. Right, let's watch something else. I think something that Jonathan's going to like this is. Jonathan will enjoy this. I think Hens is going to enjoy this as well.
Yard. I do free yard makeovers. Free? You make me want to cry. Oh my god. What's up, beautiful people? My name's Al, and welcome to my YouTube channel. On today's video, we got a wonderful one because we got to help some people out. It actually took a while to find someone to help out because I knocked on a few doors, no one answered. I drove around for a long time just looking to find someone to help out, and then at the corner of my eye, I see a yard that looked super neglected. So I did a U-turn and went right back to that yard, knocked on the door, and I'm glad I did. The reason why it was so neglected is because their old lawn guy just went MIA, missing in action. So this yard, the grass was pretty tall on one side of the yard, and there was a lot of trees and pepper trees that I decided to make over because I got some new tools. So I hope you guys enjoy this transformation. It's really an unbelievable transformation. Like, it's seriously night and day. You could barely see the house before, and I cleared everything out the way so you could see the house, and it just looks beautiful. So guys, let's hop right into the video. I wanted to throw this shirt on right here so you guys could see the merch.
No, I know you did, Jonathan. I know.
The
You
impact
said
over
last week, I think.
design in the video.
It's
I hope
great,
you guys
isn't it,
like
Josie?
it. Link to all the merch
Ooh,
is in the
trimmers.
description. YouTube made it super easy to buy. All you have to do is look just a little bit down on the screen and you'll see all my collections,
Yeah.
or the link will be in the
Yeah, I think it
description.
was
So
last
if you want
week
to
you
support
said.
the channel, support me, go ahead, buy some merch. I just
That's
want
why
to
I
let
put
you
it
guys
on.
know I love every single one of you guys. The channel's been growing like crazy. It's truly unbelievable. But I'm done talking. Let's get right into the video. I hope you guys enjoyed. Let me know in the comments down below what you think, and let's Do it, baby.
Let's do it, baby.
Hey, how's it going? Good, how are you? Good. I was wondering if you would like me to mow your yard. I do free yard makeovers.
Oh, free?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. As long as how's it going?
Good, good. Yeah, you mow their yard over there?
No, I haven't. I do YouTube videos online and I cut people's yards for free.
Really?
Yeah.
I would appreciate it, man. The last guy I had to cut.
Hey, Dave. Hi, Daddy. It's on, mate. It's on in Central Time. It's on at 12:30 Central Time, Dave. So, bit of time. So that's why we're just watching this now until it comes out. It's about an hour and a half, Dave. We've got opening statements coming on in about an hour and a half. So until then, we're just watching random stuff, basically, Dave. So welcome, Dave.
You know, kind of
I hope you've liked the video.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could appreciate it.
Yeah, okay. So can I cut it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure,
All
yeah,
right,
I
right.
appreciate it, man.
All right, yeah.
You want some water or something?
No, I'm good right now. I'm just gonna go ahead and get to. I'm gonna do it all.
All right, man. I appreciate it, man.
I'll tell you my YouTube channel after I'm
Absolutely.
done and
got a
everything.
podcast, so we can,
Oh, you do?
promote you and stuff.
No.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. We're
What-
only like 5 episodes in.
Yeah. What kind of podcast is it?
We talk about just culture.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
stuff
yeah.
From like Christian perspective.
Okay,
But it's
okay.
Sports, we hit everything.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. No
Nigel.
problem. What's your name?
Nigel.
I'm
Yeah.
Al.
All right, man.
No
Thanks
worries,
for
Dave.
Yeah,
See you in a
man.
bit.
All right.
No
All right.
problem.
Glad he's fast forwarded it because this would be. Oh, he's clearing stuff ready for his mower. No turf, mostly tree saplings, yeah. Oh, Jesus, Jonathan, I didn't know that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he does, yeah. Over 1 million subscribers. This video alone's got 17 million views. So he's alright. And he probably gets sponsored and everything. Dave. I know. Where did you take it all, though? Landfill of City, okay. Oh, it's cooling it down a bit. So far, he's doing a good job. I'm not sure I could do this job though. So you just take that away then. You know, he's like a rabbit. He's like a bunny. Hey, Aaron, just like a bunny. Oh, those taller crows. Oh, okay, I'm with you. I'm with you. I love that he just cleans up after himself. That's satisfying to watch. Thank you, Danny. Welcome, Danny. Thank you. I.e. my husband's landscaper could use a little extra training speed. Yeah. Well, he's bargaining it as well. Fair play to him. Here we go. Brum brum. Hi, Danny. Welcome. Welcome, Johnny. This seems like a lovely... It's a chilled one, yes. So we're just watching this until the opening statements begin, but welcome, Danny. Thank you for subscribing as well. Really appreciate you. Thank you so much. But yeah, a lot of people aren't here now because they're doing chores or whatever. So we're just relaxing at the minute. So, chat away. Trial starts in about half 12 Central, so 1:30 Eastern, 6:30. So about hour and 10 minutes. Hour and 10 minutes, Jan. Yeah. No, that one 10 minutes. I usually watch these on 2x speed. Oh, jeez. Yeah, he's going fast enough as it is, Chris. So I'll watch it this normal speed, but I think it's quite chilled. So, and Jonathan could tell us everything that's going on because he used to do this job. No, hey, thank you, John, for being here. Appreciate you. And I'm glad you got the membership as well. Happy days. I know. Go on, do it, John. Jonathan, do anything you want to Discord, man. Just put them all in Discord, honestly. Quite mesmerising to watching though. Sad thing is knowing that in a couple of months it's going to go back to the way it was. Subscribe. That's a good way of doing it. Subscribe, guys. If you're not subscribed here, please subscribe. Please like the video if you haven't done so. People in the house, they're just feet up like us, probably watching YouTube. Do you know what I mean? So I was just thinking it. He's just destroyed that. There's nothing left of it. No, I know, but still. Jonathan's your man, Josie. Jonathan is your man. Jonathan, do a road trip. Go to Everest Gardens for them. Make some content. No more yard work here. We should have snow. Oh, you are Minnesota. In Minnesota, you are diabolical with your snow. Unbelievable with your snow. I forget that you're from Minnesota. A lot of the time, Erin. That was spray yard with Dawn. That was alcohol and clothes one string to one. Oh wow, okay. Okay, he's going for the effects. I mean, right, you can sometimes take videos too far. That's too far. Taking a video in a bag. Just crack on, son. Crack on. Come on. I don't think I've ever seen poison ivy. I can remember anyway. left that bit untidy, though. You left some of it hanging. Not that I mind. You could still do my stuff, but. Morning glory, Jonathan. I was going to say. Scenes of sleep. Ah, that's why he shakes it. Fine. I mean, come on. They could move the car. How satisfying to look at that. Yeah. He's going to knock the fence down in a second. Vines are holding the fence up. can see the difference already. It's a lot of work, though, Jonathan. Do you know what I mean? But it's backbreaking work. Yeah, I know. No, I agree with you, Dennis. That's good, son. That's good. Reactions 55 seconds.
How's it looking?
It's beautiful. Oh my god.
Looks good?
Yes, I can see.
Hey, Marge, if you give the bill now, it's like, right, that's $850, please.
Yeah, you did beautiful.
Thank you.
Oh my god, you did it all for free?
Yep.
Bro, I love you. This is beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. You make me want to cry. It's so nice.
Yeah, well, this is what I do it for. I do it to help people.
It's not, and I really appreciate it. You were looking for somebody to do something, and you did everything.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No, don't even.
I'm just, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Like I could bring my kids out here now.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the kids.
Mm-hmm. Yep, front yard, backyard, tree, all done.
Definitely check out the backyard, but yeah, it was You see, the yard is nice and cleaned up
What's
now.
with you,
What's
Sylvia?
up?
I love
You did a
you.
great job.
How you doing? Yeah. Yeah, man. All done. All done. Just in time. I think it's about to start raining too.
Yeah, it is, man. I feel like I owe you something else.
No, no, you don't owe me nothing. You don't owe me nothing. No, no, no.
What's up, man? I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Heck yeah. I don't know, man. Keep doing the good
Yeah,
work,
man.
though,
Yeah,
We
man.
need more people like you. Inspire
Yeah.
me for real.
Yeah, hey. The main thing is just be consistent. That's the number one thing.
Yeah.
Because I was getting 15 views for a year, you know, like a long time. 15 views. One thing took off, and that's all it took. That's all it took.
That's what's up, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Man. All right, Al.
Yeah, you guys have a good one.
Yeah, man. Thank you for everything.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Yeah. All right, man.
Have a good one.
Yeah, I know. When she said, "Oh, the kids can go out and play now," I'm like, "Well, fuck, you know, get them out to play, get them out to work then." I just made myself disappear. I subscribed. This guy, I think, probably. I mean, I've just subscribed to him now. 10 years, definitely see a lot. Hi, Jonathan. Hello, Sylvia. Welcome back. All right, I'm going to put another video on if I can find one from this guy for you or something. I don't know. What do you want? We've got about 40 minutes left. I'm going to make some dinner, I am, for the next 20 minutes or so. Need to find something. Let me take a look. Let me put something on. Obviously, you don't have to stay here, but it's more of a if people do actually want to stay in chat. I'll put this bad boy on now. I'll put something on. It's about 25 minutes, half an hour. Because you know what, chat, you're simply the best. Boom, 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 wow. Better than all the rest. Boom, boom, boom. Better than anyone I ever felt. Knock on my door. Teeny, teeny, tee, tee, tee. Okay, hang on. Now I got a bloody guest here. You smoking? No, again. I've moved on to vaping because I can't afford breakers correctly. Yes, I know.
Oh, this is a little bit bigger. What's up, my twos? Welcome to another episode of Life Without Blaze, and we got a great video today because me and Chris, we're gonna do a challenge on today's video, and we're trying something that we never tried before. So we got this mystery tackle box.
Focus one. There we go.
We got this mystery tackle box, and I've never tried it before. Chris, you never tried it before?
Never.
I actually got a bunch of them. We went to Academy, and I got a bunch of them, and And I asked my wife which one should I use in today's video, and she said do the Elite. So we're gonna do the Elite today. It says there's a $60 value. I think it was $39. Supposedly it just has a lot of cool lures in it, so we will find out. But what me and Chris are gonna do is we're only gonna use what's in this box today, and we're gonna see who catches the most fish. What do you think?
Sounds like a plan to me.
Yeah. So let's get this thing open, see what's inside of it. Like, I literally have no idea. It's my first time ever.
Heck yeah.
But I got a bunch of boxes. All right, guys, let's see what we got in this box right here. We got a sweet sticker. I'm digging this sticker. Look at that sticker. That's sick. Like, I got a little buck on there and a little fish.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That's a really good hunting
That's
and
a
fishing sticker.
sick sticker. So we got that cool sticker. Looks like we got dibbles.
Dibble.
Got fishing tips in here.
I like how this box itself has like
No, I don't.
sticks, got the
Yeah, it's actually super
measurements for
sick.
everything.
Oh, wow. That's sick. We got what's inside. It tells you everything that's inside.
Got a box of lures.
Yeah, these aren't cheap lures, I don't think.
They look like they got some.
This is a pretty expensive lure. Little crankbait. That thing's sick.
Bass bite.
Got the Guggen squad.
Googans.
That's sick. Some hooks. Jig.
I haven't used a jig in I don't know how long.
No.
Some night crawlers.
Yeah, big bite baits. Pair that with the jig. Look pretty good. Pair it with the hook. Little swim bait.
I don't know what that is. Right, hang on. We'll cancel this for a second. I don't know what it means, but it might be nothing. But the court's back, but they're not actually back. If that makes sense.
Now, tweet the call with you. I will leave you with the form so you know exactly what we've written up and what you've signed. After that, if you get to your GP, I'll give you a letter that will give to your GP. For the GP practice in time to say, yes, they agree that the accurate makes that risk. Yes. Because most people don't know all the time. The problem is your GP knows that you've got. That's correct. What do you make the argument? See?
Yeah,
What are the tablets for? Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, so here's the question. If I give you the form, you ask the GP surgery to prove that you are at risk for coronary? No, but respiratory, they may also sign off proof that you are at risk. And that means that you have denied.
Okay. Well, we'll leave this on anyway, just because.
Well, look, it's on your record what you have it, when you have it, whether or not as well as relevant. Yes, but the point is, let's see what we can do.
Right. So.
We're saying, I need a copy of your countertact letter. Yeah. With that related.
Parking Beagle. Right, so. I'm just wondering what the hell's going on. So we say 2 o'clock Eastern. Hang on, I'll be back now. Right. Sorry, I have to dash for a second. I'll be back. Just got someone here for solar panels and stuff. Don't ask. So I go fill in some forms and stuff for him quickly. So I'll be back in as quickly as I can after I have dinner. So probably, hopefully 10, 15, 20 minutes. I'll leave this on just in case I'm not back. So this is live now. So they are back in 25 minutes. So if I'm not back, at least this is up with the volume. I'll just check. Yes, everything's live. So just in case I'm not back, this is still live for you guys to run through it. Entertain yourselves. It's all good. I love this. White gravy, Gilf, roast beef, beaver, taco, and a short bus. Yes. So I'm gonna try and sort that out. So I gotta go, guys. I'll be back now. Right, I'm back. I've not had a chance to do dinner yet because the bloke is still here, but right, what am I missing in chat? What am I missing in chat? Where you going? I saw that just as I went. I was just talking to this guy about solar panels. He's still here, so I can't make dinner yet. So where I live, there's about 20 houses. So literally everyone's getting solar panels or trying to at least. I don't qualify, but my parents do. So try to get them basically say, hey, we got these things, so everyone gets they got conditions that will give us free solar panels. So basically he's going around everybody and he's chewing my head in. So I'm gonna after he's gone, I'm gonna make dinner then. So I'll still be here for a little bit. I hope I didn't leave his mic on. If it's no. Working on car today again. Hi Lou. Hey Lou. No, I'm still here. It's just business, not pleasure, unfortunately. There's something on my list. I'll just move on to something else I have been putting off. Found a guy with us. Boom, 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 boom. I've just lost for this chat, guys. I don't know. Hey Merlin. We don't know yet. We don't know. We've not heard anything. So, oh, hang on. Let me just check. I'll check my source and see if they've got back to me about anything. If they've heard anything, I should say. 2 seconds. Let me just check. All right. Don't think there's anything here that I've seen. Yeah, no, not heard anything. We've not heard anything. Ah, and use the carpool. Happy days. No, yeah, so no carpool for you. They have a governor on our vehicles. So what happened? It's a long story, but yesterday, lawyer's daughter said about 2 jurors didn't turn up, so got summoned by the sheriff department, and today the judge announced that one of the jurors told one of the bailiffs last night that he wasn't going to turn up or she wasn't going to turn up today. Essentially, just say, yeah, we're not going to turn up this morning. So the judge has given the juror until 12:05 on Central Time today. If they haven't turned up, then the sheriff department will go and arrest them and bring them in. Essentially, that's what's happening. We'll have some idea. I agree. I agree, Merlin. And there's another one, juror 27, who they're also dubious about whether he'll turn up or she'll turn up. So no, the court itself is going to start back in 10 minutes. and they're going to do other stuff hearing. And I think that this opening statements will start at 1 o'clock Central, so in about 40 minutes is the aim. So 10 minutes for the next hearing and 40 minutes for the open statements. However, like Katie says, hello, welcome back, Katie. Who's betting that we'll have a delay? So, in line with what Merlin was saying, if they ain't here, if the juror or jurors aren't here, and we don't start 12:30, there's going to be a delay. Make sure counsel Thierry. I think Thierry's like an hour behind, or no, she's about quarter of an hour behind. Because when I left here, I said I got leaving everything live, so I think she's still at that part. She said, make sure court sound is on. Court sound is on. Terry, don't you worry. Katie, I'd say it's likely. But maybe the threat last night was enough for them. I don't know. I think they usually have the jurors appear these. Yes. So they would have been at 12, and I don't know. But the jury, not jury, the defense, prosecution, and the judge will be meeting, or will be meeting in a little bit to discuss something, and then we'll get started. If the jury as a whole, 16, have arrived, never mind the doctor's appointment. Well, yeah, I don't know. I think if they had a doctor's appointment, they just said, do you know what I mean? So, Katie, why would you ever expect a delay in court? Haha. I know. I was watching the doggy. Got it done backwards. Can you fast forward as well, Thierry? Rosebud, yeah, they're supposed to appear 12, and court is set to start. Yeah, well, court, not them though. The court is set to start at 12:30, with another hearing at 12:30, and then after that is when opening statements happen. Jonathan the Queen, hey Lou, you're right, you're live now. Fine, Thierry. I just thought you were behind because you were like, make sure court thing is on. I was like, yeah, it is, Thierry, it is. No hubby had. Oh well, thoughts with him. So hope he has. I hope he has the same good news that Jonathan did today. Jonathan found out today that he doesn't have cancer. So let's go, Jonathan. So hopefully the same news for your husband, that he's got good news as well. But it's good news that he's doing carpool though. Do you know what I mean? So happy days. Oh, I'm starving as well. I wish this guy would bugger off. Oh, you scan through all messages more than I do now. Hard on my chores. Procrastinating. Oh, I always struggle with that word. So I think we hopefully will see movement in about 5 minutes. Hopefully. We're going to find out whatever, because we have to find out, because she'll want everything on record. So this judge, right? I've never seen her before. Obviously, I heard about it, and we're split here. Some people think she's excellent, and some people don't like her, it seems. So I'm intrigued. The only thing that she's very thorough, but I just feel sometimes she feels that she has to justify herself. Whereas, like, no, you're the judge. Just, it's nice having a slight explanation, but you don't have to go into all the rigmaroles. Take 5 and grab some food. Yeah, no worries, Merlin, you do that. I'll have to grab it at some point during openings. I probably, knowing my luck. But I'm only going to get a sandwich. I think I'm going to have a pate sandwich, I think. Pate sandwich. It's nice and simple, because I don't want to make too much, because, hey, I've got you guys. Do you know what I mean? Johnson, I realised I put the garden waste in the recycling bin and the recycling in the garden waste bin. Oh no. That's not good, Lou. That's why I'm sad he can't do the carpool line. Oh, he can't do it. Oh, I thought he could do it. Damn, sorry, Dunya. Damn. Sylvia Johnson, are you aware Roundup has a lot of lawsuits against him? It should be taken off the market. Well, that's what Jonathan was scared about. He's used a lot of it. So he was scared a little bit that that was the cause of his illness. But you got it checked out. I've got a doctor's appointment on Friday as well, so get stuff checked out. Bum 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 bum. She's good. Just talks too much. Yes, tries too much to cover her butt on the record. Thinks out loud. At least she doesn't spend 30 minutes telling the story. Yeah, she's nowhere near Schroeder. But I just feel like in the judge, you just want him to make a very quick decision, move on. So I think this could mean that the trial is going to be a lot longer. Maybe that's why we got 5 weeks. I think someone said earlier on. She could be a reason why we're going 5 weeks. Rather than that's not spirit needed. Oh, Sylvia, yeah, but that non-Hodgkin's lymphoma you usually catch. You have it with serious skin lesions, rashes. I have zero symptoms for this at all. I doubt I have cancer. Dylan, she's very thorough to prevent any slights to her appeal. She's a judge. She's a judge from the Dark Brooks. Yeah, I've never seen it, Rosebud. Never seen it. I'm not doubting. Do you know what I mean? I'm not doubting Rosebud. It's just I'm surprised she's so thorough. I've never seen another judge be as thorough as she is. I'm glad she is, but I don't think she needs to take it to the level she's taking it to. But hey, who am I? Who am I to say anything? So I never saw her in Darabrook, so I can't judge. It's just some people I know commented that she's going on too much, but we'll see. As long as she does everything fairly, it doesn't really matter to me. So it's all good. But thanks, Rosebud. I'd made my own can crusher and sell all my cans that I paid. Yeah, I love Judge Storrow. Yeah, but I do know some people don't like her in this as well. So it's a bit of a mixture, I think, which is fine. I like a bit of mix on in the thread. Finally, of dedicated plastic and non-degradable pile. So, and just remember, guys, you know the rules. Just everyone be polite to each other. No one needs to be abusive, and we'll be fine. So it doesn't matter. It's because I want people to disagree in a respectful way, and we're always respectful. So if you disagree with someone's comment, say it. But say it in a nice way. It's all good. It's all good. Everyone has a voice in this chat. You can say what you want to say as long as you don't abuse anybody else. I scrolled earlier, you said you use it. It's designed like with the same people as that jab. Oh, jeez. Don't get him started. Oh, now you got him started, Sylvia. Now you got him started. There's some trigger words. Trigger words for Jonathan. So I tries too much to cover. Well, you don't know us. Hang on, I got it. Hang on. Well, you don't know us, Wisconsin. You don't know us, Wisconsin women are. Nothing gets biased and everything's done with a bit of OCD. Don't worry, I got terrible OCD, so don't worry about it. It's all good. I get both sides on it. I get it. I understand why she does it, but I also understand how frustrating it is for other people that it's a bit long-winded. So I get it. Hey, as long as she's a good, fair judge, I don't care. Do what you want. Schroeder is too much on Brooks' part. Oh, sorry, Terry. Okay, I got you. My neighbour voted for. Here we go. Here we go. I didn't say anything. No, Sylvia did. She said about the jab. Not you. Not you with the trigger words. Sylvia said it. I was like, oh, don't give Jonathan trigger words like jabs. He's gonna go off on one. Oh,
Yep, he should have a. Yep. Either side's fine.
So this is this is a hearing again, guys. This is not
All right, good afternoon,
the open. I don't
everyone.
think.
I will call State of Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczewski, 21 CF 885. May I have the appearances, please?
Abby Nikolai, Randy Spitzberger, and JJ Crawford appearing for the state.
Don Kukler and Pablo Galaviz appearing with Ms. Kurczewski. Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon. Did the parties have an opportunity to meet and confer regarding the state's October 23 letter and prior convictions for witnesses?
Yes.
We did.
Are there any agreements?
Yes. We've reached agreements on every one of them.
All right, who would like to put that on the record for me then? And I have it in front of me, so if we just follow that, and I know they're all under one, so, or, well, some are under one, some are under two, so just say 1A, et cetera, and then I'll just take some notes.
I need to watch that trial then.
So number 4, we have agreed on 0. And everyone else is 0 on that page. Moving to the next page, number 17, we've agreed on 2. And on
I'm sorry, you said 17 has 2?
Yes. And number 20 has 5. 21 has 0. 22 has 1. Oh, sorry, and then on the supplement.
Thank you. I was gonna say there's the second person.
The supplement.
She was, Lou, yes.
Number 2 on the supplement, AR, we have agreed on 15.
Thank you. Is that all accurate, Attorney Nicolai?
Yes, it is, Judge.
All right, great. Thank you. I've made some notes on that, so I'll keep those handy. And for whomever calls that particular witness with a prior record, it's that party's responsibility to advise the person of the number of prior convictions if they are asked regarding that.
Understood.
Yes.
All right, then we have everyone in the jury room, and also want to provide just a bit of information. When juror number 28 arrived today, he approached Monica Paz and indicated he now recognizes a name of one of the witnesses, that being John Friot. He indicated he only knew this person as Mr. Friot, and that Mr. Friot's son, Michael, is his boss. So I wanted to provide that information that was provided. And if obviously, throughout questioning, they were asked multiple times about knowledge of this case, and I'd have to look at my notes, but I'm not sure what this witness's answer was, but if in your review of your notes, you believe some questioning of the juror outside the presence of the other jurors is needed, just let me know and we can do that at an appropriate time. All right. Anything else we need to address prior to bringing in the jurors to be sworn, and then for instructions and then opening statements from the state?
Judge, you did ask us to work together on the state's concerns about defense exhibits. In doing so this morning, the primary concern of the state was possibly labeling of any witness as an alcoholic, and the defense indicated they are not going to be referring to Lynn Hernan as an alcoholic in opening statements.
Okay, thank you. How about from the defense?
I have no response, Judge.
Any other issues or
Nope.
issue you wish the court to address before we bring the jury out?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay.
One
very-
other thing, Judge, I do want to bring up the question about were you going to bring in jurors 27 and 29 so we could hear a
Not
little
at this
bit?
time. They're here. No one was needed to be picked up. So at this time, no. I don't want to highlight anything or single them out in any way. Like I said, I hope they just come, and maybe it was just a moment of frustration. If it becomes an issue going forward, or you notice something that would require my attention, let me know. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Judge, I can't see Ms. Kukler with this podium. I don't know if it could be moved up more towards the roll. Yeah.
Yes, closer to the,
Oh, yeah, that's perfect.
will you be able to see Attorney Sitzberger in that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
Yeah, I think we do have an issue, Judge.
Can you tell them to hold off, please, Madam Clerk?
Sure.
Give me a second.
We do need to look at that juror a little bit closer, number 28.
Hold on, I want to make sure that. Yeah, I know. Tell them they know to wait.
Yeah, they're waiting.
Okay. Why is that?
Because that's family of the deceased, John Friat.
Right, but this person said they only recognize the name because Mr. Friat's son is his boss. But he did, unless you can tell me, he indicated he had heard about this case.
That's why I wanted a minute to look at it.
Go ahead, you can look at it, but unless he answered that question.
I don't know what's going on here, guys. So fill us in. What's going on? Hey, Danny. Hey, Hens. Hey, everyone.
The questionnaires. Andy, can you grab me your number 28?
28, so that's a different juror. 27 and 29 were the issues this morning. 28 a different one.
George, are we off the record? No, we're still on. I'm just waiting for Madam Clerk to grab me the
One of the
jury
jurors.
questionnaire for number 28.
Oh, recognize the witness. Fine. Oh, look at her. She's on it. So, thank you, lawyer's daughter. Was she drinking coffee? No, that's like. I like this judge. I think she's very attractive. So 27, 29 were the issues. 29 was the issue, and 27, and then 28 now. A juror recognizes the name of a witness, but judge doesn't feel that's enough reason to dismiss them. Yeah. Everyone's on about box 4. Erin was on about that this morning. I've been listening but playing with resin. The witness is it. His boss's son. Oh, okay. I do think that makes a little bit of a difference. Your boss's son. I mean, I would say that does make a bit of difference. I believe one of those two jurors are threatened not to know. No, it's not. So 29 threatened does not come in. 27 just didn't threaten not to come in. Just she's a bit weary whether he's going to come in. And this is 28, so 3 different ones. Boss's father. Okay. Yeah, so 29, 27 were the issues this morning. 28 is the issue now. Sounds like she doesn't feel like. Okay. Meth God to tell us about the Matrix. Though Sarah P's banned him, I think. Sarah P eated him. Yeah, there we are then. So 3 different ones. Well, this is his boss's father. No, it's fine. It's fine.
I'm not seeing
You
anything
on the
in
right track.
the questionnaire that would help answer that.
No, although in the questionnaire, I can see that this particular juror is actually
Yes,
vice president of the company, so presumably his boss is the president. So it's a little different than just, some boss at a place.
All right, I'll bring him out and we can question him on whether he has any information about this case or have we been able to confirm that
And
the witness's son is Michael? We know? All right.
And
I'll
I
ask.
also can see in my notes that when the jurors were asked if they knew other people, juror 28 was one
Yeah.
person that somebody knew.
Right,
on the
we're not going to
panel.
revisit any of that. We're simply going to ask about this new information.
Okay, I thought you wanted to know about our notes. I understand that.
Oh, all right. No, I was just looking to see if the notes had anything specific. Right over there. Right in the end is fine.
Yeah, if I go in there now, she'll be, what have I done wrong? Takes a deep breath.
You can sit back there. It's fine. Yeah. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Just a couple of questions, just confirming you are juror number 28.
Correct.
All right. You approached, I believe it was Monica Paz today, to advise her that upon reflection, you recognized one of the names referenced as a witness.
Correct.
And that's John Fryatt.
Correct.
And you believe that you know his son.
I do know his son.
All right.
I
Go
work
ahead.
for the prospect companies. Mike is my superior.
All right.
And John, sorry.
And have you met John Fryatt?
Maybe once at our company.
Have you ever overheard or spoke directly with your boss about this case?
No.
Had you heard about this case prior to coming in for jury service?
No.
Anything about your work relationship, knowing that someone you know has a relative who may be a witness that would impact your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
I just know I'm very close with Mike and our leadership team. And so I know Mike has spoke very, very highly about his father. He's not spoke about any cases, but I know, I think very highly of their family. And so that weighs in on me trying to be an impartial juror.
Sure, you understand you'd have to make a credibility determination regarding all of the witnesses.
Correct.
And whatever your opinions or feelings about them as a family, you would need to make your determinations based only on what is presented in the courtroom, the law as the court defines it for you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And would you be able to do that?
I would hope so.
That's fine to answer it. I would hope so, because that's a difficult one to answer.
All right. Any questions from the state?
No.
How about from the defense?
Yeah, yes, I do. Thank you, Juror 28. If you were then to learn during the course of this trial that your boss, Mike, is related to the deceased in this case, do you think that that might affect your ability to be fair in this case?
Yeah, that would have an impact because he's like a family member to me.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
No, but he's honest, I think, Katie. I think it was a fair answer, to be fair. Yeah, I think the same
Sir, are you
honest
able
answer.
to set your personal feelings and opinions aside
Yeah,
and make a decision in this case based upon the evidence
yes,
presented
I
in
agree.
the courtroom and the law as the court defines it for you?
I would hope so.
I would hope so, yeah.
Thank you. You can take them back and we'll let you know when we're ready.
Yeah, I would say he's got to go as well. No, I agree with you. But I'd rather them say that, though. Do you know what I mean? I would imagine, how would I
All right,
feel?
any requests from the parties at this time, from the state?
No.
From the defense?
Yes, we're asked that he be removed from the panel. His boss, who is like family to him, is family of Lynn Hernan. His boss is related to Lynn.
It's not a statutory bias, obviously. He is not related by blood or marriage
Yeah, I know.
to a victim. He did testify or provided information today that
Yes.
his boss, someone he has a good
Yeah.
relationship with, on leadership with, and knows that this individual, his boss, has spoken highly of a witness in this case. It is true that I don't know the relationship, someone to remind me again, between the witness and the deceased. How close are they?
John Fried is a cousin of Lynn Hernan.
Do we know to what degree?
First cousin.
First cousin?
Yes.
Do you believe that to be accurate, Attorney Nicolai?
I don't know what level cousin John Fried is to Lynn Hernan.
No.
What I do know is that the state doesn't anticipate calling John Fried, and we certainly did not anticipate eliciting any testimony about the familial relationship through any other witnesses. So I think that this juror did not need to be told that there was any relation but nonetheless, the state does not believe that would come in to the evidence portion in this case at this time.
All right, given that additional information, I'm not going to excuse him at this
Ooh.
time. He does have additional information regarding a familial relationship. And at an appropriate time, I will
I'm not
remind
sure.
him and all jurors that any information, they learn, even through
I don't know.
voir dire, if it's not presented as testimony or evidence, should not be considered by them in any way. And if need be, I can certainly revisit this at the time when all evidence is closed, closing arguments and closing instructions have taken place, and this court must address alternate
Daddy knows
jurors.
best.
But at this point, he has not indicated he's unable
knows
or
best.
unwilling, and there's been no bias that has been established, and he'll remain on the jury.
Wow. Okay. Did not
Bring them
expect
out
that.
and we'll commence with instructions.
I understand that they're likely not to call him, but they still might call him. Do you know what I mean? But Daddy Dave was right, guys. Give Daddy Dave the credit. He was right. It's fine, but he's on the witness list. But I mean, look, for someone that is on side of caution, I thought she would say no, get him off. But whatever, guys.
All rise for the jury.
Whatever. Also, I think she might be looking at it going, we've already got 4 alternates. We're down to 3 instantly. This is a 5-week trial. We've got 2 dodgy jurors. So we might be down to 1 alternate. She might be thinking that way as well.
And I'll have my jurors remain standing because you're going to get an oath. So rather than have you sit and stand back up. All right,
Everyone
thank
else
you.
sit
Please
down.
be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would remain standing, raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you swear that you will well and truly try the issues joined in this action now before the court and a true verdict give according to the law and evidence offered in court unless sooner discharged by the court, so help you God?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Please have a seat.
Nah. We got to trust the process. And we got to trust the judge. She knows what she's doing more than what we do. So
Before
all
the
hail
trial
judge.
begins, there are certain instructions you should have to better understand your functions as a juror and how you should conduct yourself during the trial. Your duty is to decide the case based only on the evidence presented at trial and the law given to you by the court. Anything you may see or hear outside the courtroom is not evidence. Do not let any personal feelings about race, religion, national origin, sex, or age affect your consideration of the evidence. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. We will stop or recess from time to time during the trial. You may be excused from the courtroom when it is necessary for me to hear legal arguments from the lawyers. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, or witnesses,
I get it,
do
Merlin.
not speak
I
with
get it,
them.
Merlin.
For their part, the parties, lawyers, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics applications or tools with communication capabilities, to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social.
Where you from, Danny? What's the IE? Where you from? IE. I don't know what that stands
media,
for.
post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so, despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. Evidence is, first, the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who called the witness. Second, the exhibits the court has received, whether or not an exhibit goes back to the jury room. Third, any facts to which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated, or which the court has directed you to find. Attorneys for each side have the right and the duty to object to what they consider are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the admission of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible. You should not draw any conclusions from the fact an objection was
Hi,
made.
Bijou.
By allowing testimony or other evidence to be received over the objection of counsel, the court is not indicating any opinion about the evidence. You, jurors, are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight.
I lived in Dublin for 2 years. I lived in Dundrum, Swords, Leopardstown, and yeah, I think that's it. Dundrum, Swords, Leopardstown. I think that's it.
Of the evidence. You are not required to, but you may take notes during this trial, except during the opening statements and closing arguments. The court will provide you with materials. In taking notes, you must be careful that it does not distract you from carefully listening to and observing the witnesses. You may rely on your notes to refresh your memory during your deliberations. Otherwise, keep them confidential. After the trial, the notes will be collected and destroyed. You will not have a copy of the written transcript of the trial.
No, there's a few words, but overall, no. I don't understand Gaelic at all, but there are a few words. But yeah, but no worries if you have to go soon. It's all
Trial
good.
testimony available for use during your deliberations. You should pay careful attention to all the testimony because you must rely primarily on your memory of the evidence and testimony introduced during the trial. During the course of a trial, the attorneys may refer to or use police reports with witnesses. Normally, these police reports will not be provided to you. If you are not provided with a police report, you should use your collective memory regarding any reference to police reports. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize and to weigh the testimony of witnesses and to determine the weight and to determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You are the sole judges of the credibility, that is, the believability of the witnesses and of the weight to be given to their testimony. In determining the credibility of each witness and the weight you give to the testimony of each witness, consider these factors. Whether the witness has an interest or lack of interest in the result of this trial. The witness's conduct, appearance, and demeanor on the witness stand. The clearness or lack of clearness of the witness's recollections. The opportunity the witness had for observing and for knowing the matters the witness testified about. The reasonableness of the witness's testimony. The apparent intelligence of the witness. Bias or prejudice, if any has been shown. Possible motives for falsifying testimony. And all other facts and circumstances during the trial which tend either to support or to discredit the testimony. Then give to the testimony of each witness the weight you believe it should receive. In your determination of credibility, you must avoid any and all bias based on the witness's race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. There's no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should use your common sense and experience. In everyday life, you determine for yourselves the reliability of things people say to you. You should do the same thing here. The first count of the information charges that Jessy Kurczewski, on or about Wednesday, October 3 of 2018, at N16W26543 Meadowgrass Circle in the city of Pewaukee, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, did cause the death of Lynn Hernan with intent to kill that person, contrary to Section 940.01, Sub 1, Sub A of the Wisconsin statutes. First degree intentional homicide, as defined in Section 940.01 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with the intent to kill that person or another. Before you may find the defendant guilty of first degree intentional homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. One, the defendant caused the death of Lynn Hernan. Cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Two, the defendant acted with the intent to kill Lynn Hernan. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that her conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being.
Can you still hear it? I'm going to mute myself. Can you still hear the noise?
While the law requires that the defendant acted with intent to kill, it does not require that the intent exist for any particular length of time before the act was committed. The act need not be brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not be any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must continue to exist at the time of the act. You cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to a conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reasoning for doing something. While motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant, the state is not required to prove motive on the part of a defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all the circumstances. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of Lynn Hernan with the intent to kill, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. The second count of the information charges that Jessy Kurczewski, between approximately January 1 of 2016 and October 3 of 2018 at N16W26543 Meadowgrass Circle, number A, in the city of Pewaukee, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, did intentionally transfer movable property of Lynn Hernan having a value that exceeds $100,000 without consent and with intent to permanently deprive the owner of possession of the property, contrary to Section 943.20 sub 1 sub A of the Wisconsin statutes. Theft, as defined in Section 943.20 sub 1 sub A of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin, is committed by one who intentionally transfers movable property of another without consent and with intent to deprive the owner permanently of possession of the property. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following 4 elements were present. 1, the defendant intentionally transferred movable property of another between January 1 of 2016 and October 3 of 2018. The term intentionally means that the defendant must have had the mental purpose to transfer property. Movable property means property whose physical location can be changed. 2, the owner of the property did not consent to the transfer. 3, the defendant knew that the owner did not consent. And 4, the defendant intended to deprive the owner permanently of the possession of the property. You cannot look into a person's mind to find knowledge and intent. Knowledge and intent must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon knowledge and intent. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all 4 elements of theft have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied that all 4 elements of theft have been proved, you should find the defendant not guilty. The 3rd count of the information charges that Jessy R. Kurczewski, between approximately October 4 of 2018 and July 9 of 2019, at N16 W26543 Meadowgrass Circle Number A in the city of Pewaukee, Waukesha County, Wisconsin, did intentionally transfer movable property of the estate of Lynn Hernan, to wit, money having a value greater than $10,000 but does not exceed $100,000, without consent and with intent to permanently deprive the owner of possession of the property, contrary to section 943.20 sub 1 sub A and 3C of the Wisconsin statutes. Theft as defined in section 943.20 sub 1 sub A of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin is committed by one who intentionally transfers movable property of another without consent and with intent to deprive the owner permanently of possession of the property. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following 4 elements were present. 1, the defendant intentionally transferred movable property of another between October 4, 2018 and July 9 of 2019. The term intentionally means that the defendant must have had the mental purpose to transfer the property. Movable property means property whose physical location can be changed. 2, the owner of the property did not consent to the transfer. 3, the defendant knew that the owner did not consent. 4, the defendant intended to deprive the owner permanently of possession of the property. You cannot look into a person's mind to find knowledge and intent. Knowledge and intent must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon knowledge and intent. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all 4 elements of theft have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty. If you are not so satisfied, you must find the defendant not guilty. An information is nothing more than a written, formal accusation against a defendant charging the commission of one or more criminal acts. You are not to consider it as evidence against the defendant in any way. It does not raise any inference of guilt.
Sorry,
In
I'll be
reaching
back
your
down.
verdict, examine the evidence with care and caution. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. Defendants are not required to prove their innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of an offense to be innocent. This presumption requires a finding of not guilty unless in your deliberations you find it is overcome by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the defendant's innocence, you should do so and return a verdict of not guilty. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based on mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. While it is your duty to give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt. You are to search for the truth. The lawyers will now make their opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show, so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. Prior to having the state come up, I like to have the jurors just stand for a little bit. Wind change.
Yes, yes, we can.
All right, please be seated.
Thank you.
Attorney Sitzberger, you will be using the lapel.
Yes.
All right, we can.
Did a sound check, I think.
Do you need the podium at all?
I do not.
And Madam Reporters, you have a good view of everyone? Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the state, I'm going to take this opportunity. It's really our first and only opportunity to thank you all for your attention going forward. We talked a lot yesterday about how long this trial is going to go. That's certainly not lost on us, what we're taking you all away from. And we appreciate it. I want you to know we've all worked hard to organize ourselves and make sure we can go through this as quickly and efficiently as possible over these next few weeks. That being said, there is a lot to unpack in a case like this. After I go through while I go through my opening, you're going to see almost two timelines. As I prepared for this, I kept seeing almost two timelines emerging. There's certainly a factual, bare bones timeline of theft, murder, and more theft. But there's this almost overlaid timeline of all of the defendant's lies and deceit on top of that bare bones timeline. That's a little bit tricky to go through and process, but let's start it. So this is Wisconsin versus Jessy Kurczewski. Said otherwise, this is a case of murder, greed, and lies. The judge just read you the 3 counts. Of course, in the law, we call murder intentional homicide, and that's count 1. And it's a homicide or murder of Lynn Hernan. Count 2 is a theft of over $100,000 of Lynn Hernan. And those date ranges, January 1st of 2016 until October 3rd of 2018, really represent the theft while Lynn Hernan was still alive. And then count 3
is yet more theft, more greed of theft of almost $87,000 from Lynn Hernan's estate from October 4th until July 9th of 2019, after her murder. We all come into court with ideas of what homicide or murder are and what a theft is. And certainly there's legal elements that have to be proved that the judge read to you. And we'll go through a bit more because as the party that has to prove each of those elements to you, I want to make sure you have a good understanding of what intentional homicide is, not just sort of the classic example of somebody shooting another individual in the head and killing them. It can be many things. In this case, a poisoning. But first, though I said this is a case against Jessy Kurczewski, murder, greed, and lies, at the heart of this case, what I don't want to be lost on you is this is a case about Lynn Hernan, the victim. So let's see who Lynn Hernan was. Lynn Hernan was an individual with a small but close group of friends. I think you're going to see as the evidence comes in that it was really two distinct groups of friends. On the one side was Miss Kurczewski and her mother, Jennifer Flower. On the other side was these individuals, Keith Lang, Corrine Posa, Jim Kelleher, and Anthony Posa. And you'll hear from many of them. Now, interestingly, Lynn Hernan was also an individual with no children of her own. So she sort of pseudo-adopted her friend, Jennifer Flower's daughter, Jessy Kurczewski, and did the same thing with Corrine Posa's son, Anthony. And you're going to hear that they were named the two beneficiaries of Lynn Hernan's will or her estate. And we'll get into that a lot as well. Lynn was also a cat lover. That seems like a flippant thing I put on there, but it's actually very important because, and I'm fast forwarding a little bit, but at the very day of October 3rd, when police come and talk to Jessy Kurczewski, they ask her point blank, do you think this could be a suicide? And her answer was, well, yes or no, I don't really know. I don't think Lynn would have left her cats. And that's what Anthony, Jim, and Corrine will also tell you. That Lynn was a person who didn't just love her cats like many people. She loved her cats. She was not going to leave her cats alone to fend for themselves or let somebody else come in and take care of these cats. The cat lover part is actually a very important part to all of this. While she loved cats, hated technology, didn't own a computer, didn't own a smartphone, used a flip phone sort of when she had to, didn't use email, had no email address of her own, had no way of checking it, didn't know how to check it. When she paid bills, it was with cash or over the phone, making transfers through the bank over the phone, or going in person to a branch and making a payment on a credit card or utility bill or something like that. You're going to see, and we'll get into pattern of life and what that is and what that means. But Lynn was not a person to go online and pay a bill. She was not checking her credit card statements online. She was not checking email. She was doing nothing, had no computer or any device to access the internet. And frankly, dead at only 62 years old from a tetrahydrozoline poisoning after the defendant gave her a bottle laced with Visine eye drops to drink. So I told you we'd get into the legalities of what is intentional homicide. Right? The judge just read these. I'm not going to go through each part the judge just read you, but I am going to highlight that we have to prove to you that Ms. Kurczewski caused the death of Lynn Hernan. I want to highlight that her act has to be a substantial factor. And certainly here you're going to hear, really in the defendant's own words, that she gave Ms. Hernan a bottle of water that she knew to be filled with Visine eye drops. Second element, that Ms. Kurczewski was aware or intended to kill Lynn Hernan. And that can mean that she was aware or practically certain that her act was going to kill Lynn Hernan. We're going to show you that, again, with the defendant's own statement. And when she's talking to detectives after she's told, because there's many versions of the defendant's statement, and they constantly change as she gathers more information through law enforcement. But ultimately, she admits to giving that bottle with Visine in it for Lynn Hernan to drink. And when the detectives ask her, well, did you know that was going to kill her? She says, I was sick because I knew it could kill her. And you're going to hear that knowing that, Ms. Kurczewski still left Lynn Hernan alone, left her house. In fact, you're going to hear that she didn't spend the day worried about Lynn. She was opening a JCPenney account in Lynn's name that same morning. And she was using other accounts of Lynn to go shopping, do some online shopping, while she knew she had just given Lynn poison. Let's talk about intent. Lynn Hernan's not here to tell you what went on October 3rd, 2018. So you have to look at all of the defendant's acts, words, and statements. That's sort of subcategory 1. And then over here, you have to look at all the facts and circumstances that were going on around October 3rd, 2018, for us to show you that Jessy Kurczewski did intend to kill Lynn Hernan. Again, the judge just read this to you, but it's important. We often hear motive in TV shows and movies. The state always talks about, what was the motive? Here's her motive. We don't have to prove motive to you. That's not something in those two elements. We do have to show intent. We don't have to show motive. As this instruction said, motive is often helpful. And here it's pretty simple. As we go through the financials fairly painstakingly, you're going to see that the access Ms. Kurczewski had to Lynn Hernan allowed her to steal every dollar almost that Lynn Hernan was worth in life. And knowing that she was going to be the personal representative of Lynn Hernan's estate, you're going to see that in or about October 3rd, 2018, Lynn Hernan became worth more dead than alive to Jessy Kurczewski. But it's important to note, intent is not the same as motive. The theft counts really go to that motive, but they're separate crimes. Again, here are the elements, verbatim from what the judge just read to you. I try as best I can in openings to let the jury know what I think your job is really going to boil down to. And so with element 1, that's going to be pretty simple for you. That Jessy Kurczewski intentionally transferred property of Lynn Hernan between January of 2016 and October of 2018. You're going to see, and we're going to focus on 28 checks that were all written off Lynn Hernan's account to Jessy Kurczewski. By her cashing those, that's transferring property. That's just element 1 right there. This wasn't a bank error. This wasn't an, oh my gosh, it went into my account and I don't know who deposited this. This is just transferring property. That's element 1, period. What becomes an issue is elements 2 and 3. Again, did Lynn Hernan consent to those money transfers into the defendant's accounts? So that's kind of 2 and 3 rolled in together. And we'll talk about that going forward. Again, number 4 is going to be easy. I don't think you're going to have to spend much time worried about element 4 because it's going to be clear that the defendant never paid back any dollar amount to Lynn either while she was living. And even though she had access to the estate account as personal representative, she didn't put any money back into the estate that she said, oh, you know, when she died, I owed Lynn $144,000. So let me put that back in the estate. Not a single dollar went back to Lynn Hernan, either alive or dead. So number 4, absolutely, the defendant intended to permanently deprive Lynn Hernan of these monies. So let's talk about that consent. It's the same in count 3, rather quickly, the estate. And this, as Ms. Kurczewski and Anthony Poza were the only 2 beneficiaries of Lynn Hernan's property at that point, really this becomes a theft from Anthony Poza. What should have happened was whatever Lynn Hernan's estate was truly worth gets split down the middle, and Jessy Kurczewski should have gotten half, Anthony Poza should have gotten the other half. Unfortunately, that's not what happened. Again, consent will be an issue for count 4. That should be transferred, I apologize about that. But the transfer of property in element 1 and the permanently deprive in element 4 will not be an issue. You're going to see numerous cash withdrawals that Ms. Kurczewski made from Lynn's estate account to herself, where she's just taken out thousands of dollars, roughly $50,000 in cash withdrawals from the estate account. Again, never paid back. We're going to talk about an inheritance loan funding, where essentially Ms. Kurczewski made an agreement with a company that said, I'll put up $10,000 of the inheritance I'm supposed to get if you give me $18,700 right now. And she paid that back, and they refunded some of the money. She should have plugged that refund back into the estate. But the point is, she took all that money out of the estate. She didn't wait for her inheritance to put that up. She didn't pay back any of the money. So we have roughly $50,000 in cash withdrawals. We have this sort of bogus loan fund that she takes for herself out of the estate, never paying anything back. And we have a number of checks again, written to either the defendant's own credit cards, to her mother's apartment rent, or just to cash for herself, to the tune of almost $87,000 out of the estate. Again, I included this again because for theft, just like for the intentional homicide, again, Lynn's not here to tell you what she consented to because she was murdered on October 3rd, 2018. So you have to, as jurors, look at what the defendant was doing around this time. What are all the facts and circumstances surrounding this time frame now of October 4th to July 9th of 2019? So going back to count one, I kind of talked about this. But we have this murder element to this case, right? Murder, greed, and lies. The murder part is that our own medical examiner for Waukesha County has been doing this for roughly 35 years. He's going to come in and tell you that as she did her job in this case, she determined the manner of death in this case to be homicide, and that the cause of death was tetrahydrozoline poisoning. Now, she didn't come to that conclusion lightly. She didn't look at one sheet of paper and look at some autopsy photos and look at some scene photos and say, I got it. This case took a lot of time. This took months and months for Dr. Bidzricki to come to her conclusions. She consulted with Dr. Kasinko, who you'll hear from NMS Labs, regarding tetrahydrozoline in general, effects on the body when it's ingested and not just put in the eyes. Dr. B herself ordered several toxicology reports after the original one. She wanted to see more information, as much as she could get. So she was constantly sending lab work out for more toxicology reports. You'll hear she did her own research. She obviously got to see Lynn's body very close in time to October 3rd. And about that, she'll tell you that in her experience over that 35 years, she thought this death scene looked staged. She's been to a number of drug overdose deaths and the scenes, and she'll tell you that this one struck her as being staged. Because she'll tell you that people who legitimately overdose on drugs and end up killing themselves do not have piles of powder sitting on their chest. They don't have powder and pill fragments up in their hair. They don't have pills laying everywhere. They take everything. There's really nothing usually left behind. And so she'll tell you about her observations and why that stuck out to her as something being off about that initial crime scene. She'll obviously tell you about her autopsy and going through that. But by and large, my point is this was not a quick decision she made to say, oh, it's probably a homicide. Let's see how it plays out. This is diligent, thorough work Dr. Bidzricki did to reach her conclusions of homicide and cause of death being tetrahydrozoline poisoning. And she'll tell you there were other drugs or substances in Lynn's system, many pharmaceuticals, but she's still going to tell you that the overall cause of death was the tetrahydrozoline poisoning, eye drops. We know that the defendant, Ms. Kurczewski, killed Lynn Hernan again because eventually, after her story changes a number of times, she admits to detectives that she knowingly gave Lynn Hernan a bottle filled with Visine. And as you can see, Visine has tetrahydrozoline. They're not synonymous, but when we talk about tetrahydrozoline in this case, we're oftentimes talking about Visine. Again, defendant had the intent to kill Lynn Hernan. This is, again, taken directly from the jury instruction as to what intent means. And there it is again. After admitting that she gave this bottle laced with Visine to Lynn Hernan, she told detectives she knew it could very well kill Lynn. She still left, went shopping, opened other credit cards in Lynn's name while Lynn was dying of poisoning. So again, what are all the acts, words, and statements of the defendant? That kind of leads to my greed portion of this whole trial. As to count two, there's the total figure we're going to show to you, and that's for 28 checks from 2 different bank accounts of Lynn. Over $144,000 taken in about a 2 to 2.5 year span of time. What you'll also see in that time is the defendant was getting paychecks direct deposited into her account. So you'll be able to see exactly what legitimate income she was making from her job when she was unemployed and not making any legitimate income from a job. And over the same span of time, January 1st of 2016 to October 3rd, 2018, her total earnings through jobs at various dental offices was right around $49,000. Now, you're going to see that she absolutely needed to have this $144,000 because when we go through all of Ms. Kurczewski's credit cards, bank statements, spendings, you'll see that in that same time span, 2.5, almost 3 years, her earnings were $49,000, her total expenditures over $500,000. You're also going to see that on these 28 checks. I'm sorry, first of all, this doesn't count. This $144,000 figure does not count all of Lynn's credit cards suddenly being maxed out and over their limit. It doesn't count a $30,000 loan that Ms. Kurczewski took out in Lynn Hernan's name after altering bank documents. We've lost the TV. There we go. Thank you. All right. So, bottom line, by October of 2018, an account of Lynn Hernan's, which from 2014 until spring of 2016 held $250,000. Actually, there's about $500 of interest collected on that in those 2 years. By October of 2018 is down to $87.72. You're going to hear that of that significant chunk gone, Lynn Hernan made 2 rather large purchases for herself. In 2016, she bought herself a Jeep and paid for that out of this account. And she also bought herself some jewelry. You're going to hear that for much of Lynn Hernan's life, she lived paycheck to paycheck, dollar to dollar, until around 2014 when her mom died and left her $250,000 in inheritance. And so she buys herself a Jeep and she buys herself some jewelry that she ends up paying. She puts on a credit card, but pays down off this account with her inheritance in it. Beyond that, $134,000, more than half, is all 20 checks written to Jessy Kurczewski. Of those 20 checks from that account, we'll keep going. Of those 20 checks, 19 of them have a very specific purpose written in the memo. Some say Kohn, K-O-H-N, Law Office. Some say Prosper Funding. Some say America Advance. Some say Citibank. The point is that you'll see the money leave Lynn Hernan's account, go into the defendant's account, and never do any amounts leaving Ms. Kurczewski's account go to those purposes. Deceit and greed. There's another account Ms. Hernan had that's down to $52 by October of 2018. Here we are. But that involves 10 checks written to Ms. Kurczewski for another $10,000. That represents that $144,000 figure. Okay, let's catch up here a little bit. And that's another point. Out of these 20 checks, there's a 21st check out of this account that's written to the Jeep dealership for Lynn's Jeep. Other than those 21 checks, not a single check will you see come out of Lynn Hernan's account to anybody else. So not account she was using. When Ms. Kurczewski had access, and Ms. Kurczewski knew that Lynn Hernan didn't have internet to easily check these things. Again, none of these amounts are ever paid back in life or in death to Lynn Hernan. So let's talk about patterns of life. I mentioned that before. Very quickly, as we go through with Detective Plennis, all the financial statements, and there's quite a few of them. And again, we'll try our best to work through them efficiently but thoroughly for you. You're going to see patterns of Lynn Hernan emerge, right? I told you that most of her friends will even tell you, and it's substantiated by her financial statements. She was often a person to use cash. Her credit cards were not used very often. But when they were generally at businesses like Pick and Save in Waukesha, Speedway gas stations in Waukesha, things of that nature. When she used her credit cards, they were paid down very quickly. Her credit score was up in the high 700s to low 800s for much of this time span we'll be talking about, January of 16 to October of 18. No online activity, no IP activity is on her accounts until approximately June of 2018, when Lynn's pattern of almost 2 years at that point that we can see starts to look a lot like Ms. Kurczewski's, where now all of a sudden we're seeing Lynn's credit cards being used a lot, balance is not being paid down, or maybe just the bare minimum so that interest is piling up. We know that Ms. Kurczewski, as I said, she's earning $49,000 of legitimate income in this time, and she's spending well over $500,000. You're going to see that most of those purchases are ATMs, businesses in West Allis, Hales Corners, and Franklin. Specific businesses that were talked to about yesterday, Scotty's Pub and Stalis Palace being two of the most prevalent, but also Potawatomi. And you also see that there's frequent online activity. And Detective Plentis will tell you why that's important for law enforcement to recognize that when somebody's pattern of life switches to another person's pattern of life, what does that mean? What does that overlap? What does that change mean? And finally, defendant's acts, words, and statements. And this is to count 3. Taking advantage of her role as the personal representative of Lynn Hernan's estate to steal over $87,000. Again, you're going to see numerous cash withdrawals. You're going to see checks to her own credit cards, checks to cash, and that inheritance loan funding of $18,700. And that brings us to the lies. And this goes on for a number of slides, and I promise you, I pared these down for opening statements. You're going to hear a number of others as this trial goes. But this is kind of that second timeline I'm talking about that goes back now and sort of lays over the bare bones time work. But in March of 2018, Detective Plentis and I are going to show you and talk a lot about clearly altered bank documents where Ms. Kurczewski changed the name of the account holder to Lynn, changed the yearly earnings, changed any reference to spendings at Stalis Palace and Potawatomi, all to get a $30,000 loan in Lynn Hernan's name, but went in to Jessy Kurczewski's account. You're going to see that it went in on March 8th of 2018. That same day, Jessy Kurczewski adds Lynn Hernan to her bank account as a secondary user, obviously so that this loan in Lynn Hernan's name can go into that account. Furthermore, in spring of 2018, and you're going to hear, and Scott Craig is the former boyfriend of Jessy Kurczewski. He was the boyfriend of Ms. Kurczewski until July 9th of 2019 when she was arrested. He'll tell you that he knew of Lynn, knew who Lynn Hernan was, thought it was a woman that Jessy Kurczewski helped care for, a family friend of Jessy Kurczewski, but he never met her. And in spring of 2018, Ms. Kurczewski tells her boyfriend, who she's living with, who they've been in a relationship for 3 years, she tells him that Lynn is in a coma at Freighter Hospital. That's sometime in spring of 2018, he remembers. Scott Craig will tell you that he believed on October 3rd, 2018, when Ms. Kurczewski tells him over the phone that Lynn has passed away, Scott Craig believed that Jessy Kurczewski was at Freighter Hospital in Lynn's hospital room. He remembers feeling bad, but ultimately not surprised because he thought this woman had been in a coma for 5 months.
See you, Danny. See you later. Thanks for being here. Thank you. So I'm just eating, guys, but see you later, Danny. Come back. See you in a bit.
And then it was sort of a natural outcome. Ms. Kurczewski never came clean to Scott Craig. It wasn't until July of 2019 when detectives show up at his door and tell him that Lynn Hernan did not die in Freighter Hospital. She was not in a coma for 5 months. And you'll hear a jail call between Ms. Kurczewski that she makes to her boyfriend a few days after her arrest, Scott Craig, where he's furious that she lied to him about such a huge thing. And you'll hear her try to say, it's only one thing. It's only one thing. What's the big deal? On October 3rd, as we talked about, she's using Lynn Hernan's credit cards. Even after giving her this bottle of poison, she's opening up a JCPenney card. She's using that JCPenney card immediately after opening it, about 10:30 in the morning. We move to October 8th of 2018. She goes and picks up Lynn Hernan's jewelry from the medical examiner's office, and within 2 weeks is selling 3 pieces of jewelry to Robert Hack. And what's interesting about this is that Robert Hack makes you declare how long you've owned an item before they're just going to let you sell it. Right? They don't want people just taking things that aren't theirs and coming in and selling it and getting the money. Ms. Kurczewski fills out 3 separate forms saying one of these items that she picked up 2 weeks ago, she's owned for 2.5 months. Another one that says she owned it for 3 or 3.5 months. And the third piece she says she has owned for 6 months. Moving to later in October and early November of 2018, you're going to see that there's even more credit card activity for Lynn Hernan's credit cards, weeks after she's dead. In January of 19, here's another big one that involves Scott Craig. He wakes up one day to hear from Ms. Kurczewski, who went out the night before. There's a big text message conversation where she's claiming she feels very sick and thinks she was drugged at the bar last night. She elaborates and she goes on to say, I had to go to the hospital. This is very serious. And she says in January of 2019, and it's important to know that Dr. Bidzricki had not yet made a determination of the cause of death to be tetrahydrozoline poisoning. And the detectives had not told Ms. Kurczewski what that cause of death was because it hadn't been made yet. And yet here she is telling her boyfriend that she's at the hospital and the doctors had her run tests and that she is found to have been poisoned by tetrahydrozoline. She doesn't say eye drops. She doesn't say Visine. She says they found tetrahydrozoline in my system. She tells her boyfriend that this is serious. This can kill you. In July, fast forward to July 9th of 2019, when detectives now tell Ms. Kurczewski that Lynn died of tetrahydrozoline poisoning, she seems shocked and then says, I didn't even know you could die from that. Months after telling her boyfriend, this is serious, you can die from this. Next, to February of June of 2019, the police will tell you all about how they go through people's phones. They went through Scott Craig's phone. They went through Jessy Kurczewski's phones. They went through some other phones, and they download them. And they're good at getting everything they can, including some deleted things. And lo and behold, on Ms. Kurczewski's phone, between February and June of 2019, they find a number of documents that she deleted from her phone. The subjects are, quote, criminal poisoning, cyanide poisoning, and household poisons. Those all show in the phone download that they were accessed. I mean, somebody opened them on her phone in July of 2018. Moving to April of 2019. Anthony Poza, who I told you earlier, was like sort of an adopted son to Lynn. He's the other beneficiary on the will. So Ms. Kurczewski has to run everything by him, and he has to sign off on things before she can close the estate. He feels like something's off. He doesn't think something's right, and he asks to see receipts. And a few weeks later, Ms. Kurczewski sends him 52 pages of receipts or invoices. Detective Plennis will talk to you at length about how he went through each one of them. Some of our witnesses will be very fast witnesses who will look at a receipt or an invoice that was given to Anthony Poza, and they will tell you this is not our company's invoice at all. This is completely made up. Detective Plennis looked into all the financials. If Ms. Kurczewski claimed to pay off a credit card of Lynn Hernan, Detective Plennis looked at it and found it to be false. Almost all of these 52 pages are completely false documents that were given to Anthony Poza by Ms. Kurczewski, conveniently about a month or less after she purchased Adobe Acrobat on one of her credit cards that we'll show you. Finally, more lies. When she talks to detectives in both March and July of 2019, her story changes a number of times, and Detective Hoppy is going to tell you all about those. But even on the scene, I told you before, her initial statement to the scene officer, who just said point blank, you call this in, Ms. Kurczewski, you're friends with Lynn Hernan, do you think this could be a suicide? She doesn't say, yes, absolutely. Lynn was suicidal for a long time, and what a tragic ending. She says, I don't, yes and no. I don't think she'd leave her cats. In March of 2019, she writes an email to one of the detectives on the case and says in that email she has a hard time believing Lynn would commit suicide. Okay? Now, July of 2019, she's arrested. She's told this is a poisoning and that police now know the medical examiner has deemed this a homicide and they don't think it's a suicide. Now, Ms. Kurczewski starts claiming that Lynn was suicidal for months leading up to October of 2018. She still denies helping any way or knowing anything about Visine many times. Ultimately, then her story changes again. And she says, okay, well, one time I put 2 drops of Visine in a glass of water for her because I just knew that she was drinking Visine. But that's it, that's all. To ultimately stating, again, that quote, she finally gave that water bottle, knowing it had, in the defendant's estimation, 6 bottles of Visine to Lynn Hernan, knowing it could kill her. And walks out of that condo unit, closes the door, and goes shopping on Lynn's dime. And then that leads into a law enforcement goose chase, I'll call it, where Detective Hoppy will tell you, I suspect with some frustration in his voice, about more lies Ms. Kurczewski told law enforcement. Starting with, you guys, there's a recording from Lynn, there's suicide letters, there's all this evidence that'll show I'm not guilty of any of this. There's evidence out there, there's evidence out there. It starts with this storage shed. She says, check a storage shed. Detective Hoppy says, where's the storage shed? And very quickly, Ms. Kurczewski goes, kind of laughing, says, there was never a storage shed. I was going to get a storage shed, never did, but that's what I was going to, but there's no storage shed. So next, she tells Detective Hoppy, we have to check a BMO Harris lockbox.
No, Sylvia.
The detectives do, they did before, and they learn that it's empty. There's nothing in there. They also learn that Ms. Kurczewski and her mom, Jennifer Flower, were the last ones to access that bank box, and just so happened to do so on October 4th, 2018, the very day after Lynn died. So when Ms. Kurczewski is telling Detective Hoppy to check the lockbox, she already knows it's empty because she was there and she was the last one there the day after Lynn died. So that doesn't work. So she now changes to say, well, I buried a lot of stuff in Whitnall Park, kind of by the nature center. And Detective Hoppy will tell you that another detective was out there in Whitnall Park with a metal detector and a shovel. They're trying to use video access to have Ms. Kurczewski tell us, where in the world do we find these things? Spoiler alert, they found nothing. There was no magical, mysterious hole at Whitnall Park. Just more lies from Ms. Kurczewski. And finally, in November of 2019, Ms. Kurczewski is removed by the court as personal representative of Lynn's estate, mostly because of this investigation. She takes that and says, well, now there's a real will I have to file. Almost a year to the day, almost, of filing the actual original will that's notarized by 2 impartial people. Ms. Kurczewski now files a, quote, real will. And wouldn't you believe, it removes Anthony Poza as a beneficiary. You're going to hear from Paul Nowakowski, the Register and Probate of Waukesha County, and you're going to hear from Beth Taylor, an attorney who's done probate work for 25 years. They have never seen somebody file a quote unquote real will a year after. And they've certainly never heard it being done as a test. Because that's what Ms. Kurczewski says. She says, I filed that will originally, and this was all a test Anthony Poza was supposed to pass. And he failed because he questioned what I spent things on. And lo and behold, she tries to leave herself as the sole beneficiary of what's left of the estate that she stole from. Just more lies. That leads me, and I think this is my second to last slide. But when we look at all those facts and circumstances, when you're talking about what was Ms. Kurczewski's intent, did she have that intent to kill? And what was her knowledge and intent as it related to the theft? Remember, the instruction says you have to look at all the facts and circumstances. And here they are pretty simply, I think. Between January of 16 and October 3rd of 2018, Ms. Kurczewski was able to steal $144,000 plus from Lynn Hernan while she was still alive. Ms. Kurczewski got it to a point where Lynn Hernan, as of October 8, 2018, lost almost all of that $250,000, right? It was down to $87. Now that she's worth nothing, her credit cards are maxed out, her bank account, one of them is at $87, another one's at $52. She's worth nothing, unfortunately, to Ms. Kurczewski. But her estate is valued at approximately $150,000. And Ms. Kurczewski helps herself to $87,000 of that. Lynn Hernan's murder falls so conveniently for Ms. Kurczewski as to when she could maximize her profit off Lynn Hernan. And this is not a suicide. This was intentional homicide. So I come back to what I told you was the heart of this case. Lynn Hernan. And justice for Lynn Hernan here is 3 guilty verdicts for Jessy Kurczewski, and that's what the state is asking you to return here. Thank you.
I missed most of that, so but I presume it's very
quick,
good.
fan break.
I heard that was good.
Before we have the defense come up.
Oh, cool, Jonathan. Please put, if you become a member, you get to see Jonathan's pics on Discord.
Attorney Galaviz, do you want the lapel so you don't have to worry about the microphone, or?
Jonathan's got some bizarre pictures.
So you don't get feedback.
That was strong. Okay.
Madam, the other mics and still have the lapel.
Hi everyone, I'm in trouble. Nicholas Star is streaming now too, so I have to find a way to check. Oh, it's all good, Hannah. Hey, you originally Nicholas is a streamer, so I don't take any offense.
Thanks, everyone.
I just love that you pop in, Hannah.
And then when you're ready, Attorney
The
Galaviz.
literary problem of the day. But thank you for thinking of us, though. Oh, hang on. Thank you for thinking of us, though. Anyway, Hannah, I'm privileged that you even thought about me for a second. You're very strong. Okay, I've got my fancy ass speakers on there right now. Okay, Jonathan. Okay. Oh, I'm not sure I like this guy doing it.
I want to see you all.
He's quite low
Thank
in
you for
voice.
being here.
Oh no.
This is day 2 and only maybe 15 to go. Hopefully sooner rather than later. As the prosecution says, we're going to try to get this case done as quick as possible, but not too quick. This case is extremely important to Jessy.
I don't like this start. I don't like his voice.
And as you sit there, I want you to look at her. She's presumed innocent. As you sit there right there.
I know.
And don't ever let that thought leave your mind. That she's presumed innocent. No matter what he just said. When he's throwing all this stuff at the wall.
Hang on, let me put it up there.
To try for you to find her guilty. She's presumed innocent. And that's the jury instruction the judge just read to you. All defendants are presumed innocent. And if you can reconcile
I put it right
the
there.
reasonable hypothesis that she's innocent, you have to. Of all the charges. If there's any kind of hypothesis, reasonable hypothesis that she's innocent, you gotta find her not guilty.
No. Bad.
And I hope you understand that. As you sit here every single day, as you listen to their case, I want you to keep in your mind that she's presumed innocent. And never lose that thought as you hear their witnesses.
Oh, Jonathan.
Because in order to find her guilty, under common sense and logic,
she's done.
Which you're allowed to do, your common sense and life experiences, you're going to have to speculate. And the judge just told you can't do that. You're going to have to guess and speculate what Lynn Hernan thought while all this was going on. And if Lynn Hernan was here today, she would say, "Are you crazy, prosecution? That's my daughter that you have sitting there at that desk over there. That's my daughter.
Oh no, I don't like this.
She knew everything that I was doing when I was doing this. I loved her. I loved her. She's my daughter. I've known her since she was 8 or 9 years old. That's how long Lynn knew Jessy, since she was a child. Here's a picture of Lynn and Jessy, a graduation party that Lynn threw for Jessy, high school. And there's more photos of Lynn. See how she's grabbing her in these photos? Look at her, how she's grabbing Jessy. This is my daughter. She's so proud of Jessy. Has her arms around her, a hand on her head.
Oh, no.
That's who Jessy is to Lynn. Her daughter, even though not by blood. And there's more photos. Same photo. Lynn liked jewelry. She liked getting her nails done and her hair done. But she loved that person that she has her arms around. And there's more photos of Lynn and Jessy. Look how she's holding her. This is my daughter. I'm so proud of her. Yeah, and them not knowing this about Lynn and Jessy, not knowing the dynamics about Lynn and Jessy, maybe in their view of this, doesn't make sense to them why Lynn would give Jessy all this money, why a mother would give their daughter or their son money. And as he said, he's correct. Lynn had two groups of friends. She had Jennifer and Jessy, and then she had Keith, James, Corrine, and Anthony. But the problem was,
I can't stand cringe. I'm cringing right now. I think this is absolutely atrocious. This, oh my God, I can't even watch it. It's appalling. Oh my God. I don't think I've ever seen a worse opening.
what he told you is, we all have circles in our lives. Circles, where we only keep a few people in our circle. And only these few people that we have in our circle, the people that know our secrets, that we talk to every day and share everything with, when we're not feeling good or feeling happiness and sadness. And that was Jennifer and Jessy. She was in Lynn's circle. When Lynn needed,
Do you know what? She needs to get up now and go over to the prosecution table and just say, right, that deal, is that deal still on offer? Can I sign it now? Because this dude, he's fucking me right over with this speech. I'm going to prison, so let's sign the deal, yeah? Oh my days. Oh my days.
needed help, she called on them every single time.
Yeah, it does,
When
but
Lynn
it does,
needed
you're
help,
right.
she called on Jennifer. Jennifer's like her best friend. And Jessy became her best friend. When Lynn needed to move in 2009, Jennifer helped her and Jennifer's boyfriend, Gary Verdon. She didn't call Keith, James, Anthony, or Corrine. Who do you call when you move? Your friends, your closest friends or relatives.
No.
That's who she called, Jennifer.
That's
when Lynn
fair.
needed to move into this condo, who did she call? Jennifer and Gary Verdun. She didn't call James, Keith, Corrine, or Anthony. They didn't help her. When Lynn's mother died in 2013, who did she call to help her drive to Madison and help clean up her mother's place and get it ready to sell? Jennifer and Gary. They drove to Madison and helped Lynn clean out her mother's house. She didn't call these other people. They weren't in her circle, that inner circle. And their documents that they gave us is in the proof. Her bank account. Lynn had all this money in two bank accounts, her checking account and her money market account. Who was on her account with her? Joint. Jennifer. Jennifer Flower. That was her checking account. Jennifer was joint on that account. She loved Jennifer. Her money market account, again, she had a lot of money in the money market account. Who was on that account? Jennifer. Who, when you have a joint account, who do you put on the account again? Your husband, your wife? Here, Lynn didn't have anybody. She had Jennifer. Jennifer, it's like together. Lynn needed help, Jennifer helped her. When Jennifer needed help, Lynn helped her. When Jessy needed help, Lynn helped her because she loved, that's her daughter.
Yeah.
Anthony and Corinne, they didn't need help, they had money.
Or become a member, guys. Become a member. I'd love to have you all as
As the
members.
state's kind of said, you know, during this time, it doesn't make sense to them, is Lynn was on disability, full disability. She had all this money, and she was receiving food stamps. She was getting full insurance and food stamps during this time, since 2009. And that was real important to Lynn, not to lose that. And you can lose it, depends upon how much money you make, money you have in your accounts.
Right, this is a good point by Merlin, right? I wouldn't want to be a defense attorney. I think this is going to be a very hard case for the defense. And I always believe, you know, defense, innocent unless proven guilty. But this is my worst kind of attorney, the snooze fest attorney, just dragging words out. I hate this kind of attorney. It's my worst kind. I couldn't have this attorney at all. So yeah, but Merlin is 100%. Yeah, wouldn't want to be in their shoes. And just for people that don't know, I just want to introduce you to all Dave Umberger. So Dave is the daddy of this channel. Dave he's 69 odd. He's the father of the child. He's the ladies' man. He's the one that sweep all you ladies off his feet. So welcome back, Dave. You're always missed when you're not here. So Daddy, welcome. Follow me also on Twitter. Yeah, please follow me on Twitter, my alternate corner account, merch store. All my life's a circle. This guy really sucks. And by the way, I have to stop it now and again because of rights and stuff. That's why I do this, but only for a second or two. Please if anything else, please become a member. Everything else, don't worry about it, but please become a member. You get access to Discord and Jonathan's pictures and our members only videos. So anyway, back to it.
Because you're not supposed to get food stamps from full disability. You're not supposed to get disability and food stamps when you got a lot of money. Because why do we want to pay for somebody who's got a lot of money
for their
insurance and food stamps? Taxpayers. Lynn was on food stamps until she died with all this money. From the moment she inherited all this money until she died. But this is a case where they see a suicide. Can you give me the next slide? Lynn liked her vodka. And when she died on October 3rd, 2018, she had alcohol.
Oh my God, what's this now?
I'm not saying she's a bad person. She just liked that vodka. She also liked Visine. I have no idea why. Why somebody would put Visine in their alcohol or Visine in water. I don't know why people smoke marijuana. I don't know why people do heroin. I don't know why people do cocaine. I don't know why people do fentanyl. I don't get it. But people like doing it. That stuff doesn't make sense to me. Why people want to put that in their body. They like to put Visine in vodka and water.
It's not engaging.
Why? Who knows? I don't know. Like, I don't know why people do heroin and cocaine. But they like doing it.
She does. She does. And the other one's a female as well.
When Lynn passed away, they talk about, and I want you to hold him to this prosecutor, when he came up here and said, the tetrahydrozoline, the Visine killed Lynn. You hold him to that when he came up here. that's what killed her. You know, to this day, but no one's ever died from Visine, ever, on planet Earth.
What?
No one, not one person's ever died from Visine, drug poisoning. It's never
I
happened.
thought she did. What
And
did
I
she die
learned
of
during
then?
this case, it's kind of like marijuana. You know, you can smoke blunt after blunt after blunt after blunt after blunt, and it can't kill you. The ingredients of marijuana. And I learned it through this case. That you can smoke all day, every day, marijuana, it can't kill you. Apparently something with your body. And it's like that with Visine. It can't kill you.
Judge, I'm gonna object. That's not what any of the evidence is gonna come in to say.
Attorney Galaviz, rephrase.
Well, we'll see.
These are opening statements, not arguments. Save that for your closing.
But when they arrived on the scene, this is what they found at the scene. Clozapine, the one in the middle, I wouldn't be able to say it. Nifedipine. They found more prescription drugs, empty bottles. A closer look at clozapine, that was empty. More bottles. Baclofen. They found a lot of empty prescription bottles. You know why they were empty? They were inside Lynn. She had about 25 to 30 prescription pills in her system. And she was only supposed to have 5 or 6. And they can't see that as a suicide? When you're only supposed to take 5 or 6 and you get about 25 to 30, you know that baclofen she's not even supposed to have in her system. And she had about 10 to 15 of those pills in her system. That clozapine, she wasn't even supposed to have that in her system.
Thanks, Rose.
And she had about 10 of those pills. That nifedipine, she was supposed to have that in her system, but not to the volume that she had. She was only supposed to have 1 or 2 in her system, and she had about 7. And you'll hear from people, clozapine kills people. Baclofen kills people. Nifedipine kills people. Reported suicides with those 3 pills. And she had a boatload of that in her system. And they're saying that the Visine kills her, not these 25 to 30 other pills that she had in her system, that she took, along with the alcohol. Again, more trust Lynn had in Jessy. Here's a living will. April 20th, 2018. Who did she name on the will? Jessy. In the lockbox at the bank? Jessy. Lynn died October 3rd, 2018. That's the responsibility, that connection they had, Jessy and Lynn. Do you see Anthony's name on there, or Keith, or Corrine? Jessy. You know why? Because Jessy was the one that bought her, did all her shopping, took her to the hospital. If she had a medical appointment, Jessy took her. Jessy would come to her house and change her and clean her. When Lynn would have mistakes, Jessy was the one that she would call all the time.
Whoa. What's wrong with 20th of April? What's wrong with 420? I don't get that. What's wrong with it? What's wrong with 420? Speaking of drugs, yes. A boatload didn't hear him. I wonder how many blunts this guy smoked before he started. Ooh, we got bitchy Erin and bitchy Sarah. I love it. You speak of blunt for blunt. What a coincidence. He seems to know a lot about how much you can smoke. The argument is interesting, though. different. Oh, so it's not 20th of April. Fine. I was gonna say, because that's my birthday, 20th of April. What's wrong with 420? 420 as in time.
You
I
can
got
ask
you.
Scott.
I got you.
Craig's gonna tell you, Lynn was always calling her, like almost every single day. Jesse had to drive from Milwaukee to Pewaukee to take care of Lynn.
Sorry, I
You can
didn't
say,
know.
well, Jesse ended up quitting her job in June to take care of Lynn. Because Jesse was the only person she trusted.
My birthday day.
Jennifer was living somewhere else in Milwaukee, but Jesse quit her job to take care of her. As we all know, taking care of somebody who's in that state of mind is not easy. But Jesse would do all the shopping for her, cleaning, taking her to doctor's appointments.
It is.
Back and forth.
Cheech.
Because again, she's in that circle. Next. I don't know if you can.
I never knew that. Naive, must be.
Yeah, can you move it a little bit?
Oh,
This is
I'm
when,
82.
see the date this license was issued?
I'm 20th of 4th, 82. The 420 really bugs me because it's, for me, it's 24, 82. My birthday.
June 21st, 2018. During this whole time that this is happening, that they're claiming
know, I
this
do
is
as well.
happening. Lynn went and got her license renewed.
Here we go.
And on the driver's license, you see that she weighed 150 pounds, give or take. On the autopsy, she weighed 251 pounds. From June to October. She got real sick. We're gonna bring in hospital records, and she'll tell you how sick she got, and how many times she had to go to the hospital. Lynn was really sick and depressed. And you saw the way she was done up with the hair and nails and jewelry. She didn't look like that anymore. And she didn't want anybody to her house anymore. She didn't want any more visitors because she didn't look, in her mind, the same. She might have looked beautiful to Jesse, but Lynn didn't think she looked beautiful to other people. And you're going to hear her neighbor testify to that. Her name is Jean Tennell, that Lynn became hidden in her home. She was depressed. Next slide, please.
Oh, jeez.
This is a slide where you can see it, but it basically proves that Lynn was the cyclobenzaprine. She asked, the doctor took her off of it the beginning of January 2018. So she shouldn't even have had it in her system in October. She stopped taking it in 2018. And the next slide will be baclofen. She stopped taking it in March of 2018. She shouldn't even have had it in her system in October of 2018. Why would she take it if she stopped taking it at the beginning of the year? In such volumes of baclofen. She's only supposed to take one a day. She had 10 to 15 in her system. Like cyclobenzaprine, why would she take it? She told that she stopped taking it. Because she wants to kill herself. She wants to die. She doesn't like life. Doesn't make sense to them, but shooting yourself with a gun doesn't make sense to me. Jumping off a building doesn't make sense to me. Stepping in front of a moving train doesn't make sense to me. Suicide doesn't make sense to us who like living. But for somebody who's depressed and tired, why do you want to take their life? I have no idea. But Lynn did for some reason on October 3rd, 2018. Why does she have 25 to 30 pills in her system? They don't think that's a suicide? That must have been the tetrahydrozoline. Next slide, please. They talk about eye drops, and every time Lynn went to the doctor, every time since 2017 and 18, she went to the doctor a lot of times. Pain management, Aurora, Waukesha. She always complained about her eyes. She had to take eye drops. Every single time you'll see it on her lab after medical report, eye drops, complain of eye drops, pain in my eyes. And they didn't understand why she was always buying Visine. She was drinking it and using it. She needed eye drops. According to the hospital records, it's not something Jessy made up. It's in the hospital records. You'll see Aurora, pain management, Waukesha, eye drops, complaining about pain in her eyes. Next slide, please. The medical examiner said tetrahydrozoline was what killed her. And she was also using these other baclofen. She wasn't using them. She shouldn't have had baclofen in her system again. She shouldn't have had these drugs, these other drugs. They're basically saying she took these voluntarily, these other 25 to 30 pills. She took those voluntarily, along with the alcohol. But the tetrahydrozoline, no, she didn't take that voluntarily. That doesn't even make sense. You're saying she took 25 to 30 pills voluntarily? Again, 2 of them that she shouldn't have had in her system, but the Visine did it?
I agree, Dave. Like, he scored some points there with the tablet and stuff, but we need to know more. You know, we need to do more about that.
Next slide, please.
Jumped off the cliff.
Again, these are all her prescription pills that we found that were found on the scene. That's just one of two pages that were found at the scene. Next slide. Also, it doesn't make sense. They're saying that Jessy set this up. You know, remember when officers arrived on the scene? Do you think this was a suicide? Do you think Jessy would be jumping up and down? Yes. It's a suicide. This is definitely a suicide. Yes. You know what she said? She goes, I don't know. I don't think so. She said, well, I don't know. You don't want to think the worst, but you know, she would have been saying, yeah, for sure. She did. It was a suicide, but Jessy was being honest. I don't know. And you think if she would have set it up, and according to them, the Visine is in that water bottle, why would she leave it there at the scene with her fingerprints all over it? You know, it's like shooting somebody with a gun and then leaving the gun on the scene and running away so they can find the gun and your fingerprints on it. Why in the world would she leave the bottle of Visine right there so people can find it?
It's good, really.
If that was actually what killed her.
No.
Next slide, please. I want to touch a little bit about the finances, and they're going to mention about these checks, and you're going to hear, and I'm going to, with their witnesses, tell you that Lynn went to the bank a lot of times. When all this was going on, and her checks were being used, checks were being given to Jessy, her charge cards were being used by Lynn and Jessy. Lynn was always at the bank. She would make deposits, withdrawals. You're going to see them. Lynn would go personally to the bank and go to and do these transactions. You don't think the tellers are telling her about her account, the balances on her account? You don't think she's asking for, like, can I have a balance on my account? That's what happens at a bank. You do a withdrawal or a deposit, you get a balance. Like, Lynn is now aware that Jessy's stealing this money, and they were so sure that that these checks were forged by Lynn. They were so sure at the beginning of this case. And Jessy kept telling him, I didn't forge them. Lynn gave them to me. Lynn gave me this money. That he didn't mention, we sent the checks to the FBI to see who wrote those checks. Did he say that? Jessy said, but send them to the FBI. I didn't write them. Whatever they say. You know what the FBI said? The analyst, Lynn wrote them. Jessy didn't write them. Didn't write any of those checks. Did he mention that in his opening? I don't think so.
I object to that line. That's not what the FBI report says.
We'll see.
Move on.
And you're gonna see also through their documents that they gave us that Lynn applied for a loan in 2018 February for $30,000 loan or $35,000 at BMO Harris Bank. Why would she apply for a $30,000 loan if she thought she had all this money in her bank? Why in the world would she apply for $30,000? She had all this money in her checking account and all this money in her market account. Why would she need a loan? She was denied. The bank denied her. She had all this money in her account. Why would the bank?
Like that line though. We'll see. We'll see.
And then she tried for another loan. Her and Jessy. And I'll be honest with you, her and Jessy filed some fraudulent documents to get this other loan.
Here's what I think
Wells
that's funny.
Fargo.
That's a good line.
Lynn and Jessy together. They applied, falsified Lynn's earnings. And she got that loan. Jessy and Lynn. But Lynn knew about it. Lynn had to go to the bank, Wells Fargo, and sign for that loan before they could get the money. Jessy and Lynn in front of the, Lynn was with, they were with together to Wells Fargo Bank to sign for that loan, March 8, 2018. Wells Fargo and Pewaukee. Again, Lynn loved Jessy. That was her daughter. She was in that circle. But if Lynn was here, she wouldn't believe that Jessy's sitting over there to start with. Had she known this was going to happen, I think she would have did something different. I don't think, never in her wildest dream would she ever think Jessy would get arrested for a suicide that Lynn committed or being charged with money that Lynn gave to her. Jessy's innocent.
Pewaukee. What do you say? Pewaukee. I only know Pewaukee because of the Watt brothers, JJ Watt, TJ Watt, Derek Watt. I know that they went to school somewhere around Pewaukee or wherever.
You know, when he talked about that, the people from probate said, "We never seen this will like this." You know what the medical examiner is going to tell you? I've never seen tetrahydrozoline before either. This is my first time ever. This is when she gets up to testify. She goes, "I've never ever seen tetrahydrozoline. I had to research it and talk to people and read literature about it from the experts." And one of those experts is named Henry Speller, leading expert in the world on tetrahydrozoline poisoning. And you're going to hear from him. We're going to bring him in. Literature that the medical examiner read. And you're going to hear from Mr. Speller about tetrahydrozoline poisoning. She's innocent. Find her not guilty.
Thank you, Attorney Galavis. I think it'll be a great time just to have a afternoon break and give everyone an opportunity to a little comfort break, and then we'll come back in about 15-20 minutes with the start of testimony. All rise for the jury, please.
How sad, coming from a small place, a bank would have asked us even just odd purchases. I was one, to be fair. And scene end. I do think like he was awful, but I do think he got some points across that I'd be interested to see or hear. And when he said that we'll see, that did. I do like that line. But I did think he scored a couple of points. I won't say that he did like 0 points. I thought he started awfully, but then I do think he scored a couple of points here and there. But they've now got to prove it. They've now got to prove it all. Erin Hack. Erin Hack's on fire. Erin's on fire. No, you're right. If we have one transaction that seems a little unusual to the bank, they won't let the payment go through until we verified it as being our charge through text or email. They normally phone me up, said, "Oh, is that your transaction for Pornhub?" I'm like, "No, cancel it." Erin, I think the D hit a few things I need. Oh, I was there going, Melissa, what? I'm sorry. I was just like, what the D? Hello, Melissa. Welcome back, Melissa, with your Red Bull, no sugar. I think the defense hit a few things that need to be addressed, I guess. We'll see if those things are really true. Melissa, you like your sister from another mother or Mr. whatever. That's exactly what I said. So, agreed. Thanks, Hannah. We're on the same page. But I never get a printed balance when I go to the bank. I don't want to pay it. Yeah, same here. I never check it, to be honest with you. That's why I go by overdraft all the time. You were noisy. I know I had to. I couldn't resist. Couldn't resist. The bank president was in my class until we graduated. Before it was his dad who knew my dad. My ex was his mechanic. Jesus, Dunya. You know everybody. Right, we're there. Oh, I can rest my ears. I got this audio on 600%. So for you guys, Jesus. So it was hard on my ears, that was. So yeah, I'll say I thought he hit on some stuff, but Jesus, I would not want him as my attorney. I think the female one is, but I think he's gonna be good. And we don't know people, do we? I mean, he could be very good at financial stuff, all the boring stuff. That could be why he's so boring, and that's why he's so cocky, maybe in some aspects. Notice how I know with Sarah P's. It's Sarah P's fault. Um, the the county one red light. What red light district? Have you got the red light district there, Nunia? Can you not turn it volume down? I have. It's down to like 2%, Sarah. Let me tell you, I is down to. Let me just check it. Uh, 20%. My my bank, and you. She means like mute it. Just kidding. You two are proper bitches today towards me. Dylan, Dylan, you want me to bloody you pick on me. You both do. You both pick on me a lot. You see, everyone thinks I pick on you guys on Sarah P. No, 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 no. It's the other way around. They always pick on me. But here we are. We're locked in. We're in the trial. We started the trial. I missed the opening of the state, so I trust you guys when you say they were really good. Carpool time. Good luck, Nunya. Good luck to you. Hope your granddaughter's okay. And yeah, we'll see you when you get back properly then. All right. Be safe out there, Nunya. Drive carefully. Watch the carpool. Leave them alone. Me. Me. Are you eating chat? Jesus. Proper bitches. Sorry, fancy. Oh no, Nunya. Sorry. Godspeed, and I hope you make it back without too many confrontations. Nunya. Airing as we should be. You see, these girls know where their places are. They know where they need to be. It's all good. Right. Let me take my headphones down to 12% then, once I can. Remember. Oh, remember. You remember? So, Jonathan, I think you're uploading photos on Discord, so thank you for doing that. I hate plugging myself, but I will plug myself again. If you're not a member, please consider becoming a member. You can be a blue taco, a taco or a blue wench, and I think a taco's $3, I think, and a blue wench is $6. And you get access to Discord with Jonathan Cook's Octopus, and he puts live crabs in hot boiling water, and he puts pictures of whatever random stuff, and also you get access to members only videos and the past ones as well. So not given, don't have to do it all. It's all good, but um, always appreciated. I had to bake up. I got defense of 1.75. So, no, you got baked. Is it 420 there with you, Sylvia? Is it 420? Are you on the doobies? Just to get in line with. It's all good. You get on the doobies. Bake up. I'm probably gonna have to catch up on this the rest later. I have to run now soon. No worries at all. Merlin, it's lovely to have you here. Thank you very much for being here. I do appreciate you and your input, and that's the same for everybody that's new. Really do appreciate you guys. You guys make the channel. So anyone out there that hasn't chatted, be like Merlin. Just chat. Just say hello. Everyone's friendly here. So thank you, Merlin. Appreciate you. And if I don't see you before you go, just yeah, I'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and hopefully catch up on you later on. You gotta love autocorrect. Oh, okay, Sylvia, that old chestnut. That old chestnut. Thank you for being here today, Merlin. See, Sarah's really nice to everyone else. Right. And where did she come? Melissa came from nowhere, from the clouds. I hope you're well as well, Melissa. I meant Merlin and the new people, not. I mean, I will be honest, Erin has been on fire today. She's been entertaining today, so I'll give her that. I thought you were gone, Sarah, at one point. Do you know what I mean? Thanks, RP. I'll be a little bit longer, but I'll probably drop out without. No worries. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. Fine. I'll be stuck saying, yeah. No, it's fine. Yeah, we'll say goodbye now. Goodbye, Berlin. Even though you're still here for a little bit. Goodbye. See you later on. I should have just known that. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, but yeah. See you tomorrow. Okay, Sarah. I had to step away to hear about a shit case my husband is handling. Oh no. No. Hope it's not too bad. Erin Hack with the muscles. The Wisconsin thing is strong. Is strong. Wisconsin. I I did have to step away from it. My daughter had an appointment. Oh, check back if you weren't even there. Oh, ah. Ah, you see, such a bitch. Unbelievable. Every time I check back, you weren't there. Jesus Christ. I had bloody solar panel people here, and then I had to try and make some bloody dinner. Plus, I had to mod this place. Do you know what I mean? I was keeping the whole ship afloat. So I was, yeah. Dill on, Dill on. I'm known for the crazy laundry. And to be fair, I think all of our chat is. All the chat is. So you just drop out because otherwise everyone's going to be here all day. You need 20 minutes just to drop out. And I hope your daughter's okay, by the way. Um, I hope your daughter's fine. Even though that I'm a bitch to Sarah I'm not a bitch to her children. I hope they're okay. Meryl Templar is all we are. We all know you can't multitask. Well, that's why I had to go off, you see, so as no one's watching me multitask. Nah, it's all good. been a bit of a day today. Everyone's coming in and out. But I enjoy it. I enjoy it. I can't complain. Oh, right. Hang on. Just remind people, if you have not liked and subscribed, please like and subscribe. I think we had 49 likes yesterday, and we got 32 today. Which is, good. We've got more people watching this trial than we normally do, I think. Except for like Tara Nichols and all that, do you know what I mean? And Gwyneth Paltrow, we obviously have loads for that as well. But in the general terms of streaming, really appreciate you guys joining us. I think we're averaging well not well over, but over 20, which is good for me. So I'm happy. So extremely happy actually. So thank you everybody for being here. You're part of it now. Do you know what I mean? You're part of the channel. So hopefully you help it grow. Like weed, help it grow. 420. All right. Hang on, let's see what. Let me check one thing here about Jonathan. Long day today. I was in the gym this morning. Oof, working out. Working 9 to 5. General, is this Jonathan? Right. When people say, what's Discord like? Let me show you. You didn't say, I don't think. Probably quarter of an hour. Happy days, oh, happy days. When Jesus was. Oh, happy days. Right, let's have a look here. So, this is what you're missing out on, guys. If you don't remember, look at Jonathan posting here. His speakers. It's a way to make a living. Look at Ems. Ems is in the chat. Jonathan, what you do? I mean, he has said in fairness to him. In case you missed it yesterday, this is all of our cases and stuff that we look into. Where's it gone now? Deputy heard. I need to restream that before long. Show us your food. This is Jonathan. Blueberry bagel with strawberry, banana, yogurt, and blueberries. This is the chicken octopus, Michaela. This is Jonathan.
Biggest, meanest one in first because he's an asshole. So.
Okay.
Get off. Biggest, meanest one in first because he's an asshole. So. Get off.
Where is it? Where's Seb? See all the octopus and stuff. I mean, you don't have to be there for that, but yeah, that's Jonathan. Lay's Club. Dear British, these are fries. Sincerely, the rest of the world. These are chips. Shut up, Jonathan. They're not. Hang on, General. Welcome. Who's here? Tuddy Pip. Tuddy Pip has joined. Hey, Tuddy Pip. Right, where's Tuddy Pip? Where are you? Tuddy Pip. I'm trusted Tuddy Pip. That she's a member. I think she's a member anyway. I trust her. Tuddy Pip is here. Oh, she's in the blue can. Oh, I put her in already. Oops, I put her in already. I must have done. I don't remember. Anyway, where's your one then? Where's Seb? General. Are these yeah. Hang on. I don't know where. I don't know where your Seb thing's gone though. Dirty talk. Oops, wrong one. I'm not supposed to be in there. What was? How do I get out? No, share screen. No. Disconnect. Oops. Right, we better go back to the trial, shall we? Oh, it's not on yet. That's fine. Anyway, this is what you get in my Discord. Jesus. I shouldn't really show it, should I? Stop screen. Who's with? That's Mecky Techie. That's Mecky Techie, that is. Who's not here today. Well, watching with us then. Oh! So yeah, that was Mecky Techie's wig. Ugh. Oh, happy days. Oh, do you not like octopus? I don't either. Jonathan's voice sounds like oh, do you think so? Yeah. Oh, what time in? She's back.
I don't think it was you. I think it was just, just trying to avoid things like what.
I know that people said I shouldn't. Like, I got the call yesterday. You're not supposed to call her MILF or cougar, but she's very good looking. This judge, very, very good looking.
No, we can ask that.
Talking about MILFs, we got a Guilf on Saturday for the Mackmore trial. Guilf is coming on for about 3-4 hours. Not 2 hours, I think. So as we go through the Mackmore, so if you have not seen it, come and join us on Saturday for Mackmore Wednesdays, but on Saturdays for the next few weeks. Mackmore was a defendant in a murder trial. He was accused of murdering his wife last year, and he got acquitted. And we had one of the jurors on Saturday, last Wednesday, and Matt's with us for the next. I think we've got another 12 weeks to go for the trial, and then he's going through it all with us. So if you want perspective of defendant, join us on Saturday at 10 o'clock Central, 11 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock UK time, 5 o'clock European time. And that's on Saturday. Or if you want to watch what we've done already, go to the playlist on my channel, the Mackmore playlist. You can see what we've done so far. We're fat in the UK now. No way. I'm fat. Does that mean that no one can call me fat anymore? Or your ass is fat. Fat. Oh, talk about ass is fat. Where's Luna?
I presume we have a witness ready to go. Okay.
Right, let's see if Sarah P's listening now, because she's the witness guru.
Nice one, Rogers. Okay. Can you just check to see if we have everyone back? I don't think they went here, but make sure they're all ready to go. Was your computer air connected, like the air table or the hard
Cables, but it was HDMI cable, right?
Oh, I was just curious.
It was just karma on me.
No, I've seen it do that before. I don't. It just
How it was, whether it was over air, like
It's
air
in that
control
control.
or
Absolutely is.
Cable.
Hope you're not fat. We're challenged.
I don't know.
I show them fat. Oh, I don't
I
care
don't know,
about
maybe
it.
it's the length and it just goes quiet.
I was in the circuit training train, and we had to do a minute. Just go. Do you know what I mean? One of those. Oh,
We're just waiting for the jurors to
fucking tough.
all be ready.
Non-stop for a minute. Oh, my arms are nearly dropping off. It's my back and my neck. Like, oh.
Hey, Scott, can you?
It was out of peace, stupid. Or is that word allowed? I know. I won't be allowed to call her a bitch before long. Jesus. What's the world coming to? We just showed everyone it. We just showed you pictures on Discord, John. And your octopus. Erin does not like your octopus. Ah, he did, yeah, and you did. You're right. So, yeah, no one likes your octopus. It's all good. Don't worry. It's all good.
If I can open up Adobe and compress it, or if I have, which I can't do on this computer, or if I have to manually scan. So I'm just trying to figure out logistics.
Come on.
I think there's one back in the.
Everyone needs a Jonathan. Every chat needs a Jonathan, if I'm being honest. And that's not because I love him more than anybody else. It's more of I just like random people that say stuff. You know what I mean, I love the
Are
chat.
we ready?
Jonathan
Okay,
just.
we're
like,
all ready, so we'll be back on the record, and all rise, and the jury should be in shortly.
I don't understand half things he says, but I find it hilarious.
Is that one back in here that you were looking at? The first one?
Just touch it. Bum, 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 bum.
I see.
Jonathan,
Thank you.
I think you're the youngest in the chat, Jonathan. You
We
and
stand for
Luna.
you, so when you come in, you can sit. Unless you want to stand until you're all in.
I will not call her
Thank
a
you,
MILF. I
everyone.
will
Please be
respect
seated.
it, but
I
she's
see our
gorgeous.
jurors have been given notepads and pens if they choose to take notes. With that, the state may call its first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Deputy Rosenberger.
All right, Deputy, if you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is upper riser on
Whoa.
my right.
Crap,
When you
with
get there,
4 minutes
please remain
behind.
standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
I'll start to sit now. We're 4 minutes behind. Sorry, guys.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. When you are seated, please state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Christopher Rosenberger. First name is Christopher. Last name is Rosenberger.
Thank you. Go ahead. You may question the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Rosenberger, how are you employed?
Through the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been employed at the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department?
It'll be 13 years this January.
Okay. Have you had any previous law enforcement experience before that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you get into that?
It was 6 months in the town of Dover in Kansas.
That means you're in law and crime. Sarah P. You cheater, you. Look at the face he's making. Should say. Thanks, Sarah.
It was mostly boat patrol.
Okay. So that brief stint, as well as the Sheriff's Department, is your totality of your law enforcement experience, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have to undergo training to become a law enforcement officer?
I did.
Can you just briefly describe for the jury some of that training?
In 2008, I completed the Law Enforcement Training Academy. After that, I was hired with my first department, boat patrol. In that department, being a part-time department, we didn't receive a whole lot of training until I became a sheriff in 2011. And then we had a 2-week orientation class prior to becoming on the road. Once becoming a deputy on the road, I was on field training for 20-week field training program. After our field training program, we continue to take additional classes for investigations, along with other specialty assignments that I'm assigned to right now.
Oh,
As being a deputy, have you had training on investigating death scenes?
Yes.
Could you describe that for the jury?
Most of the death scene investigation has been originally through my police academy, where we had, I believe, an 8-hour, 12-hour class on investigating death scenes. From there, everything was hands-on with my FTOs, along with my in-person experience during calls.
Obviously, you've had a little bit of an extensive law enforcement career, but if you could give an approximate number of about how many death scenes you've actually gone to as a law enforcement officer.
For death scenes, I imagine approximately 80 to 100 death scenes.
Could you describe the standard procedure for processing and assessing those death scenes?
First and foremost, our first priority is arriving on scene and making sure that the scene is secure, not that there's any other injuries to anybody. Everyone there is safe first, along with then immediately rendering aid to anyone who is injured or is dying, or checking to make sure that there's no other additional life-saving measures that we can perform. After then, we also complete a cursory search of the house or wherever the person is located to ensure that there's nobody hiding in the residence. After that, we have our fire department pretty much coincide, come in with.
Did I just miss the state direct with? No, this is the first one. No, yeah, just started.
As we're checking the building to ensure that the person who we have located to take advantage of further medical assistance that I can't provide, such as hooking up AED, for heart monitors. The fire department, if it's an obvious death, usually we only bring on 1 or 2 firefighters. If we think the person can be revived, we bring in as many as we can. From there, then, if the person is deceased, we'll set up a crime scene log and we'll secure that perimeter of the residence or wherever we deem the crime scene is until we can break down that. We start a crime scene log. We take documentation of everyone who comes in and all that residence or area.
Thank you. I want to take you back about
No, yeah. So Saturdays for a little bit. Just I got stuff on Wednesdays. It's hard to fit everything in. That's all. So we're not missing any of this trial. This trial's still continuing. And Matt's going to be done on every Saturday for the next 4 or 5 weeks. So basically, you guys get me for six days a week. You lucky people. Talk about lucky people. Hey, sexy. Here she is, Luna. Luna, baby, shake that ass. We'll talk about fat asses. We'll talk about fat. And I just thought about your ass straight away. Fat ass, Luna. In a good way, that is. Not a bad way. She, I don't know. Anyway, let's move on.
5 years ago at this point, to October 3rd, 2018. Were you on duty on that date?
Yes.
All right. Were you dispatched to a residence at North 16 West 543 Meadowgrass Circle in the city of Pewaukee, Waukesha County, Wisconsin?
I was.
All right. On that date, can you tell me a little bit about that dispatch?
Sorry, one more time. Look who pops up as soon as Luna comes in. Look who pops up, Dave. Daddy Dave pops straight up. He is the daddy. Look at him. Smooth operator.
We were dispatched to a suicide. I don't recall word for word the dispatch exactly what they told us, but they did advise that a female had located her friend deceased in the residence. Upon my arrival, along with Deputy Mitch, who I was field training, we immediately responded into the residence. From there, we were advised by the fire department just shortly prior to entering the residence that the female was deceased and there's no further life-saving measures that they could do. From there, I completed a quick search of the residence for anybody lurking inside the residence to confirm that the scene was safe, not that anyone was hiding in a closet, an attic, a garage, because we want to make sure the scene is safe. I remained with Deputy Mitch, and I believe Deputy Kajawa set up a crime scene log immediately, and we waited until further instruction.
As you were securing the residence, did you make contact with anybody other than law enforcement or EMS or anything like that?
Not inside the residence, no.
What about outside the residence?
I do not recall everyone who I made contact with outside the residence other than the deputies on scene.
Okay. Ultimately, what was your role in the investigation when you actually got on scene?
My role essentially was being a field training officer for Deputy Mitch. I essentially supervised his actions and I taught him how to investigate the scene. So I believe I did contact my supervisor. I let him know that it was in fact at that scene and that we need supervisors on scene. From there, I essentially was a shadow for my trainee to make sure that he properly investigated the incident.
All right. When you guys were investigating the incident, you were shadowing him essentially. Did you walk through the residence that you went to?
I did.
Okay. Did you and Deputy Mitch look in the garbage or fridge during that time?
I'm sure I did. I don't recall everything that I had located in the garbage or the fridge, but that is probably something I would have done.
Why is that something you would do at a death scene?
Once again, at death scenes, because we treating them all as a crime scene. That's essentially why we set up a crime scene log. We have a deputy posted at the door. We don't let people in or out. We don't know if this was a suicide or a homicide. We don't know the circumstances behind it. So I'm going to start checking areas that maybe give me some clues, such as items in the garbage, items in the refrigerator, along with, I'm looking to see even if there's food in the refrigerator. Was this person living here not eating, or did they just buy McDonald's or food yesterday and they're actually eating and surviving?
At some point, did you make contact or clearly identify the decedent?
I did.
Okay. And she was clearly deceased at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Moving forward in this investigation, did you locate a notepad on a stool in the residence?
I did. After, I believe, once the detectives have been on scene and the medical examiner was on scene, she pointed out a notepad on a stool that was along like a buffet bar area behind the sink. And there was a notepad on that stool. I was requested by the medical examiner to review and take pictures.
Did you ultimately take pictures of that notepad?
I did.
Okay. And did you review them before court today?
I did.
Or are you asking for permission to approach the witness?
We'll use the.
I hope we get to see. I hope we get to see some of the exhibits when they publish it
electronically, so to speak. The documents that they have, the court will see, you will see, and then presumably we'll go forward from there.
Let me know once you see what you want on your preview screen, and then I'll publish the witness.
It's not up yet. That's your screen. No, that's there.
Oh, that's nice. I still have to remind my 3-year-old.
I'm seeing a blue screen.
Yeah, one of her screens is blue, but then she also does have it up.
Might have to, if you're using it as a dual monitor, you have to make sure it's on the correct side.
Looks quite young, doesn't he? Yeah, and then my 11-year-old niece, she tells me I love you all the time.
Yes.
My 3-year-old niece
Jessy, can you
tells
see-
me
Hold on a second. I just want to confirm your monitor's working.
When?
Yes. Thank you.
when I get
Go ahead.
Stephanie, can you see exhibit 1 on your screen?
Yes.
And is this one of the pictures that you had taken of the notepad on the October 3rd?
Yes, that appears to be the first page of it.
And would that be a true and accurate copy of the picture that you took?
Yes.
Same questions with exhibit 2. Is this another picture of another page of that notepad?
Yes.
And is that also a true and accurate copy of that page of the notepad?
It is.
Further, this is exhibit 3 now on your screen. Is this the 3rd page of the notepad?
Yes.
And again, you took this picture?
Yep.
True and accurate copy of it?
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 4 here is a lower half of one of the pages of the notepad. Is this another picture that you took on this date?
Correct.
And that's again a true and accurate copy of that?
It is.
And lastly, we have exhibit 5, which is the upper page of exhibit 1 actually here. Again, did you take this picture?
That's correct, yes.
And it's a true and accurate copy of it?
It is.
Your Honor, be moving exhibits 1 through 5 into evidence.
Exhibit 4, that's the lower half of which exhibit?
That is the lower half of page 1.
Any objection? No. All right, for the jury then, exhibits 1 through 5 are received.
And I'd be asking for permission to publish exhibit 5.
Any objection? No. All right, permission to publish granted.
Yes.
You starting with 5?
Deputy, looking at exhibit 5, is there a date on the top of exhibit 5?
There is.
Can you just tell the jury what that date is?
9/26/2015.
Okay, so presumably this note would have been from 9/26 of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. At least that's how you interpret it.
Yes.
All right. In looking at this notepad, so not even just exhibit 5, but all 3 pages of the notepad, In your training experience reviewing these scenes, did you believe this notepad to be a suicide note or notepad?
I did not. Based on some of the information we received that she's had health problems, it appeared like she was essentially telling someone how to feed her cat, run her TV, feed the animals, and how to even get a hold of her in the hospital.
And to just be clear to the jury, where was this stool in the residence?
When you walked into the residence, there was an open concept, and the kitchen was in the center, kind of towards the back of the apartment, and it would be in the center where the living room was, dividing the kitchen. And it would have been on the living room side.
I just have a few more questions for you, Deputy. When kind of going backwards, when you cleared the residence earlier on this October date, did you locate a Jeep or a vehicle in the residence or in the garage?
I did.
Okay, what was that vehicle?
I recall opening up the door to the garage. I saw a Jeep Wrangler, and I even recall making a comment to my partner because she had the same vehicle, saying, hey, she likes Jeeps too. That's the reason I remember it being in there.
Thank you. Just one last question, Deputy. Did you have any other further duties in this investigation?
Essentially from just supervising my trainee, no. I was asked to take pictures, and after completing pictures, I remained with my trainee.
Thank you, Deputy. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Cross, and do you need any of the exhibits published while you're questioning?
Yes, we might. And we're going to have another exhibit, so we need access on our computer.
Go ahead.
So, good afternoon, Mr. Rosenberger. At the scene, you made observations then?
I did, yes.
And you wrote a report.
Correct.
And your report is about a half a page.
That is correct.
As part of your training in law enforcement, you're told to record anything that's significant.
Correct.
And then put it in a report form.
That is correct.
And you did that.
I did. I documented my job on the scene.
Right, which was to, you said today, to look at everything.
Correct.
There's nothing in here about looking inside the refrigerator.
That is correct.
What you said, you looked in the refrigerator.
To my recollection, yes.
What was in the refrigerator? Tell me the items that were in her refrigerator.
From 5 years ago, I do not recall what was in the refrigerator.
One of the big reasons why you would put it in a report, right?
I would, unless I found something that stands out to me, I would not document that in my report.
But one of the benefits of preparing a report is to be able to, months or years later, to be able to go back and look at what you did at a previous date and refresh your own recollection.
Correct.
You read your report to refresh your recollection, didn't you?
I did.
You met with the district attorney's office to prepare?
That is correct.
And is that why today you came in on exhibit, which exhibit was this one? Exhibit 1, and told us today that the date on the note was September 26, 2015, because they pointed out to you that in your report you wrote 2018, right?
That is correct, and I'd like to answer that.
And
further?
No, I just asked you.
Okay.
And so when you were there in October of 2016 or 2018, it was your testimony that the medical examiner is the person.
No, I was just saying about how Luna's got a fat ass in a good way. And yeah, I how not to pick up women by this guy. Do you know what I mean? I'm completely useless. We just showed a picture of your dog with a wig on in Discord. Loved it, Mecky Tech. I say, no, I've not seen Mecky today. The years old was 90 here. I was watching stupid commercials. Thank you for watching commercials for me, Mecky. Hi, chat. Hi, hello, Mecky Techie.
Deputy medical examiner is the person who told you to take these photographs?
That's correct.
You wouldn't have done that otherwise.
At that point, I was unsure what the other detectives had fully taken pictures of.
Well, you said you were in a training mode that night.
That's correct.
You were in charge of, you were training another person.
Correct.
So you were taking charge of things and telling him what he should and shouldn't do, right?
My trainee, not the detectives on scene.
Your trainee, Mr. Mitch, did you say?
Yep.
When you took photos, these photos that you showed today, did you take any photos of the refrigerator?
I did not.
Did you take any photos of the garbage cans?
I did not.
You said you looked in the garbage cans.
I believe I did, yes.
How many garbage cans are in that house?
At this time, I do not recall how many garbage cans were in the house.
Well, what was in the garbage cans?
I do not recall.
Okay, so you looked at them, but you have no idea of what was in them.
That is correct, yes.
You don't remember seeing alcohol bottles in the garbage cans?
I do not recall that right now.
You don't remember seeing Visine bottles in the garbage can?
No.
How many bathrooms were in this unit?
To my recollection, I believe there were 2 bathrooms.
Okay. Did you take any pictures in the bathrooms?
I was not assigned with taking overall pictures of the residents.
Was the medical examiner assigning people to take certain pictures?
Negative, no.
Okay, so somebody else was taking pictures, but if the medical examiner wanted some, you took them?
That's correct. Detective Wilberg had taken the initial pictures, and then that notepad was located additionally by our ME while we were securing the scene or investigating, and she asked me to take additional photographs of it, which is not very uncommon.
Well, the medical examiner provided us with copies of scene photos. Who took the medical examiner scene photos?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Do you know who took photographs at the scene for the medical examiner? Was there somebody doing that?
Detective Wilberg took pictures on our behalf, and I believe the medical examiner took her own photographs.
Was it her? She took them herself?
I believe so, yes.
You saw her taking photos?
To my recollection, I believe she took the photographs.
Now, did you collect any of these pads as evidence?
I did not.
Did anybody at the scene collect these notes?
Not to my recollection, no.
And the note that you talked about on Exhibit 1 is a note from 2015, is that right?
Correct, that's what was written on the top of it.
And it looks like, can we show this exhibit? Number 1?
Yeah.
There we go. Can you make it a little smaller? We're going to bring up what's already been admitted as Exhibit 1. Can you see that all right on your screen?
He doesn't have it yet.
Yes, I'd like to display it. It's already been admitted into evidence. To
The
everybody.
exhibit has been received and published. It may be presented in the court.
Thank you. So it looks halfway down like Lynn wrote 1-262-928-1000 is scheduling desk at hospital and will transfer you to whatever room I'm in. Do you see that?
Yes.
So as you read this, and a lot of this is about here's how to take care of my cats, leave the TVs on so the cats can have the TVs, don't touch the antenna. Instructions for Jenny, it looks like, right?
Yes,
And that's Jenny Flower.
that's what it says at the top.
And that's Jesse's mom, is that right?
I do not know that.
Okay.
Jesse's mom, she's got it going on. Watch Halloween, it'll be cold and raining. Got silent, all the kids went inside. Oh, snow, yes. Moved to the next day due to snowstorm. Halloween, we don't celebrate. I don't celebrate Halloween. I don't do anything with Halloween. Don't see the big deal in it.
And she talks about her living will on here. Is that right?
Can you zoom in a little bit?
And this is somebody, that's okay, somebody who's going to the hospital back in 2015, right?
Correct.
Did you take the picture at the
Nope.
scene of the checkbook register with notes on it?
I don't believe so.
Did you
I
take a
agree,
picture
Sylvia.
of the
Just the other
Lynn's
day.
driver's license?
No.
When you said the first photograph I took was of the photo identification card at 1907 hours, what photo identification card are you referring to?
For us, at the beginning, before taking pictures, we actually take a photo card that has the date, the address we're at, what time, our incident report number, and location, including the person who's taking the picture. So when our detectives get these pictures, they can identify what case this is from.
Got it.
Are we done with Exhibit 1?
Yes, done with that.
Thank you.
Just in case people think, why do you keep pausing and stuff? I have to, because it's copyright and stuff like that. You have to make it into your own content. So that's why I have to stop and speak a few times here and there before you think it's getting annoying. But I only do it for a little bit. Hi, Joe. Hope you're well,
Did
Joe.
you take make a list of drugs that were found at the scene?
I personally did not.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Just briefly here, Deputy Rosenberger, there was some discussion about 2018 versus 2015. Can you just tell the jury what happened with that discrepancy?
At the time, we used typists, so we either call in via a phone, like a voicemail system, or on a recorder. Once we were completed with our reports, that we would upload them, and typists actually have to listen and type as you're talking into the recorder. And I believe that being that discrepancy, they may have heard 2018 instead of 2015.
And the jury was able to see in the exhibit 1 here, and I believe actually in exhibit 5, that it's clearly a note from 2015, correct?
Correct.
Also, there are some questions about how in your report, or lack of notes in your report, is that because nothing stood out to you on scene?
At that time, no. And furthermore, being a field training officer, I'm more hands off and I'm letting them do the investigation, and I'm essentially there guiding them. So when Deputy Mitch completed his report, I made sure that he described the details and the residents to our knowledge.
Thank you, Deputy. I don't have anything else.
All right, thank you, Deputy. You may step down.
Okay. So they don't let.
No.
There's no recross. Okay. They don't do that. Okay. That's unusual.
All right, please have her come in.
Good. Finished up your training, enforcement experience. Are you still?
LSEYMI.
To state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Kelsey Michelson, KELSEYMICHALSEN.
Thank you. Go ahead. Attorney Crawford, is this still your witness?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, I apologize. Just briefly, I'd be asking that Deputy Rosenberger be released from the subpoena.
Is he under any defense subpoena? Attorney Kuklin?
No, he's not.
All right, he may be released.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Michelson, can you just tell me what you do right now for a job?
I currently work as a tech in the ER at Freighter Hospital.
Okay. Additionally, do you have any experience in law enforcement?
Yes, I've been a law enforcement officer since May of 2018.
Okay. Are you still employed in a law enforcement capacity at all?
Yes, I work part-time at the Village of Pewaukee Police Department.
In what sense?
I'm a boat patrol officer there.
All right. So I believe you said May of 2018 is your extent of law enforcement experience?
Correct.
All right. Can you just tell the jury the training that you received to become a law enforcement officer?
I have a 2-year associate's degree that I received in 2018 as well. Additionally, I had 720 hours of the Law Enforcement Academy, which I graduated in May of 2018. I had additional training in my job as a law enforcement officer as well.
Owl Chestnut. Okay.
Were you employed with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department in October of 2018?
I was.
All right. So I think you said you had finished up your training and the county and all that in May. So you'd been on the job for about 5 months or so. Is that fair?
Correct. And I was off for training at that time as well.
Okay. On October 3rd, 2018, were you dispatched to a residence in the Village of Pewaukee for a death investigation?
I was. It was an assist EMS.
Okay. What was your role in that investigation?
I received a witness statement from Jessy Kurczewski on that case.
Okay. Do you see that individual who you identified as Jessy Kurczewski in court here today?
I wouldn't be able to identify
Okay.
her.
It's been 5 years, obviously. So,
Hold on. Was that a yes?
I would say no.
Well, you shook your head yes, though, when you were
Oh, I
acknowledging.
apologize.
Do you agree that you shook your head yes when he asked you if you would not be able to identify her?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Sorry, it's my job to make sure if someone nods their head, shrugs their shoulders, or says, that I make sure the record's clear what you meant. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mixon. So you had stated that your role on scene here was to get a statement from this Jessy Kurczewski individual, correct?
Correct.
All right. So
he is
in
Mickey.
part of getting her statement, did she provide a written statement to you or was it verbal?
It was both.
Okay. Can you just tell me what you recall about that statement that she gave you?
Yeah, so when we get a statement from witnesses on the scene of a death investigation, we go over the last 24 hours that they had with the victim. From what I remember with Jessy's statement, she stated that she last saw her around 10 a.m. that day when she left to go run some errands. From what I knew, Jessy was the caretaker of the individual that we were on scene with. She saw her that morning, tried to feed her some breakfast. She wasn't willing to eat. She tried to get change her. She usually sits on a Chuck's pad to like collect any urine that might go on. She wanted to be left alone. Sounded like the individual that had died that day was kind of becoming more increasingly sick as the past couple of days went on, or over the past year even. And Jessy really mentioned that she just felt that like the victim, or not the victim, the person who had died was starting to decline pretty fast. She wouldn't take her meds the night before. And Jessy also noticed that some of the pills had gone missing. I didn't clarify if she counted each pill every time she gave him, but Jessy was the person who would usually give the person who died her pills.
So you said you took both oral statement as well as a written statement, correct?
Correct.
So a written statement, was that part of this case? Did you turn that into property or anything like that?
Oh, I'm sorry, can you repeat?
So, yeah, it was probably a bad question. When you took her written statement, Jessy Kurczewski's written statement, did you submit that to this case for this investigation?
I did.
Okay. And did you have a chance to review that written statement before court today?
I did.
And was that written statement a true and accurate copy of the written statement that you took from Ms. Kurczewski on October 3rd, 2018?
It was.
Okay. I believe that is actually marked Exhibit 6. Yes. Do you see anything on your screen?
My screen's black. No, I see it.
All right. Exhibit 6, is that the written statement that Jessy Kurczewski gave to you?
It is.
More distinctly, that's the first page, correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, there's, I believe, 3 pages to this written statement of hers. Is
I
that
believe
yes?
yeah, I believe that's right.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd be moving Exhibit 6 into evidence and ask for permission to publish.
Any objection? No. Exhibit 6 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
So, Ms. Michelson, as part of this written statement, I believe you had talked about earlier, you believe that she left the residence around 10 o'clock. Is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And does that add up to the written statement that Ms. Kurczewski had provided?
Yes.
Okay. In the written statement, is there talk about whether or not when she arrived back at the residence, what Ms. Kurczewski did?
I remember it saying that she kept talking to the deceased individual on scene, and felt that there was no pulse, and then she called 911.
Okay. Additionally, as part of this statement, is there a discussion about in-home healthcare?
Yeah, there was supposed to be in-home healthcare. I don't remember the exact date. It should be in the statement when they were supposed to come. Jessy had stated that the deceased individual had pushed it off till later that week.
If I could just direct your attention to the bottom of page, or Exhibit 6, page 1, the third line from the bottom. I believe that discusses it. Can you just read out that sentence to the jury?
Yeah. She was to have home health care come Monday this week, and she pushed them back to Friday.
Thank you. Additionally, as part of this written statement, did you ask Ms. Kurczewski if she thought the decedent, who is identified as Lynn Hernan, was suicidal or wanted to die?
I did.
And would that be on page 3 of Exhibit 6?
It is.
Can you just read her answer in whole to that question, please?
Yes. So Jessy's answer was yes and no. I know she loves her cats and was always worried about them, but she was tired of being sick and tired of not being able to get around like she used to.
So good, yes. I'm not clown, witch.
I know you said that you wouldn't be able to.
There's only one kind of bus, though. That's Erin's bus. Erin with her bus. Let's get Erin's bus up here, shall we? Where's Erin's bus? Not bust, bus. Hang on, here comes Erin. Erin with a bus. Look at her coming. Way, small bus, Erin. We're bussing.
To identify Ms. Kurczewski, but from what you remember about that interaction with her, do you recall her demeanor during that time?
Yeah, I don't recall her being like extremely upset or anything. Isn't super abnormal.
No worries,
in a
yeah.
death investigation either. It's not out of the ordinary, I should say, from what I've seen.
Small bus.
I just have a few more questions, Ms. Michelson. Do you recall what Ms. Kurczewski was wearing at the time?
I don't recall.
Okay. And additionally, I'm going to have to take us back to actually page 1 of Exhibit 6. I'm going to have you, can you just read into the record the sentence after I had errands to run, I left around 10-ish, right around the middle of the page.
Yep. I returned back shortly before 5 p.m. and just thought she was asleep. She usually is when I get here. I kept talking to her and checked her pulse and called 911.
And additionally, well, you don't remember what Ms. Kurczewski was wearing at the time. At the top right, I believe it talks about what her employer would have been, correct?
Correct.
And filled in there is it says that she's not working at the time of taking care of the decedent.
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Michelson. I don't have anything else.
Hey, Cross.
Good afternoon, Ms. Michelson. So
Do you
you
need
went to the
I'm
scene.
sorry for the interruption. Do you need the exhibit up?
I'm not at the moment, no.
Okay, thank you. Again, sorry for the interruption.
You got to the scene, you made observations. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you say you were done with your field training at this point?
I was.
When did you finish your field training?
I believe it was in July of 2018.
All right. And when you arrived at the scene, were the other officers already there?
I believe I arrived at the same time as Deputy Kralowitz.
And what about Deputy Mitch?
I believe he arrived after us.
Okay. So you're one of the first on the scene.
Correct.
Did you review your report before testifying here today?
I did.
Met with the district attorney to prepare?
I did.
And now you're working at ER at Fredert?
Correct.
Now people don't all react the same way when you report to a death scene. Isn't that true?
Correct.
There's no one size fits all when it comes to that.
Most definitely.
In fact, when police come to talk to somebody, sometimes people are really trying to hold it together to answer questions the best they can. Is that your experience?
That's true.
People try to cooperate with you.
Yep.
Answer things the best they can.
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes, sorry.
Even when they're in a state of distress or a state of shock, they still try to cooperate with you.
Correct.
You've seen that.
Yes.
Now, when you asked, it looked when you got there and you made observations, it looked to you like a suicide, didn't it?
I don't believe I ever went in the house.
Oh, you never did?
I don't think so. I can't recall.
Were you told that it looked like a suicide?
I don't remember. I would assume so based on some of my questioning.
Okay, so somehow you got an impression that this was probably a suicide and you were to ask Jessy questions about that.
My overall impression was it was a person who was very ill that had passed away. That's what I remember at least.
And you knew that the person was very ill because one of the things that you learned is that Lynn, the deceased, had just been released from the hospital on September 28th, right?
My impression was made based on all of her medications that she had and Jesse's statement that she was released from the hospital and had plenty of health problems.
And in fact, you learned that the patient was supposed to have a healthcare visit on Monday, 2 days before she died, right?
Yes.
And the patient pushed back the appointment.
That's what Jessy said.
And that appointment had been pushed back to Friday. It's what you learned.
Correct.
And you talked about Jessy telling you that there had been some odd behavior by Lynn during the week.
Correct.
In those few days that she'd been out of the hospital.
Yes.
And that she was quite sick.
Yes.
And Jessy told you that, for one thing, Lynn was throwing out bills.
Yes.
And saying things like, the hospital won't get my money.
Yep, that was an understatement.
And Jessy told you that Lynn's pills were off.
Yes.
And you didn't look to see how many pills Lynn was taking, right?
No, that was Deputy Mitch's job in that case, I believe.
And she told, and you learned through Jessy that Lynn didn't want to go into a nursing home.
Correct.
And she was constantly worried about having to leave her home because of being sick,
That's what Jesse said.
and worried that she was going to have to go in some kind of a facility.
Correct.
And you learned that Lynn was tired of being sick and tired of not being able to get around like she used to.
That's what Jesse had said.
And that's what you're here to testify to today, right?
Yeah, what Jesse had said to me, yes.
All the things that you testified to for the state were things you learned from Jesse too.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you asked Jesse, do you think Lynn was suicidal? That's one of the things you asked her.
Yep.
And she said yes and no.
Yes.
She didn't say, absolutely, this woman was suicidal. This is a suicide. She didn't do that.
She did not do that, no.
Did you see that Jesse was named as a power of attorney for Lynn? Were you privy to those documents?
I didn't see the specific documents. I know that Jesse did tell me she was a power of attorney or was listed as one.
As part of your role, did you ever go and check the garbage cans or anything in the house?
I don't think I ever went in the house.
Did you maintain the log outside of who was coming in and out?
I don't remember if I did or not.
Isn't it true that when you saw Jesse outside before you started to talk to her, that she was sitting outside crying?
I don't remember that.
Weren't you consoling her?
I don't remember that either.
So your memory's really pretty vague from this day?
I would say so, yes. This case didn't stand out particularly high to me, I guess, and stuff. It was somewhat of a normal work day.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
I believe there are some questions about your knowledge of what happened inside the residence. I just want to confirm
No,
from your report or what you
I think it's 2:30, Emma, tomorrow, 2:30, our time. Because I think they believe they start at 8:30. So it's 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 2:30. So I'll probably start out by 2:15, depending what they say.
you recall, do you have any knowledge of any pills inside the residence?
Good
I
night.
do know there was pills inside, yes.
Okay. And did you have any specific
later,
knowledge of how many pills or what kind of pills were inside the residence?
I specifically remember that Deputy Mitch spent a lot of.
Object beyond the scope of my cross. That's the specific pills.
Overruled.
You can continue.
You may answer.
Okay. Can you ask the question again, please?
Yeah. So you're talking about how you had knowledge roughly that there was pills inside the residence. Did you know what kind of pills there were? How many pills there were? Those types of things?
Object is calls for hearsay.
I don't know.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
I'll move on. I don't think it's really that relevant.
Well, why ask it then, you idiot?
Jessy
I don't
Kurczewski
like
tell
that.
you in this written statement or oral statement that Lynn had been trying to kill herself with eye drops?
No.
Okay. So there was no discussion about eye drops, correct?
Correct.
Sandra.
It will be on the scope of my cross. It's going into new territory.
The answer may stand, but please move on.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Any redirect or recross based on that? All right, thank you. You may step.
Oh, hang on. Why wasn't she allowed to recross in the first one then? That's weird.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Same situation with Miss
No.
Nicholson. I'd be asking that she be released from her subpoena.
Any
No,
objection?
so
No. All right.
this
that
trial
is
tomorrow.
That
No
request
Matt
is
tomorrow.
granted.
Thank you.
No Matt
The
tomorrow.
statement next
Matt
called
Saturday.
Tabitha Cooks.
All right.
Is that why she was out? She was offered a recross. It's like a buffet table. Are we? I think we all caught up now, aren't we?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall
Yeah.
be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Sure. Tabitha
Oh,
Kukas,
no.
Tabitha. Kukas, K as in King, U as in Union, K as in King, E as in Edward, S as in Sam.
Thank you for correcting how we said your
It's
name.
okay,
My
Sandra.
apologies.
Hope
Go
it's
ahead,
okay.
your witness.
Thank you. Ms. Kukas, were you previously employed as a deputy medical examiner here in Waukesha County?
That's correct.
And how
Thanks,
long did you
Laura.
work in that capacity?
From February 2015 until November or December of 2021, I believe. It was almost 7 years.
As a deputy medical examiner, can you just explain to the jury what goes along with that?
Absolutely. So, deputy medical examiner in the state of, or in the county of Waukesha, essentially we have to be the eyes and ears for the medical examiner. Due to the volume of deaths in the county, it's impossible for the pathologist to individually attend each death. So it was our job to triage those cases on what could be released under natural circumstances and what needed further investigation. These cases might come in as phone calls from a hospital or a nursing facility. It would be a death attended by medical personnel, and we could answer questions from the nurses and doctors. Or in this case, it might be something that happened outside of a medical facility, unattended by any personnel, and would require response by our department to the scene. These were what we would call scene deaths. We would go to the scene, we would interview anyone that was there. This included law enforcement, paramedics, witnesses, family, friends, those who found the decedent. We would collect evidence, we would document circumstances surrounding the death. We would do a body examination, and we would legally pronounce the death. Then we would determine whether or not this particular death required additional investigation by the pathologist. And if so, we would bring that decedent with us back to the office. We remain custody of the decedent. And then they would often have either an external exam or an autopsy with toxicology testing at the discretion of the pathologist.
A lot going on there, it's fair to say.
Glad he's
do you have to
okay.
undergo any training or education to become a deputy medical examiner?
Yeah, it varies from
should.
county to county on what they require. For me personally, I have an undergraduate degree in anthropology and archaeology. I have my master's degree in biological anthropology, which had additional training in death investigation and genocide. And then I also completed a training course at St. Louis University in medical legal death investigation. Additionally, after being hired at Waukesha County, we underwent yearly ongoing education training, conferences, and of course, there's on-the-job training that you receive.
As part of being a deputy medical examiner, I think you might have touched on it, but I want to really emphasize this here. You're involved in death scene investigations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in those investigations and in death scenes over the time of your about 6 or so years that you were a deputy medical examiner, about how many death scenes did you process?
Through my entire career, I'd say over 600 were scenes, over 1,300 death cases overall.
As part of those death scenes, and I think you might have touched on it, but again, I want to highlight these things. What sorts of objects or things are you looking for at these scenes?
Sure. So obviously we're looking at the decedent themselves. We're looking at body position. We're looking at things like rigor, which is how stiff the body is, and we're looking at things like lividity, which is the blood pooling after death. That's just an effect of gravity, but we can use these things to determine whether or not the person is in the position that they died in or could have been moved afterwards. We're looking for evidence of medical history, the medications that are on scene, any paperwork. We're also looking at circumstantial evidence that's both surrounding the decedent themselves, but also in their home. Everybody lives differently, but we see a lot of patterns that present over time. So there are indicators of whether or not someone's an alcoholic, whether or not they take care of themselves. Are they home a lot? Do they hardly leave their home? We're using all of these things, I guess, to understand their life and what they may have been going through at the time of their death.
On October 3rd, 2018, were you dispatched to a residence in Waukesha County for a death scene?
Correct.
Was that death scene involving an individual, Lynn Hernan?
Yes.
Okay. What did you first observe when you entered the residence?
Immediately upon entering the residence, you walk into the living room, which was open to the dining and kitchen area. So it was immediately obvious that the decedent was there in a recliner.
Did you ultimately pronounce her deceased?
Correct.
How long does that process take?
I guess it varies. There's a few steps involved that we follow per protocol for determining if someone's deceased. We check lividity, we check their body temperature, we check rigor, we check their pupils to see if there's any dilation to touch or light. We look to see if there's any reflex whatsoever. I would estimate the actual body exam itself can be performed in 5 to 10 minutes. But typically, by the time you walk in, you make contact with the police department, you do kind of a sweep of the area to get your bearings, take a few photographs. You're usually looking at 30 minutes or so after you've arrived to where you actually make that time pronouncement.
Okay. In this case, do you recall the time that you pronounced her deceased?
I do not.
Okay. If I was to tell you around, give or take, let's say 6:35 p.m., would that sound about correct?
Sure.
Okay. As part of your investigation, do you take photos of the residents or where they actually were deceased?
Both. So we want to take photos of the decedent themselves and show their body position. We want to take a close-up photo of their face for identification purposes. We take photos of any objects that are surrounding the area of the decedent, but it's also common to take overall photos of the home. It's essentially a documentation process that allows the doctor to go through our photos as though they were there themselves and get kind of a vibe of what's going on. And then anything that stands out to us, we would also document.
Did you review those photos that you took of this incident before court today?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to have those eventually put on your screen here, starting with Exhibit 7.
Okay.
How many photos are we talking about?
There's 14 originally.
All right, and this will be starting with
Exhibit 7.
Number 7?
Yep. Yes.
Are you going to go through them all with her quickly to identify them before we publish her one by one?
I'm going to go through them all quickly.
All right. Thank you. It's on her screen and obviously not in front of the jury yet.
Okay. Do you see Exhibit 7 on your screen?
I do.
Is this a picture that you took of the decedent, Lynn Hernan?
It is.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy of that photo?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 8, is that also a picture that you took of the residence?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate copy of the photo that you took?
Yes.
Exhibit 9, is that a photo you took of the residence?
Yes.
Again, is that a true and accurate copy of the photo?
It is.
Exhibit 10, same questions.
Yes, and yes.
Thank you. I'll just make it, I guess I'll ask you at the end, or with all of these, a blanket statement. Are all of these photos that you had taken on this date? Once we get there, I'll ask you that at the end, okay? So let's move on to Exhibit 11. Okay. Exhibit 12. Exhibit 13. Exhibit 14. Exhibit 15. Exhibit 16. Exhibit 17. Exhibit 18.
Yeah.
Exhibit 19. Exhibit 20. And then there's actually a jump in exhibits because we had a minor break. So I'm going to actually show you exhibit 130 and 131 as well.
Victim.
So again, all blanket questions for these. These are all pictures that you took, correct?
Yes.
And are
Oh
those
dear.
accurate
I'll be
copies of
back.
those pictures?
Yes.
I want a coffee as well.
7 through 20 into evidence, as well as exhibits 130 and 131 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
I'd also be asking for permission to publish all of these exhibits.
Exhibits 7 through 20 and 130 and 131 are all received. Permission to publish is granted.
So here's exhibit 7 on the screen. Again, this is just a picture of the deceased, Lynn Hernan, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 8, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the front door there and the rest of the room.
What are you looking for in these types of pictures?
I wouldn't say there's always something specific we're looking for. We're kind of trying to just give a profile of what the room looked like. So for instance, putting those two photos together, I can showcase that she was in a position in which she may have been watching television. That might have been an area she spent a lot of time in, and it makes sense that her recliner is pointed towards the television. She also has view of the front door, but I wouldn't say this particular photo is trying to say anything specifically so much as just to showcase the room.
Thank you. Exhibit 9. Is that what exhibit 9 is as well? Just trying to showcase the whole residence here?
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 10, what are we looking at in this exhibit?
This is a close-up of an area near her. I'm showcasing that she has multiple medication bottles that are within arm's reach. She has, she clearly smokes. She has an inhaler. She has got items such as pre-moistened towelettes near her. So that can be indicative that someone's spending a lot of time in that particular chair or that particular part of their house because they have daily living things near them. I'm also showing that she has multiple medications that are kind of scattered on her carpet. There's some disorganization going on. There's a spoon out of place. I'm kind of just showcasing how she lived.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 11 here, what are we looking at?
This is a close-up of the medication bottles that were directly to her left. I'm trying to showcase the names that are on the medications as well as that her name is on each medication.
What are we looking at here in exhibit 12?
Same thing, this is to the right of the decedent. So I'm showing that there's additional medications that are present, some without their caps on, water bottles, just kind of showing what is within arm's reach or what's near her.
Is this a close-up of that same table?
It is.
And just for the record, I'm referencing exhibit 13. In exhibit 14, what are we looking at here?
This is a close-up of her face and as well as the unknown residue that's on her chest.
You said earlier that you did this for about 6 years or so. Is anything strike you as out of the ordinary with this picture?
The residue on her chest, absolutely.
Why?
That's not something I had seen previously. It's not regardless of what the residue is, whether it's an illicit substance or a prescription medication, that's not an appropriate way to take any medication. There's a lot of large pieces as well as crushed residue. It's difficult to tell from this picture, but I believe the next slide shows a close-up of her mouth in which you can see there's a piece still in the corner of her mouth. So this to me is indicative that at the very least she's taking her medications inappropriately. Even if it's something that you're prescribed, taking a medication inappropriately can cause an intoxication. So anytime we see a unknown residue or unknown substance or improper use of anything, that's a red flag for intoxication and unnatural death.
Exhibit 15, similar question.
Same thing, just a different angle. This picture shows a little bit better that there is part of a tablet that's still in her mouth, and then just a different angle or different showcase of the residue. This photo does a better job of highlighting that it's multicolored, so I would imagine that to mean multiple different tablets. Most tablets don't come with more than one color, so we have different tablets that are likely crushed here.
You were talking about some, a drug intoxication or those types of terms. Is this layout in the way those drugs are situated on an individual typical of a medication suicide?
No, I would say that's atypical. Usually when people overdose on their medications, they still swallow them. I have had cases where people were snorting particular medications to get that effect faster. But I would imagine most of us would have a very difficult time trying to snort off of our own chest. So that doesn't really explain that for me. There's also some very large pieces there that would be difficult to snort. So, and with the piece in her mouth, then it looks more like she's eating them. And I don't have an explanation for why, if she was eating them, so much would be on her chest.
All right, in Exhibit 16 here, what are we looking at?
This is a pile of documents that was in the living room directly to the right of the decedent. We do typically take photographs of anything that looks to be important. It's not atypical for people who commit suicide to leave important information out, passcodes, passwords for their bank statements, things like that. So she had a lot of information, a lot of paperwork that was in a pile in her living room. This particular piece of paper is her power of living will. So I was taking a photograph of that for its importance and also in an attempt to locate next of kin.
And Exhibit 17, what are we looking at here?
It looks like I pulled that piece of paper out and then took a full photograph. I mean, originally, the first photograph is finding it in situ, and then this photograph is taking an entire photo of the piece of paper.
What are we looking at in Exhibit 18?
It's typical for us to take photographs of driver's license for identification purposes, make sure we have the name spelled correctly, the address.
So you were the one that would have been taking that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 19, what is this photo?
This is in her bedroom. This is a locked safe that was found in that position. It was open upon my arrival, and there appears to be another copy of the will inside.
Do you recall if there was anything else notable in her bedroom?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Is that power of living will essentially the same document that you would have located next to her in the living room?
It appeared to be the same, yes.
In Exhibit 20, What are we looking at here?
We typically document valuables, so I'm just taking a photograph of the jewelry that she's wearing.
Why do you do that?
For evidence purposes, that way if, say, she goes to the funeral home and family comes forward and says they're missing a giant sapphire ring, I can go back to my photographs and show that she wasn't wearing that particular piece of jewelry upon my taking custody of her. So it's basically just a trail of evidence for anything that might be deemed valuable.
So when the ME's office takes her body, her jewelry stays with her, correct?
Yes, anything that's on her is going to come with her to the medical examiner's office.
Okay, thank you. 130, I believe, is that just a kind of opposite of
Yep, just
spectrum of
yeah,
previous
another
photo?
view showcasing the various pills and capsules that are on the floor. Saltine crackers can be indicative that someone's not feeling well, just showcasing what's near her.
And lastly, 131. What are we looking at in this picture?
I presume that is where she crushed whatever was on her chest. It's a plate with medication like that's the cap to a medication bottle. And this appears to be an unknown powdery substance left behind on a plate.
Okay. When you went throughout the residence, did you go into the garage? Do you recall?
I don't recall going into the garage.
Okay. There's obviously the pill bottles from one of the earlier exhibits.
Mm-hmm.
Did you take inventory of the medication that was found in the pill bottles?
Once I took them back to the medical examiner's office, I did.
Why is that helpful?
That's our protocol. It can show things like whether or not they're taking their medication appropriately. You know, if not as many pills are in the bottle as should be. If there's too many in the bottle, then we're not taking our prescription medication. For her in particular, I recall some of those bottles being rather outdated. So she had a collection of medications that would not have correlated to the month of her death. So that could be indicative that she's saving her medications. It could be indicative that she didn't take them appropriately. It could be indicative that she's been living in a state where she's been primarily on that recliner and in that living room ill for some time.
And again, is this inventory of that medication, is that important to your office in determining the cause and manner of death?
That could be viewed either way. On the one hand, no, because all that really matters is what the toxicology shows. All that really matters is what's in the decedent's bloodstream at the time of death, not necessarily what's there. And on the other hand, sometimes we take that medication back and we find another doctor's name that we can use to track down additional medical history, or it helps us, answer questions. The family might come back and ask us, is she taking her medications? Should we have made her take her medications? And the counts might help us answer those questions. So I think it's important for the overall investigation, but not necessarily important for cause and manner of death.
While you were the one that inventoried the medication, actually, can you say where those missing pills would have been potentially?
What do you, I don't understand.
So if she doesn't have the correct amount of prescription drug in the bottle, would you be able to say where those pills are?
No, she could have, no.
And I kind of want to go back a little bit to exhibit 131. So you're under the assumption that this is crushed medication, correct?
It appears to be some sort of crushed unknown substance.
Do you know how that medication or substance got crushed?
Object speculation.
Overruled.
You can answer that.
I could theorize, but no, I don't know for certain. There was an explanation that was given to me by
Going to call for hearsay.
The original question was answered, so I'll sustain the objection as being narrative, and you may ask your next question.
Thank you. As part of taking inventory, though, of medications, we're going to kind of jump back to that. Does the medical examiner's office have that in their file?
Yes.
Okay. And did you review that property or inventory before court today?
Yes.
Are you done with the photos?
Yes. And I
Thank
believe
you.
those are marked as exhibits 21 and 22.
Sounds like it.
All right, you can show them to the witness first.
Showing you exhibit 21. Can you just describe that?
It's not up on our screen just yet. There's a delay sometimes.
Oh, nice. Rhubarb fajitas, nice. Some peppers. Nice, Jonathan.
It's up now.
Okay. Can you describe exhibit 21?
Yeah.
It's an inventory of the medications that I took custody of from the scene.
And is that a true and accurate copy of that?
Yes.
I believe there's actually 2 pages of that. I just want to confirm that.
Yes.
That's a different exhibit.
This is the second page.
It is? Okay.
All right. Now
Sorry about
moving
that.
to exhibit 22. Can you describe what that is?
It's an inventory of medication from the scene.
Okay.
It's an inventory of things that were not found within a medication bottle that I would have used an outside source to identify that particular medication to the best of my ability.
And again, that's a true and accurate copy of what would be in the medical examiner's file.
Yes.
Looking at exhibit 22, I don't see a drug or talk of any eye drops or Visine. Would you have noted that on this exhibit?
No.
I love cabbage as well.
Speaking of that, though, you were making notes of things on the scene. You were taking photos of items that were on the scene. Do you recall any eye drops or Visine?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know about that. Boiled.
So just for the record, Your Honor, move exhibits
No worries,
21 and
Joe.
22 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibits 21 and 22 are received.
Moving forward in this investigation, did you have any contact with a Jessy Kurczewski?
Via phone.
Okay, when did that take place?
The night of the death, after I returned back to the medical examiner's office, I did reach out to her.
So you didn't make any contact with Ms. Kurczewski on scene?
She was no longer present.
Did that strike you as odd?
Yes.
Object.
Sustained. I'll strike the answer. Lack of foundation.
So Ms. Kurczewski didn't remain on scene, correct?
Correct.
And in your 6 years of being a deputy medical examiner, is it common for individuals who are related or friends or family to stay on scene of these investigations?
Yes, they usually stay on scene.
Okay. In this case, again, Ms. Kurczewski didn't stay on scene. Did that strike you as odd?
Yes.
Just wait to see if there's no objection.
So you did have contact, though, with her over the phone later that night, correct?
Correct.
What did you talk about?
We talked about Ms. Hernan's medical history, why Ms. Kurczewski was involved in visiting her often, her behavior, just kind of background information about the decedent themselves.
All right. Moving forward, did you have any further communication with Ms. Kurczewski?
I believe she called the office a few times after that.
Okay, what was she calling the office about?
She wanted the cause and manner of death.
All right. Do you recall when that was?
I do not.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness to refresh her recollection with her report? I don't have a physical exhibit or anything like that.
Sure. Please show the document to the defense first.
And just to clarify the record, it's actually the case call log, not her investigative report.
All right, please make sure you mark it for identification purposes.
Ms. Kukas, can you read out to the jury?
Hold on, you need to establish she knows what that is.
Okay, apologize. Do you recall looking at this case call log before court today?
I do.
Is that a true and accurate copy of that case call log?
Yes.
And again, I'll get that marked as an exhibit later, but you would have inputted that information in there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to read off to the jury in terms of the call log, the second call log down from the top.
Object to her reading from this document. You can refresh her recollection.
Apologize.
And ask her the question.
Sustained.
If you could just review that document and then we can go from there.
He's quite inexperienced, I think. He keeps fucking up, like.
So, what was the topic of
Hold
that?
on, just turn it over.
I can
I want her to testify from her memory, not the document at this point.
So, what was talked about in the conversations with Mr. Kurczewski?
The follow-up conversations, we discussed that there was no cause or manner of death yet determined. Toxicology results had not come back yet, so I didn't have anything to share. Our office was also reached out to by John Friot, if I am pronouncing his name correctly, who self-identified.
Object. It's going to call for hearsay.
Sustained.
Jesus.
If you could just continue without talking about Mr. Friot, please.
Okay. Ms. Kurczewski called asking for cause and manner of death, in
Funny
which I
pack.
did not have anything to provide her.
Bum bags, Jonathan.
Did she
Bum
call
bags.
you in October of 2018?
Yes.
Then did she call the medical examiner's office in January and February as well?
That sounds correct.
Okay.
I don't like celery or pork, but everything else sounds lovely. 3 zippers on it. Jonathan. It's a bum bag, not a fanny pack.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
All right, before cross, please go ahead and mark that exhibit, just for identification purposes.
That was like cabbage
I
from
brought in
Mobile.
the copy that I had. I briefly made a note on it, so that's going to be marked as Exhibit 212 on a fresh copy, though.
Exhibit 212, all right, thank you. All right, Attorney Kukler, will you be doing cross?
I will.
Go ahead.
If I could get my equipment to be proper. Good afternoon. Is it Kooks?
Kukas.
Kukas? Okay. Thanks. And what do you do for work at this time?
I manage a music lounge and event center.
What the That's a bit of a far
Any
cry
particular
from.
reason you left the medical examiner's office?
No.
Just a change of career?
Yes.
When you received calls, you mentioned that
Placebo.
Jessy called the office 3 times over the course of a few months, right?
That sounds correct.
That's not unusual for people to call the medical examiner's office to find out if you have any information, is it?
No, it's not.
People do it all the time.
Yes.
Yeah, they want to know
Rosebud.
if you've determined cause and manner of death yet.
Correct.
I love you, Rosebud. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You
so much,
went to the
Rosebud.
scene of Lynn's death.
Yes.
And you
Welcome
made
to the-
observations at
Welcome to the Tackle Club, Rosebud. Thank you, thank you, thank you. On YouTube community, I will be posting links to this Discord channel and stuff. So you'll get the link there, or it's still there now. We can get it. So, and you got access to all the members only stuff now as well. So thank you, Rosebud. Appreciate you.
The scene.
Yes.
And you collected evidence.
Yes.
And you took photographs.
Yes.
And then you also asked a police officer or a deputy sheriff to also take photographs?
I would not request that of the police department. They would do that on their own.
So you didn't do that here? You didn't ask them to take photographs?
No, I don't recall asking them to perform any particular duties.
And that's not something you would do. If you wanted a photograph, you take it yourself.
Correct.
And that's what you did here?
Yes.
Okay.
How sweet, though, Jonathan.
And anything
How
that you
sweet.
thought was significant, you took a photograph of?
Yes.
And anything that you thought was, should be gathered for evidence for your purposes, cause of manner or death, you took those things?
If it fell within our jurisdiction, yes.
For example, the medications, you gathered all those up?
I did.
And those were medications we saw on the tables to Lynn's right and to her left, is that right?
Yes.
And also medications you found on the floor?
Yes.
And did you go gather medications from her medicine chest?
I can't recall if it was medications from her chest specifically. I do believe there were some medications found in her purse in her bedroom that were also collected. So any medications that were prescription, I would have collected had I found them.
And you found the ones in her purse?
Yes.
And so you went and you looked through her purse?
Absolutely.
Rosebud, this is the cult that she's on about. This is Erin Taco Club. So welcome to Erin's Taco Club. Also Blue Wenches, she's the leader of Blue Wenches as well, so.
Is that where you found her driver's license?
The driver's license had already been procured by the police department upon my arrival, so they provided me with that.
You're not sure where they found it?
I could not testify to that.
And you looked into her medical history too, a little
Yes.
bit. And you saw medical paperwork right there at her residence.
I did.
And you noted that she had proctocolitis.
I don't recall making that determination.
Do you want to see your report?
Sure.
Okay, that's nice. I like a soft crunch to it. That's interesting. The trouble with cabbage, you can get
I'll
mush.
bring up what
sometimes.
we've marked as Exhibit 525.
I'm sorry, what was the number?
I think it's 525. Yes, 525, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will we show that to the witness?
It takes a moment, so be patient. It's up now.
All right. So I'm showing you, you see it's marked 525. You see the sticker on there at the bottom?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes,
And is this your report?
it is.
All right. I'm moving down to page 2. You have a subject, or I see your signature at the bottom of page 2. Is that your signature?
That is.
And I see on here confidential medical history. Did you input that information?
I did.
And so when you looked at her, does this refresh your recollection?
Yes, it looks like a list of diagnoses that her paperwork indicated.
So what diagnoses did you observe for Miss Hernan?
None of those diagnoses would have been observable in her deceased state.
Fair enough. What did you observe paperwork to show? What did you read on paperwork for diagnosis for Lynn Hernan?
The list of diagnoses that I have listed here would have been gathered from her medical paperwork.
Sure. Can you tell the jury what they are?
Listing off proctocolitis, hypertension,
It
acute
is.
kidney failure, nausea with vomiting, hypercalcemia, hyponatremia, abdominal pain, elevated liver function, metabolic acidosis,
Yes.
urinary retention, sinus tachycardia, Clostridium difficile, and renal failure.
And then there was also a note in her paperwork, wasn't there, about a palliative care encounter?
There was.
And when somebody is talking to somebody from palliative care, that's end of life care.
It's the stage right before that, yes.
And when somebody is possibly going to go into hospice.
Yes.
Do you recall where what the paperwork was specifically that you read about the palliative care?
I believe it was a discharge summary perhaps from her last hospital visit.
And it's true, she had just gotten out of the hospital a few days earlier, right?
I can't tell you how soon it was, but it was recent, yes.
And then we move for admission, Your Honor, of Exhibit 525 and request to publish this page.
Any objection?
I'm not objecting.
Exhibit 525 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
It takes a minute for things to pop up on screens. There we go.
Is it in the jury box yet? No. There's a little bit of a delay sometimes with that. Can be. Someone give me a thumbs up when you get it in the jury box as well. I promise it'll be there. It can be 30 seconds.
Still nothing in the jury. There we go.
Thank you. All right.
Google
Lots
now.
of thumbs
You
up.
haven't tried fentanyl.
All right. So
Which there's no state. You meant
this is what you were reading from, is that right?
Correct.
And it lists the paperwork, the medical diagnosis for Lynn that you observed on paperwork.
Yes.
Also lists the medications that you collected from the residents, true?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the purposes or side effects and things like that for medications, generally speaking?
Generally?
For example, you listed alprazolam. Is that the first one you listed?
It appears to be.
Okay, well, you're looking at it, aren't you?
Yes, that's the first one I listed.
All right, and that's a sedative, isn't it?
I believe that's one of the side effects it can have, yes.
Isn't that why people are given it, for anxiety?
That's beyond my scope. I don't prescribe medications.
Okay, and would you agree that this particular medication can cause somebody as a side effect to become paranoid or to have suicidal ideations?
That's
I don't know how she can answer that. She just talked about her lack of
I'll
knowledge with this.
sustain it as to lack of foundation and qualifications.
So that's what I was asking you before, so I'm going to be clear. If I ask you questions about these medications, will you know? Will you know what they're for?
That's beyond my scope.
So you don't know what any of these are?
I might know what some of them are typically used for, but I could not testify as to why she was prescribed them or someone else might be.
You don't know whether any of them are dangerous or not dangerous? You don't have information?
Define dangerous or not dangerous.
Dangerous, something that somebody could, for example, take too many of an overdose, die.
There's a lot of medications that can be prescribed and over the counter that can happen with.
Well, I wasn't talking about over-the-counter medications. I'm talking about Lynn Hernan's confidential medications. Are you able to testify to any, whether if taken too many of can cause somebody to die from an overdose?
No, I think that's better.
Hold on.
Cause for speculation.
No, the question was asked, do you know? And so she may answer. Go ahead.
No, I think that's beyond my scope. It's for a doctor to determine whether or not something's an intoxication.
Okay. Now, when you were at the scene, well, I'm going to continue to go through some things in your report. You arrived at the scene at 18:10 hours.
Yes.
That's 6:10, right?
PM, correct.
6:10 p.m.
Attorney Kukler, do you still need the document up, or are you done with publishing what you needed to the jury?
For the moment, I'm done. Thank you. It could come down.
As you noticed, I like to bring the documents down and continue with the testimony if they're not needed, and I've done that for both sides. So go ahead.
Did you talk to Jessy at the scene?
No.
So all the information that you put in your report about what Jessy said, did that come from someone else?
Correct. If it's, it depends on the heading that's underneath there. So we do interview anybody that's there, including law enforcement. So they would have provided me with what she may have told them at scene to give a background, but then the information under non-confidential history, which outlines my conversation with Jessy, occurred via telephone after I arrived back to the office.
So my question for you is, in your report, when you put history of events, that Jessy stops by Lynn's home 2 to 3 times a day to assist her.
Which one?
That Lynn is didn't seem herself lately, struggling with her mood. That Lynn, those statements, you got those from law enforcement?
Correct. History of events is my interview with law enforcement.
And so when the information that you put in here about Lynn ripping up medical bills or leaving her will out, again, that came from law enforcement?
If it's in that same section, yes.
And you've reviewed your report before testifying here?
Yes.
I would like to finish the question first. You reviewed your report before testifying here?
Yes.
So you know that that's in your report?
I know it's in that section, as well as I believe the second section under non-confidential history.
And part of your history of events is that Lynn has a history of abusing prescription medication.
I can't recall. I can't say I memorized my report.
Okay, that's all right. Judge, we'd like to show it to the witness.
Perfect.
Presume reviewing your report will refresh your recollection.
Yes, please.
All right, go ahead.
I'm just going to show it to you, not to the jury. If you would review what's on your screen, history of events, read it to yourself and let me know once you've read that paragraph.
Your business. Snowberry berries taste like snowsberries. Hey, who was the 10 out of 10 you smashed then? Snowsberries? Oh, you can't remember.
Down from the witness. Did that refresh your recollection?
It did.
So is it accurate that you have in your report that Lynn has a history of abusing prescription medications?
That was information that the police gave me.
I asked you if that's in your report.
It is in my report.
And in your report, did you also indicate that she, meaning Lynn, crushes her pills due to issues swallowing?
Yes.
That Lynn has been unwell for several years?
Yes.
That doctors have been unable to diagnose her with a definitive illness?
Correct.
And that when Jessy was asked by police if she thought Lynn was suicidal, she was unsure?
Correct.
That's a good one. You must be dancing with the devil because you're hot as hell.
You indicated in your report that it was a tidy, clean.
Let's go, Mr. Hack. Mr. Hack reading in the bunny. Let's go.
Clean condo that Lynn lived in.
Yes.
How many bedrooms in that condo?
I believe there was one bedroom.
How many bathrooms?
I believe there was one bathroom.
And you said, I think, that you went in the bedroom because that's where you found the prescription in Lynn's purse.
Correct.
Or some prescriptions.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How many were in her purse?
I don't recall.
Do you know which ones specifically you found in her purse?
I do not.
Is there any way we can look at the medication log and determine which were in her purse and which were somewhere else?
It may say in the log where I found them specifically, but that would be the only indication.
Okay.
You knew what was coming.
And the observations you made at the scene were that there were 3 tables to Lynn's left cluttered with multiple prescription medications.
Yes.
I always say that Luna has a fat ass. Luna is one of my friends before anyone asked. And like, if I was trying to court Luna, I would not be saying she had a fat ass, but Luna has a fat ass. She's also got big tits and big lips and everything, but she's my friend. So I'm allowed to say it.
And I'm going to bring up, I'd like to show the photographs to the witness that have already been admitted into evidence.
I know what you mean, Jonathan. Sorry, Luna's probably not here anymore. She's probably gone, so it's all good.
So you're talking about
No, it's all good.
exhibits 7 through 20 and 130 and 131.
No, I thought the state started showing, did they not show the
Go on. Good enough.
scene photos?
Yes, those are exhibits 7
You
through
know,
20
yeah, I know.
and 130 and 131.
Where's Katie gone? Because she's good at stuff like this.
I see. Okay, well then, I will start there.
I don't know, I missed the Rose, but sorry.
Okay.
Would you like to publish while you're doing
I
this? as
would.
well?
I'd like to show them to the jury and talk about each photo with the witness.
Go ahead.
Fury and
So
Katie
I
are
am
really good
showing
at
you
capturing
what's
stuff.
marked and previously admitted as
I'm
exhibit
Perry. Where's
7.
Perry?
Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Where's Perry, Mecky? Mecky Techie. Where's Perry? Oh, Mecky Techie's probably gone. Luna's definitely gone. Luna's in trouble.
And that's how you saw Lynn when you arrived at the scene, is that right?
Correct.
And it did, and you said that you take a look at things to observe the scene and make sure that there's no evidence that a person's been moved. And as you looked at Lynn,
Oh, I
it
know.
didn't look like she had been moved. True?
That's
I
correct.
take the jokes. I take the jokes. It's all good. It's a happy days, as you say. It's all good. It's all gravy,
That's the
baby.
TV, and you just wanted us to see that because you wanted to see that she was facing the TV and she could also see who was coming in and out of the condominium. Is that right?
That's fair to say.
And
Mental, innit? Mental,
make
Rosebud.
this easier.
If you want to have us stop publishing for a moment, you could open each of them up and then click from one to the next.
Oh, I see.
Would you like to do that?
Before 20.
Open each
Katie's
one,
here.
and I think you're in Adobe.
Katie, you know you got to dumb stuff down for me. So you need to explain what's going on because sometimes I don't get it. If we didn't think you were awesome, we wouldn't pick on you. I know, that's why I pick on other people. That's why I pick on Sarah P. No, it's not. Oh my God, she listens to TV speakers. She? Jonathan.
And then you click the tabs on top.
Okay.
Why
we'll
don't
do
we
that.
just, we'll stop publishing for a moment.
What do I do?
That's all right,
You know how
Katie.
you're going back to the
Yes. to
the
screen.
file? Yes. You should be able to highlight using the control key each exhibit you want to open, and if it works, they'll all open separate tabs, but
All right. That sounds.
you have to simultaneously, not that way, hit
Don't leave
control
again.
and then each one, but it can't do
Yeah.
where it's at the moment. Yeah, there you go.
That makes sense, man. Yeah, that makes sense. It goes in, but we find out now that all the report was hearsay.
Well, I won't be able to do that apparently, so we'll just keep doing it the way I'm doing it.
Problem.
I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 10 now,
All right, we'll republish. There you go.
and it, do you see that?
Yep, it's on my screen now.
Okay, great. And there we can see some pills on the floor, is that right?
Yes.
Some that seem to have spilled out of bottles, right?
Yes, perhaps.
Or
I can't testify to how they got there, but there are capsules and tablets on the floor.
and we can see an open prescription bottle on the floor too, can't we?
Yep,
It's missing the lid.
it is.
And we see an ashtray with one finished cigarette and one ready to go, or maybe was just smoked for a minute.
Appears so, yes.
And
Oh,
there's
we're in.
letters there appears that Lynn smoked cigarettes.
Yes.
Did you take pictures of her cigarette or her packs of cigarettes?
What's the leftovers? Don't leave us hanging. What's the leftovers?
I don't believe I did.
And now the pills are in a little different position now on that same table. Did you move them to put them in like a semicircle so you could get a better picture of them?
Yes, I'm trying to show the names of the medications and her name on each bottle.
And so when we see what's marked Exhibit 11, that's not how you found them. That's how you wanted to demonstrate them.
That was to make them more readable. The way they were found was in the
Lord.
original few photos.
But what leftovers? But what are the leftovers? I don't understand what the leftovers are. I think what like I know what leftovers are, but what is it? Spaghetti bolognese, chili? What kind of food is it?
Right. This is how you put them up for display.
Correct.
Okay. And this is another table to the right side of Lynn that you took a picture of because it shows more pill bottles.
Correct.
One that doesn't have a lid on it. True?
That's true.
And this is Exhibit 12.
And that was
What?
all
What are you on about? Leftover? What? You talking about all the food from the week or something? What are you guys on about? I've never heard of that before. You guys are sick. Poor children, Erin. You're poor children, Erin. I'm poor children,
And
Sarah.
Exhibit 13, is that just a close-up of the same thing?
Yes.
And you took a close-up for what reason on this picture?
I think I'm just trying to see if I can get the names to be made out in the photograph. Maybe I thought the first one came out a little blurry.
And when you looked at all the pill bottles here, all the pill bottles were in the name of Lynn Hernan, right?
As I recall, yes.
If you had seen pill bottles for someone else, you would have noted it.
Yes.
That would have been a big red flag, right?
I would have noted that.
All right.
No, I haven't.
And let's try
Oh,
again. And Exhibit 14, this is a close-up of Lynn. She has a chain around her neck, right?
Yes.
And you later on took a closer look at that and determined those are her father's dog tags, right?
Yes.
From the military.
Yeah.
Meatloaf chili. Like, I can understand the night after, but not like a combination of all the foods from the week. I don't understand that. But I get the whole, if you're spaghetti bolognese, then yeah, eat it the next day as well. Tough, you know? But not if it's been like a week or so. Bum of the year.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 29.
Evidence.
let's take it off the screen so she can identify it.
Can you take a look at Exhibit 29?
Oh. It'll take a moment.
And I would note, Your Honor, this is not a photo that she took.
She can be questioned about it. She was at the scene. Go ahead.
Roger.
Okay. Can you see
I'm
Exhibit
with you
20?
now, sorry. I thought you were meant a mixture of everything from the week, and then you just put it on the plate. Go, there's tacos, there's every soup. That's right. Sorry, yeah, no, I agree with you then. If it's not last night's food, then yeah, and there's leftovers, you eat it today, yeah, 100%. Either eat it for lunch or dinner. Your choice. Do you know what I mean?
29 in front of you?
I can.
I got you.
Is this, whether you took this photo or not, is this how you remember seeing Lynn in the scene on October 3rd, 2018?
It is.
Now, look at that table to Lynn's left. I know you testified earlier that there were no eye drops at the scene, but do you in fact, now that you take a close look at that table to her left, see a bottle of eye drops? next to the toilet paper.
I see what could be eye drops. I can't say for certain what those are.
Okay. I move for admission of Exhibit 29.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for today.
As published.
See you tomorrow.
I am objecting. This is not a photo that this witness took.
Overruled. Exhibit 29 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Yeah, bye, Sarah. See you tomorrow.
Can everybody see Exhibit 29?
She'll be late again tomorrow, guarantee you. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
So I'll be modding for the first hour, as always. See you, Sarah. I cooked the first 20 years, now he's cooking the next.
Okay. And so this is how you remember the scene. Now that you look at this, this is accurate.
It appears.
And you didn't make a note of the drops, whatever those drops were, anywhere in your report, true?
That's true.
And would it be fair to say that okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Would it be fair to say that you were not thinking about eye drops when you were at this house on October 3rd, 2018?
That's fair.
And so if there were eye drops around the house, they probably wouldn't have caught your attention.
If there was one or two bottles like anyone else's house, no, they would not have caught my attention.
And in fact, this didn't catch your attention because until now you didn't really notice it.
Correct.
But those do look like eye drops, do they not?
Could be nasal spray. I really can't say what that is.
Okay. We can take that down, Judge, or Madam Clerk. Now, I didn't see any photographs of waste baskets. Did you take any?
Not that I recall.
You did make a note that you saw liquor bottles in a wastebasket.
Yes.
But you didn't photograph them.
I did not.
Do you remember if they were vodka?
I do not.
You couldn't tell us today what kind of liquor they were.
No.
Which wastebasket, was it in the kitchen where you saw the liquor bottles?
I believe it was the kitchen, yes.
Do you have any knowledge as you sit here today of what else was in that wastebasket?
Nothing that I recall.
What about in the bathroom wastebasket?
Nothing that caught my attention.
In the wastebasket in the living room, do you have any recollection of what was in that?
Nothing that caught my attention.
Because again, really you were focused on medications mostly.
I was focused on everything in the scene, but unless something appeared out of place, I wouldn't have necessarily documented it.
You said that you, did you bring a medical bag with you to the scene? Did you bring a medical bag with you to the scene?
I brought my backpack. I don't know if I would call it a medical bag.
And that's what you take to scenes, your backpack?
Yes, my scene bag, yes.
Okay, and what do you have in your scene bag?
Various items, gloves. There's probably a pocket knife would have been in it, a tape measure, additional forms, documents in case I needed someone to fill something out, extra paper, tape in case, paper bags that we used often for gunshot wounds.
Do you carry a thermometer with you?
We carry an ear thermometer that we use for babies.
Well, because one of the things you said to the state was that one of the things you do at the scene is you take a temperature.
Of the room, yes. There would have been a room thermometer, not a body thermometer.
Okay, the only body temperature item you have is an ear thermometer.
Yes.
And you didn't take Lynn's temperature.
We typically do not take temperatures of decedents, no.
And again, I'm not really asking generally, I'm just asking about this case.
No, I did not take her body temperature.
Okay. You did take a look at whether or not you started to see, I heard you said rigor, but isn't it rigor mortis?
There's debate on the pronunciation.
Okay, so rigor mortis or rigor mortis, however you want to pronounce it, you took a look at that, right?
I did.
And that's where muscles on a body start to stiffen up, right?
Yes.
And you noted that rigor was present in her jaw and her neck.
That sounds correct.
And in her upper extremities.
That sounds correct.
And there was no rigor yet in her lower extremities or in her stomach area, true?
There wouldn't have been, I don't think we would document rigor in her stomach, but, and not in her lower extremities, no.
I guess I should have been precise, the trunk. You look at the trunk, don't you?
Yes.
It wasn't yet in her trunk or her lower extremities.
No, I don't recall it being in her hips or her legs.
Okay. And you said you're trained in medical death scene investigation. And as part of that, have you been trained in doing that with the Spitz and Fisher? Are you familiar with their teachings in that?
No, I don't recall a specific textbook used.
When you've studied in your death scene investigation, in your training though, and in looking at rigor,
I missed it.
do you not, that starts to set in
Katie, Rosie.
1 to 2 hours after death.
That's a good average.
Now, you arrived at the house at 6:10.
Yes.
When rigor starts in the face.
Somebody might be able to answer that. I can't answer it, to be quite honest. I was thinking exactly the same as you, but I was going to ask a question afterwards. Maybe Katie, Rosebud, but I'm not sure. I think Nunya wasn't around. Oh, here we go. On the spot. Typically, lesser charges decided on at the charging conference after the evidence base. Thank you, Katie. I didn't know that actually, so thank you.
Face and the jaw, ultimately moving into the trunk, into the lower extremities. That whole process is usually complete in 6, maybe 8 hours. True?
There's a pretty wide range when it comes to looking at rigor mortis. Everything from the temperature of the room, the clothing the decedent is wearing, what kind of material they're on, if they're covered with a blanket, all of those things have to be factored in. It starts with smaller muscles and then goes to the larger muscles. So I wouldn't say that it goes to the trunk prior to the legs.
It could go to the legs and then the trunk.
It could.
Sure. And of course, it can vary if you're, for instance, a person is outside in a cold area, for example, it might not progress at sort of the normal fashion.
Absolutely.
But you did take the temperature in her condo, it was 79 degrees.
It was.
Okay. So it wasn't cold in her condo.
No, it's.
We were just asking if there's any lesser charges or just first degree, and then Katie explained that they've decided that after the evidence has been submitted.
I'd say that's a bit warm.
Depending on person's health.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
People who sit around a lot and aren't moving a lot get colder.
Very often.
So if we were to look at the rigor that was in Lynn, in her jaw, and her neck, you took a look at her sometime between 6:10 and 6:40.
Yes.
Because it said it took you about a half an hour to do everything that you needed to do at the scene.
Yes.
And so at the point that you saw her, would you agree that the rigor is probably somewhere between 2 and 4 hours?
That's very difficult to put any sort of time frame on. We don't typically give a time frame or an estimated time of actual death.
You wouldn't disagree with literature that indicates that the typical rigor is complete in the lower extremities in somewhere in the 6 to 8 hour range.
I imagine that's what the literature says. It was my job to observe the rigor, and how that was interpreted by the doctor is beyond my scope.
Okay. Have you done any research in that area at all, or any study in that area?
Not particular academic study, no.
You saw water bottles at the scene, or at least a water bottle. You didn't collect that, did you?
No.
How many water bottles were at Lynn's home?
I don't recall.
Do you know if there were any on the kitchen counter?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
When you took pictures of different parts of rooms, you only took limited pictures in rooms, right? You didn't take an overview of all the rooms, like the bedroom.
That's fair.
The bathroom. You didn't do that.
Correct.
At the time, you were focused on medications, it seems like.
I was focused on the decedent and what was surrounding her.
And any medications that you saw elsewhere, you focused on.
Yes, we do typically focus on medications. That's part of our protocol.
You said that Lynn was wearing no bottoms. Is that right?
Correct.
But she had a blanket over her.
Correct.
And she had an absorbent pad of some sort underneath her.
Yes.
Did you take any pictures of the toilet in the bathroom?
I did not.
You learned when you got confidential history in your report that, in fact, Lynn was released from the hospital last Friday. Do you remember that?
I recall she had been in the hospital recently.
Do you remember that you indicated in your report she had just been released on Friday?
Yes.
And you indicated that it was recommended that she enter an inpatient rehabilitation facility.
Well, Erin, let's just say anyone coming in now and seeing the chat would say, "What the fuck, an ex's fat?" We don't want them, Erin. We don't want them. Then, this is why I love our chat, that we can speak about anything and laugh about anything, and we've got some great trialists here that can inform us when we need to. Because I just love the chat, so we wouldn't want them here. There's other streamers you can go to, so keep doing it. This is amazing. I know you dirty bitch. I fucking love it. Love it.
For physical therapy, but she refused.
Correct.
No, Nadia, please carry on. That was
declined
hilarious.
recommendation for home health care.
That's what I was told.
She had an appointment yesterday for blood work, but refused to go.
That's what I was told.
Seems like she was
Yes,
pushing back
Katie.
her medical appointments.
That's what I was informed.
Sylvia.
And when, with the non-confidential history, was that also
Bugger
from law
off,
enforcement?
No non-confidential history would have come from Ms. Kurczewski.
Okay. And so Ms. Kurczewski told you that Lynn was tired of being ill,
Yes.
that she was afraid of being declared incompetent and put in a nursing home.
Yes.
What you asked her about suicide, Jesse, was uncertain,
Yes.
but she did admit she thinks Lynn takes too many pills,
Yes.
including pain pills and sleeping medication.
That's what she told me.
And that Jesse told you it was common for Lynn to crush medications because of her problems swallowing.
That's what she told me.
You made me blush there. Jesus.
Even though you took medications out of Lynn's purse, you didn't take a photograph of the purse.
I don't believe I did.
I don't see it in the photographs.
Correct. So I don't believe I did.
Well, the new ones are quiet though.
The state said that, or strike that. Did you see, you indicated in your report that you saw some crushed medications on Lynn's chest.
There was something crushed on her chest, yes.
Something crushed on her chest and some kind of pill, it looked like in part of a pill in her mouth.
Appeared to be some sort of tablet.
You didn't say anything in here about pills in her hair.
No, I don't recall anything in her hair.
If you had seen anything like that in your hair, you would have made a note of it.
I would have.
Wow.
And again, you noted that she was wearing the dog tag, which bore the name
Great.
Robert Wallace Hernan.
Yes.
And you learned that was her father,
Yes.
her deceased father.
Correct.
You learned that that you saw and you took a picture of her will, a power of attorney or living will. Is that right?
Yes.
That was quick, John.
And that's already
Right.
been admitted as Exhibit 19, I think. Let me just be sure about that.
It must be thin then.
I apologize for the interruption, but I need to take a comfort break before we continue. Any of my jurors need to as well. We'll try to at least, yeah, they're shaking their heads. I'm going to take a pause and then before I bring them back out, we'll talk about how much time with this
Hey,
witness,
hands.
and I'll make a decision on if we're going to break. All right. I'll rise for the
Hey,
jury, please.
hands. Yeah, I never know who's left here. If you guys are new, come here yesterday or today, just come and chat, join and chat. It's a fun chat, guys. Just jump in. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Hens jumped in, KY. So since KY happened, apparently we've been having KY jelly adverts. So, oh no, the judge had to pee. I know Tuddy Pips. You're always around Tuddy Pip, but there's a lot of people that came in yesterday and new. And they don't tend to chat. Maybe they're just busy. I don't know, but I don't want people to be scared off. Just be here. Rosebud's joined in. You know, Hens has joined in. It's good. Thin steaks are harder to cook, in my opinion. Get done too quick. Medium rare is perfect steak. The more degenerate, the better. Absolutely. So airing is our small bus. So actually, airing is our small bus, our beaver, our taco, our cum gravy. She's a bit of everyone. I need to date. So I need to get some more emojis in, don't I? And then get some more emojis on, and then I don't know. I have to think of some more ones. I've got blue. Have I got blue wench in there? I think so. Gilf's in there. I might put this judge in there as MILF. I think the person who told me yesterday that I shouldn't call her MILF and be more respectful, as in a nice way. I don't think they're here watching it, so I might just put a Gilf one in. Well, the Beagle is already. I don't know what to do for Jonathan because Jonathan deserves his own emoji, but I don't know what to do for it. You know. Oh yeah, Hens loves the three-way. Loves the three-way. Loves it. So dirty. I love it. Hens. This is why we cemented you here because you love a three-way. Dylan would never try shit on a shingle. Would never try to shit on a shingle. Not make a MILF emoji. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. That's what I was gonna do, Jonathan. You must be thinking the same as me. Lol, what? No, I was gonna do one for just for you. Maybe I'll just do biscuits and gravy. But that's the cum gravy. The cum thing, that's the biscuits and gravy, Jonathan. I might just do a MILF one just for you then. As in, I'll put the judge on it. Try shitting on a shingle. Oh, is it a dish? I didn't get it. No, I don't know what that means. I have no time even for a one-way. Rosebud. I love it. I love it. Hens just does three-way. That's all she does. White. That's the one. That's the one. Oh my God, we just lost like 4 or 5 viewers. But what can I do? Do you know what I mean? We've got to be ourselves, don't we? I know some people don't like us for it, but whatever. I can't help it. I'd rather us be genuine and be ourselves. Do you know what I mean? And no one means any harm, so it's all good. So yeah, the white stuff with Gilf, Jonathan, and now the MILF as well for you. So yeah, we should re-explain the 3 ways is, a spaghetti, cheese, and chili from Cincinnati. Cincinnati. So yeah, just in case anyone's asking. But Hens just did say basically 3 ways. I was like, what? But she meant spaghetti, cheese, and chili. Just lost the internet here. No way, Nunya. That's not good, Nunya. But I do love the fact, Rosa, you came back with that. I have no time for a one-way. That's awesome. If ever gets into the joke, it's all good. Do you know what I mean? It's supposed to be funny. Do you know what I mean? We're only having a joke. But believe it or not, I do lose a lot of viewers because of our jokes. But what can I do? Do you know what I mean? I can't help but be myself. It's fun. Yeah, I think it's fun. It's all tongue in cheek. Do you know what I mean? You can be tongue in cheek. Like I'd never be disrespectful to somebody that didn't like it, but like Luna's the weirdest girl I've ever met in my life. She's weird as shit, but she's an attractive girl with, I say, big hips, big lips, big tits, big ass. She's got everything. But very pretty girl. She's like an OnlyFans model, but as she says, she's not an OnlyFans model. I rip into her every single day I speak to her. Yeah, ship the shingle. My mum used to tell us what we're getting that for dinner. What is it then? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. It's my fault. No, it's not your fault. It's everyone. I just want people to contribute. It's all good. I mean, the fact we're going down to 12 viewers now might have something to do with it, but it is what it is. I mean, I'm not going to change for anybody. Yes, Rosebud, it was me. Yeah, what is it? What is shit on shingle? Yeah, I don't even know what that is. And Erin, one thing I think people could say about me, this chat, and us is that we're all genuine. Do you know what I mean? I don't think, every stream can say that. Or I think I can honestly say hand on heart, we are genuine. And you can say whatever you want as long as it's respectful in the sense of you're not slagging someone else off. So I don't mind. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's my cup. Oh, it's my cup of coffee, actually. Here we go. Cold coffee. I have to fill a lot of coffee in it. Coffee, milk in it. I don't owe you Americans cream.
And jury will be brought out momentarily.
I love America, but I hate your coffee. Put cream in it. Bloody hell. I need to get a picture of this judge now then. MILF. Oh my God. Creamed chipped beef. What the fuck is chipped beef? And creamed on toast. I've never ever heard of that before. Chipped beef. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Fucking hell. Eugenie and roast beef. I mean, who else has roast beef there on the channel with a gilf? Some gravy, Erin's taco.
For the jury.
Oh, shit on shingle. I need to copy it because I've never heard of that before. Cream chip.
Like it's a fillable? That's weird.
I'm gonna Google it. I've never heard of it before. What the fuck is that? Creamed chipped beef on toast. Oh my days, that looks disgusting.
Thank you. Please be seated. And Attorney Kukler, you may continue with your cross.
I'd like to, for the last few questions, I'm almost done, Your Honor. I'd just like to share my screen and show this witness some other exhibits that have already been received.
Hang on.
Sure, go ahead.
Hang on.
So I'm showing you what's already been received as Exhibit 10. Do you see that in front of you?
I do.
Is that being shown to the jury?
Not yet, Madam Clerk. You can publish.
Right, I'll get back to this ASAP, right? Hang on. I'm not having this. I'm not having this. What the fuck is this shit? Hang on, I gotta do this. Hang on, stop screen. Present. Hang on, we'll get back to the trial now. What the hell is this? As we say, the fuck is that? That does not look nice. I'll be honest with you, that does not look nice, guys. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a food snob, but if someone presented that to me, I'd be like, which dog puked? I mean, not trying to be a snob, never ever seen anything like that before. On toast. Fucking hell. I feel ill already. Get off my screen. I can't. I can't. What the fuck was that about? Share screen. We'll get back to it now. The Sorry, I have to share that. What the?
I see on the floor.
Right.
What do you mean?
The military.
We're good now.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, a little bit.
Showing you.
Yeah, I like normal gravy, Katie. I like brown gravy. Gravy that we have for oh God. I like our gravy that we for roast dinners. I don't like your white cum gravy thingy. Never tried it, so I need to try it.
What's marked as and received as Exhibit 10. Do you see the spoon on the floor?
I do.
You didn't collect
Oh.
that spoon, true?
That's true.
I don't know. I had to stop the trial. That's
You didn't
ridiculous. I had to share
take the
that.
keypad that she was sitting on, did you?
No.
I've never tried white gravy. Never tried it.
You saw
no.
previously the
tried
living
it.
will that you took a photograph of
It's still gravy.
as Exhibit 17. Do you remember testifying to that earlier?
Yes.
And that
It
is
still is nice.
a power of living will naming Jessy Kurczewski as her power. Is that right?
Yes.
And then I want to show you,
Sorry,
Your
what
Honor,
number was that?
that was
It's still
17.
gravy. It's like
Thank
brown
you.
gravy.
And then if
Normal
you take
gravy.
it down because I need to show her something that hasn't been admitted yet.
It's like what we use for our roasting
I
the
want to
gravies
show
and stuff.
you what we have marked as Exhibit
Keep it.
543. Can you see that yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
I don't know what to say.
Do you see exhibit 543 yet?
No,
Okay,
it's on my screen.
all right. When you were talking about substance on a plate, is this what we were talking about?
Yes, that appears to be the same plate.
And that's what, and you recognize this as being from this scene that we've been talking about here today?
From the scene, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for admission of photograph 543 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
I'm just briefly looking through all these photos because there's about 30 photos that they're trying to admit. That's part of one of theirs.
Is there any objection to the court receiving it?
That's why I'm analyzing all 30 to make sure that there's no objection.
Is this a single photo at this point?
There's 30 photos as part of this exhibit. And they're trying to admit all of it.
They're all scene photos that were taken at the scene. Received from the state.
All right, I didn't know that there are 30 photos within 543. So are you going to seek all of them at this time?
I was really only looking for this particular photo, but I see it as part of a larger exhibit. They're all photos from the state. So yes, I would move for admission of 543. They're all the same photos that we've been looking at. All received from the state.
I mean, it is received from state.
Just go page by page so I can see those.
You bet.
Thank you.
Breathing one, walking the other.
I'm going too fast.
You're okay.
Beef. So Bistow's a make. Is beef brown green granules with hot. Yeah. So rosebud. It's a make. It's a box where you put the granules in, put water in, and you mix it.
That's the end.
Obviously, some of those are duplicates to exhibits that are already in evidence. As to the ones that are not duplicates, what's the state's position?
I'm not per se objecting to the admission of this exhibit. I think she's only trying to get in the one photo or publish.
Well, she's now offered all of them. So
Right. She's also trying to publish the one here, which I am not opposed to publishing that. I just want to make sure that she doesn't publish.
Well,
the
is there an
victim's medical
objection
records.
to any of this exhibit?
No.
Then exhibit 543
What the fuck's the problem, you idiot?
in its entirety is received.
Thank you. Asking to
The
publish
sausage
one
gravy is what we
page
call
from it.
sausage and
Right,
cum
looks like
gravy.
that's page 13 of 543, if I'm reading the side correctly.
You are right.
All right,
Page 13.
permission to publish granted.
You know, I don't even know what I say it. I don't know what I say it, Sylvia. Half the time. Roux. Never heard of roux gravy before.
All right, we have it in the jury box
We
as
do,
well
okay.
as the monitors.
All right, and this is also represents another part of the scene when you arrived at Lynn's home. right?
Yes.
Correct.
And we can see crushed substance on this plate.
Yes.
And you didn't collect this plate or this substance.
No.
That is nice.
And there's crushed pills on the, or broken pills and maybe whole pills, look like pills on the floor, right?
Yes.
Did you collect all of those products from the floor?
The whole pills, I don't think I collected every fragment.
Not the little pieces?
No, I can't say that I got every little piece.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for this witness, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. You can
Take down the exhibit.
take down any redirect.
I don't have any redirect. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
God.
released from her subpoena.
Any objection?
No.
All right, she may be released. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I will be reading what I've read to you previously, but it is important that you keep in mind the rules that govern you and not deliberating and not researching or looking through or reviewing any type of news reports, etc. So I'll just read this to you. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. That includes, of course, any streamed coverage that one could find even as you go home tonight. Whether on Court TV, any social media app, Law and Crime, anything of that sort, you may not watch. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in the case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics, applications, or tools with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence.
Nunez's line is the best line we've had all day. I mean, what is like if Nunez, if you didn't see it, everyone, if cum tasted like gravy, we'd all swallow. Jesus Christ.
Your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. Again, these rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide this case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused for the day. Please be back here tomorrow morning. We'll start up as quickly as we can, as close as we can to 8:30 a.m. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, 8:30. I've heard the defense lawyer could be, she's snappy. Her and the prosecutor, the assistant DA, deputy DA, the woman, they were both going after each other a couple of weeks ago. It's okay. It's 8:15. I'll be honest, 8:15 Central, 9:15 Eastern.
Be seated. Is there anything
+2
from the
UK,
state prior to
+3
breaking for the day?
European.
Judge, I would like to address the process that we've been undergoing regarding exhibits, because I think we're having some issues and I need to lodge some objections about the way things have gone on so far. I hope that we can hit our stride in terms of this as it continues to go on. One specific objection is that the jury should not be able to see the exhibits and file names that are not into evidence. So I would object that the defense counsel's computer be published where they're able to read file names of exhibits that aren't in evidence that can be descriptive of what's in that exhibit. Another objection I have is the defense using exhibits that the state has marked and entering those during cross-examination. I would ask that if the defense wants to enter a new exhibit with a witness, that they prepare it and mark it just like we did. In terms of, I think part of the reason that there was perhaps hesitation regarding the last exhibit that the defense showed is because it's going to be really difficult and unworkable to have a 30-page exhibit that just has one number. So we'd ask that if exhibits are going to be entered, they be date stamped or they have some identifier per page so that we can know exactly what everybody's talking about at the same time. And I know
Let me ask Madam Clerk a question. Once it is received into the record and it has a document number, will it not then also have the number of pages for that exhibit? We'll look into that.
Okay.
I mean, like any other document that's entered, I know there would be. I need to check that with exhibits. I don't know, but that's the benefit of e-filing.
Well, unfortunately we're operating on the copies that we've gotten that don't have those markers, so it's difficult for us to go back, you know, in a week and a half and look at a piece of paper in this exhibit that's been entered today by page number and not have that marked. The state's marked every single page of exhibit so that it's very identifiable what page of what exhibit we're showing anyone. So that would simply be my respectful request. I would also ask that in some courts, it's the procedure that once an exhibit's admitted, it can be published no matter what. I think that was why there was some hesitation regarding any objection to the defense exhibit. I wanted to revisit this court's thoughts about an order just in regards to the victim's medical records being live streamed. And that was a component of the defense exhibit that was discussed and is now admitted. There's medical records in there in defense exhibit 525. Sorry, 543.
Attorney Kukler?
Well, these were scene photographs taken in this Cook's testimony that she saw these medical documents and she used them to prepare a report. That's how she put the Lynn's prior diagnoses in there. So there's nothing that's not confidential. That's part of the medical examiner's.
No, I think the issue is whether, obviously there's going to be testimony about these things. It's whether any of those documents, her medical records are live streamed, meaning whether the camera zooms in on the screen or not. And I think it's appropriate for the purpose of the live stream that I enter an order that medical records of the victim not be captured, whether it's a photograph or through the live stream through our cameras, and then broadcast or reported. Obviously the information, the testimony, I understand that. But
We don't have a position on that.
yeah, no, I
whatever
think
you
that's
wanna do.
appropriate. I think under Marcy's law, I need to consider that. So now, as far as exhibits, if a party has marked it, I understand what you're saying, Attorney Nikolai. But as long as there can be proper authentication and foundation, I think it's fair game. If they happen to, in the flow of this trial during cross-examination, want to show a witness an exhibit, even that you have marked. And so I will take up objections as they are raised and rule on them. I'm not going to enter any type of blanket rule that says a party can't use another party's exhibit. What I would prefer, and we were on the fly, and it was at the end of the day here today, that we not have duplicate exhibits. So that can be confusing to the jury. So try to be more mindful of that. Madam Clerk, were you able to get an answer for me about when exhibits are uploaded through the exhibit queue and if they have like a page number?
It'll show how many pages the document is, but they're not individually numbered pages.
Like we would have on a document. Meaning, obviously, when you file a document, it has document 142 and it'll say page 2, page 3. What I'm being told is an exhibit, it will show how many pages there are, but it won't have that designator. So, I mean, bottom line is, I've done complex civil cases where I have documents that are hundreds and hundreds of pages that are still one exhibit. So I'm not going to limit the parties. I don't think there's any rule of evidence that requires me to do that. And I understand, and you're thinking about maybe for reference to the jury later on, and I would just caution the parties, you want to make it as easily identifiable for the parties. I mean, for the jurors, so that when you reference those types of exhibits during your closings later on, that they know and understand that. But I'm not going to further, I guess, micromanage at this point.
Let's wrap it up, Judge.
Other than to say, let's do our very best to avoid duplicate exhibits. And obviously, the one I just entered had some duplicates, but again, it was the end of the day, and I think we all wanted to have that witness be able to complete her testimony here today. And so that's why I made the ruling that I did.
Thank you, Judge.
From the defense.
Just like to know who the witnesses will be for tomorrow.
You guys can meet and confer after. I'm not going to go on the record with that every day. That's between the parties, and if there's an issue, I'll take it up in the morning.
Nothing else.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We are in recess. See you tomorrow, 8:30
Right.
a.m.
Thank you guys very much. I need to go for a piss. But thank you so much today. I think chat was really good all day. Obviously, we lacked at the end, but people had to go and stuff like that, which is fine. So yeah, welcome to all the new people. Thank you for those that became members today as well. Thank you so much. Thank you to you as well, Rosebud, for the super chat. So yeah. So we say you'll come back now. You're here. So hopefully come back. Tell your friends to come and watch as well. We're a little bit different, but we are a nice bunch. But we inherited people like hens for you all. We didn't ask for her, but she landed on us for some reason, and she's still here. So I'll be back tomorrow, you all. Happy days, happy days. You see? Thanks for stream. No, thank you guys for being here. Without you, there's no stream. So I appreciate you, all of you. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Yes, Rosebud. Sandra, see you tomorrow. Yes, I know you're in and out, Sandra. It's all good. But with that, everybody, Jonathan, take care. Thank you, Jonathan. Jonathan, you're the king of Discord now, by the way. Thank you, Jonathan, for keeping Discord going. Without you, there would be no Discord channel. So you can post anything you want in Discord. You got free reign. Thanks to Lan, no problems. Thank you, Nunya. Thank you. Thank you, Tully Pip. Thank you, Sandra. So tomorrow, 9:15 Eastern, 8:15 Central Time, because the court starting at 8:30 Central tomorrow morning. So 9:15 Eastern. Dyddiau hapus, Erin. Dyddiau hapus. Happy days. Have a great one, chat. Yes. Thank you, Katie. Bye, guys. Thank you, Mecky. Hey, Mecky, get Perry back in here. He was here this morning, but I haven't seen him since. Get him back in here. I love Perry, but I don't know where he is. You're getting Jonathan, whatever you want. I every morning go on Discord just to see what you posted, and I laugh my ass off. So you post anything you want. And thank you to the chatters. Absolutely. See you all in small bus in the AM. Your time same as mine. your time, my time. UK. What? So 8:15 Central, 9:15 Eastern, 2:15 UK time, 3:15 European, and then if you are from Pacific, 6:15, like another CG. Thanks, CG. See you later, man. I might do better tomorrow, but probably not. Don't change, Linnea. Don't change. And with that, guys, thank you very much. Free Zachariah Anderson. End stream. Bye bye.